this is something that they don't see where it's sustained for such a long period of time. So that's what's making this fire so difficult to fight, is that these winds have not let up. Now, as you know, Adrian, you've covered a lot of fires over the years. At night is when generally the fire will lay down, and that hasn't happened one bit. So this fire is not laying down. It's completely roaring, and it's just wind-driven at this point.
Yeah, and Lynette, you brought that point up just a short time ago. This is the time where firefighters generally make progress.
Right.
So it's like there's all these things that are kind of coalescing at the same time. And then hearing from that the woman whose home she was trying to protect it there, saying, like, as far as she's aware, since the 1950s, that neighborhood's never burned ever. I mean, to give you an idea, we're talking about 70 years. They've never had an experience like this.
Exactly, and it reminds you that all the areas, all the brush and all of the foliage in that area has grown over those decades, and we have gotten no rain. Alex Vasquez, our NBC4 photojournalist out there, thank you so much. We'll continue to talk to you this morning. But as we talk about the fact that there has been no moisture, let's send it over to Belen, because you have a drought comparison where you can really show us where we are and how extreme it is.
Exactly. I want to really paint a picture of how did we get here, because a year ago, California was doing very well when it comes to the drought, because we had a very great water year. But so far this year, we have minimal rainfall. When you take a look at the drought monitor across the state today, notice Northern California, even Central California, doing a whole lot better than Southern California. There's been consistent storms in the Pacific Northwest that have brought a lot of moisture, and in Northern California we've been on the southern fringe of that. But here in Southern California we've hardly had any rain. In fact, take a look at how much rain we've had since the beginning of the water year, which started October the 1st. We've only had 0.16, but amigos, around this time of year the average rainfall is about 4.5 inches. So we've got a huge deficit, not only downtown LA but all of Southern California, as we're starting to see those drought conditions increase across our area. Now let's talk about the current weather, because right now we're in it. We have been mentioning how the peak of the winds was going to be Tuesday evening into Wednesday morning, and we're experiencing right now, and these winds are not backing off. Widespread wind reports of gusts upwards of 60, even 80 miles per hour. And when we take a look at the current observation stations over at the Palisades fire area, you'll notice that these gusts, for example, in the Santa Monica Mountains of this observation station, coming out of the northeast, 51 miles per hour. So those are the occasional bursts. But look at what is keeping this fire going. Sustained winds at 35 miles per hour being reported at that observation station, and not far from where the fire is currently burning, which, by the way, this outline that you see, that is an old fire perimeter map. Right now, we're still trying to import some new fire perimeter to get you a better view of what's happening and how big this fire has grown. But it's going to be bigger than that red outline. Not far from where the fire is burning over in Santa Monica, you have humidity that's down into the single digits and gusts up to about 18 miles per hour. So we know there are some stronger gusts, but here's just an idea of what's going to happen over the next few hours in Pacific Palisades, because you notice that through about 4 a.m. we will see the winds back off just a notch, but they're going to be consistent for the rest of the morning. And it's the first half of the day when we're going to see the strongest winds, not only there, but for those typical Santa Ana wind-prone spots. Now I'll take you over to the Eaton fire and show you the observation stations there, and also seeing low humidity, strong gusts over in La Cañada Flint Ridge up to 26 miles per hour. Altadena, 48 miles per hour. Winds coming out of the northeast sustained at 17. Look at Eaton Canyon Park, gusts at 43. Humidity in the 20s. And amigos, today is expected to be the driest day, so the fire danger, it continues. Now, we have an update when it comes to the wildfire smoke advisory map, because earlier I showed you how it just covered the Palisades fire area, but now the South Coast Air Quality Management District has put out the newest map for the smoke advisory, and we're going to see some very poor air quality because of the smoke that's being emitted right now from the Eaton fire. So the San Gabriel Valley right now just socked in with all of that smoke, and that smoke is spreading all the way down towards the South Bay area. So throughout the morning, a looks like we lost that camera, but I want to show you what you can expect throughout this morning. Those widespread damaging winds are expected to continue. We're still going to see the peak of the winds this morning, at least through the first half of the day. That extreme fire danger continues. We have red flag warnings in effect for all of Southern California. Down trees, power outages, still a potential. If you're getting behind the wheel, just know there's going to be a lot of debris out there on the road. Allow extra time to get to wherever you have to go. And hazardous driving conditions, crosswinds, a big potential, still a potential of seeing some overturned cars, big rigs. So please be safe as you get behind the wheel and as you start your day. Guys, over to you at the desk.
Right, thank you very much, Belen. 3 o'clock right now, and we're tracking 3 major wildfires burning in Southern California.
They are burning in the Pacific Palisades, Altadena, and Sylmar. The largest fire is in Pacific Palisades. Now, it has burned nearly 3,000 acres. The winds continue to pick up speed. Several homes and buildings have been destroyed. There is no way to count it at this point. No way to know how many people have been impacted, but we do know that more than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate just in the Pacific Palisades and Santa Monica area. Now, that fire also pushed toward Malibu. All Malibu and Santa Monica schools are closed today, along with the Las Virgenes schools in Calabasas and Agoura Hills.
It's going to be a news conference at 8 a.m. with firefighters, police, county leaders, and more. We'll bring that to you live as it happens. Another fire burning is in the Altadena area. We just showed you that scene, brought you live to that scene just a few moments ago. Again, this is the Eden fire. At least 1,000 acres have burned since this one started right around 6 o'clock last night. We've seen several homes and structures, places of worship, burn in this fire. There are mandatory evacuation orders in several neighborhoods regarding this fire as well. All schools in Pasadena and Arcadia are closed today. Schools in Glendale Unified and Burbank Unified also closed.
The third fire is in Sylmar. This is being called the Hearst Fire. This is the most recent fire to start. It broke out about 10:30 last night, but it quickly burned more than 500 acres. That's the last count at this point. We do know evacuation orders are in place for the area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 and the 14 freeways. An evacuation center has been established at the Richie Valens Recreation Center on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima.
All right, we want to talk with our traffic anchor, Robin Whitson, right now. Robin, good morning to you. Obviously,
good morning.
It's a crazy morning, a chaotic morning. We were talking about our drives in.
Yeah.
We have pretty short drives. You have a little bit of a longer drive.
Yeah.
And you had to go through one of these wildfires. Can you just talk to us about your experience this morning?
Yes, the Hearst fire that's burning in Sylmar. I was driving on the 5. I saw the smoke on the hillside closer to the northbound side of the 5. I was heading south, and as I got closer to the Newhall Pass, closer to the 210 split, I could see fire crews, CHP, the entire stretch of the 5 at the 210 covered in smoke. Debris coming down. I'm turning the wipers on, and it was just, I panicked. I was like, I didn't know it was this close to me, and I didn't know that the smoke was blowing onto the freeway.
So you had to turn on your windshield wipers because of the ash that was coming down?
Yes. As soon as I hit South 5 at the 210 split, that's when the smoke was blowing across the freeway. I could hear it. It was like a crackling noise. And of course, the South 5 at the 210 is completely closed to traffic. But it's very scary driving through conditions like that. And I would say don't drive this morning.
Were there a lot of cars on the road?
It looks like a regular commute. Lots of cars on the road.
Wow.
I hit cones. I saw bushes in the road, down trees, even coming here, 101 at Lankershim. I don't know if you guys take that exit, but half of the Lankershim off-ramp is blocked by a tree. Right. And it's dark out there. You don't see it until you're right on it.
Right, and like that was my experience driving in. I mean, cars crushed by trees, and I don't live very far away, so again, you kind of extrapolate that over the Southern California area, and you know that not only we have homes obviously burning right now in structures, but you have trees crushing cars, and we heard that from Tracy as well. She said when she was driving out overnight and covering the breaking news that their van was swaying, and they thought there were a few times that the thing was going to tip over. So the one thing that sticks out, one thing that you pointed out, Lynette, and Colleen Williams mentioned it as well, it's like they'd never seen the ash and the smoke like that. Like Colleen said, it would look like you're driving into whiteout, snowy conditions.
It looks like a blizzard.
That's how much ash and snow, or ash and smoke is in the air right now.
I've never experienced that personally. We've talked about it. I've covered it on air. I've never driven through an area where a fire was burning and the smoke was covering the freeway. Such a scary feeling. In addition to that, In my area, I'm not sure if it was a power outage or a planned outage, because you know that's different. But getting on the freeway, it's completely dark.
Yeah.
There are construction signs blocking the on-ramp. The intersections are completely dark. So people have to be really careful, really cautious. They have to treat those dark intersections as a four-way stop. But I just highly recommend that people do not drive this morning. I have a long list of closures.
Right.
The Inland Empire, I have an overturned big rig. The 215 at the 15 closed right now. No one's getting through. It's extremely windy out there.
The reality is, though, some people really do still have to go to work.
That's
We
true.
still had to
Yeah.
come to work. Some people still have to go pick up their kids or get their kids to daycare. So when you say that it was like a normal day,
Yeah.
it's as scary as it is, as much as we'd like to tell people stay home, that's your
They don't
safest
have the
place to be.
luxury.
Some people
Yeah.
don't have that opportunity.
They don't.
They can't lose their job. So let's talk about what the commute will be like for people.
Okay, well, let's start off with the area that I drove through this morning. I'm going to take a look at the map right now. So this is the Hearst fire that's impacting the Sylmar area, the 5 and the 210. West 210 at Roxford, we have all lanes closed. The North and South 5 both closed to the East 210 connector. South and North 5 at the 210, the area that I drove through this morning, completely covered in smoke. Now, the 5 is open as of right now, but it's the connector that takes you over to the 210. It's the 210 at Roxford. This whole area, not a good area to be traveling in right now, and I'm sure it's going to start backing up traffic. In addition to the smoke and the closures, you have emergency crews rolling through the area. So you see CHP, fire crews, and please pull over when you see them out there, by the way. Move over to the right-hand side so that they can safely pass through. Another closure that I'm tracking right here, heavy traffic, definitely unexpected for the 215 in both directions at the 15. The Inland Empire has been dealing with strong winds this morning, strong enough to flip over a big rig, and that's exactly what happened here in San Bernardino. So this is another traffic alert that I'm tracking that's impacting the 215 at the 15. At last check, they had all lanes stopped, and they were just diverting all that traffic off the freeway over at DeVore to try and figure out how to get this big rig uprighted and cleared. So the 215, both directions at the 15, that's going to be another slow drive you can add to your list. Now, of course, we've been covering the Palisades fire. You should not be traveling on PCH this morning. It is closed in both directions in the area that I have highlighted here. So from Las Flores Canyon Road all the way over to the 10, PCH is closed. Leave it to emergency crews. They need this area. They need PCH and other side roads to access this fire and continue the evacuation. So it's just not a good idea to be traveling along this stretch. As I said, I have a long list of closures. I'll have more and tell you what areas to avoid. Be safe out there on the roads, and please be alert. Slow it down. It's covered in debris, and sometimes it's unexpected, especially in an area where the traffic lights are out, it's dark, or there's a lot of thick smoke on the road or on the freeway. It's really tough to see. So please be careful. We'll check more traffic coming up. Back to you.
All right, Robin, thank you for that. And we will continue to talk with you all throughout the morning. You're looking at video right now from NBC4 photojournalist Alex Vasquez. Alex, you're in Hastings Ranch in Altadena, and you're running that camera and talking with us. And are you still seeing just those very, very crazy random winds out there?
I am definitely seeing that, and they've picked up since the last time we actually spoke. Now, I'm going to come over here and pardon my walk here across the street, but there's a couple of residents out here who are actually watering down the houses that are in the neighborhood. And let me see if I could find them real quick. They're actually going door to door, making sure that nobody's in there, and they're taking their hoses and washing them down. So that's what these guys have been doing here. Let me see if we can get in here real quick. Actually, here he is, and get a chance to maybe talk to him. Sir, I know you're out here watering some people's houses. Can you tell us a little bit about what is it that you're doing? Because it seems like you're out here trying to...
Saving our house, man.
Yeah. Do you live here? That one next door, right?
Two doors.
But what you're doing here is you refuse to leave, and you're trying to save your neighbors' houses, aren't you?
And ours.
Yeah, and yours. How difficult has it been, though, going from house to house to keep them wet?
I don't know, man. It's like hard. It's...
How would you describe if you can, sir, I know you're watering this down, but how would you describe the wind out here?
It's pretty good, but there is no firefighters. That's why I'm pissed off. No firefighters over here.
So you're pretty much doing it on your own right now, aren't you?
Yep.
Gotcha. And that's what.
Me and my buddy.
Yeah, you and your buddy. I've seen you guys going door to door, and Lynette and Adrian. That's kind of what we're seeing out here. Is what I'm seeing is neighbor helping neighbor. Even though a lot of these people have obviously evacuated, there is a few residents that have stayed behind and are doing their best to try to save the homes. Now, earlier I showed you the home that was fully engulfed, and now it's slowly starting to catch the neighbor's house on fire. And this is what we've been seeing a lot of here. Let me get up this driveway and kind of give you a shot of what it looks like here. So this home here, during my last remote, which is about 10 minutes ago, was not on fire, and these neighbors actually helped put this garage out earlier this evening. Now, once again, it looks like the house is starting to catch fire in the backyard and in the patio. And firefighters aren't up here right now only because they are down the street and they were putting some water on some other houses, but resources are spread very thin up here. And so here's another home that might be a total loss very soon, and there's not much they can do. Now, I'm going to push in and show you these embers. This is what Tracy was talking about earlier, and I hope you can see them on the screen there. These embers are carrying not just a couple houses, but I've seen a few of these actually go blocks. Now, I say that because the spot fires are starting just adjacent to this home and some of these other homes, and this is what's causing the spot fires right here. These embers, they're carrying up to 2 blocks away, according to firefighters, and this is what's causing all the spot fires. So the wind is picking up out here a lot more than it was just about 25-30 minutes ago, and it seems like the smoke has gotten a lot thicker out here. So that's what we have. I'm going to go down to where my news van is and just make sure it's in a safe location, because we got to make sure we keep that in a safe spot. But this is what's happening now, is that this home, which just a short time ago was not on fire, is now starting to catch fire.
So, Alex, you had mentioned that when we last talked to you, that was about 10-15 minutes ago, and it was during that report that there was that huge gust of wind that you guys had observed and noticed there. Do you suspect that maybe that gust started that fire? Because you said that home was not on fire, at least not to this extent, just a few minutes ago.
That's exactly right, Adrian. It's just these winds, when these gusts pick up, and I'm sure we can probably get our meteorologist team can kind of go into detail a lot more than I can out here, but the gusts pick up ever so often. Every couple of minutes you get a big burst of wind, and then all of a sudden these flames come alive, and then they just start to carry. And they start to carry from rooftop to rooftop. And that's sort of what's causing these houses to start burning. They're not burning from the ground level. I've covered a lot of wildland fires where the shrubs, the brush on the bottom will start the fires. These are actually, most of these homes that I've seen catch fire are catching fire from the rooftops. So that tells me that these embers here, as you can see, are just flying through the air, and they're just landing on top of these homes, and there's just no saving them at that point.
I mean, you can just see how it is now, just the entire sky is glowing. Before we just saw flames just here and there, but now it's just everything is aglow. Alex, thank you for that. Let's make sure that your vehicle is safe, make sure that you're safe. Belin, as you're looking at this, the conditions from Alex's picture, what can you tell us about what you expect in the next couple of hours?
Well, unfortunately, we're in the peak of it, as the rest of the team has been telling you, and I told you yesterday morning, the peak of the wind gusts were expected to be late last night into this morning, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And unfortunately, these winds are not going to let up. We're going to continue to see these consistent wind gusts, sustained wind speeds, at least for the first half of the day. And we're going into this morning when we're going to have the lowest humidity for today. So you have the combination, unfortunately, of these very strong winds, gusts, by the way, in that area that are blowing up to 40 miles per hour, sustained winds, anywhere between 10 to about 20 miles per hour that just do not stop, that just keep going. So we have been hearing from our reporters out on the field and also from firefighters the risk of seeing these spot fires and these embers that are being carried from long distances from where the fire originated and landing on rooftops, landing on trees, on palm trees, and more fires that are developing. And that is the definition of long-range spotting. This, unfortunately, is one of the things that we see here in Southern California, especially with wind-driven fires such as this one. And this is the third time that the National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning in which they refer to it as a particularly dangerous situation, where we have that combination of very strong Santa Ana winds that have already been reported upwards of 80 miles per hour in some of those mountain tops and mountain ridges. And then you combine that with the very low humidity that we're expecting today and the very dry vegetation, then unfortunately this is the result. And what makes this wind event so unique as opposed to, let's say, the other two fires that we've had that have already been very destructive, the one that we had in November and also the one that we had in December, this one widespread, reaching areas that don't usually see these strong Santa Ana winds that are usually places that are usually wind sheltered, such as Pasadena, such as the San Gabriel foothills. So that's what makes this particular wind event so unique and so rare, and unfortunately so destructive and damaging, is that we're seeing these winds, one, not let up, very strong, and affect these areas that aren't usually affected by these strong winds. And I think that that is also something that has caught a lot of our residents by surprise, is that when we did tell them that these winds would be reaching areas that are usually wind sheltered, that could cause maybe a false sense of security. But these winds have been affecting us, and this morning we're seeing these winds peak until about the middle of the morning. They're not going to let up, guys.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Belinda, because when you were showing the maps yesterday as we were getting ready for this, the numbers that really captured my eye were in that Pasadena, Altadena area, A, because of how strong those wind gusts were going to be, and then B, the location. Having lived out there a while ago, you always check on those old communities where you used to live, and you still have friends and neighbors who live out there. So that was definitely something that caught all of our eyes. And obviously hearing from the police chief saying that they hadn't seen anything like this. They were expecting that they hadn't seen anything like this since, what was it, it was over 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah,
so.
And there is no doubt that it is a serious situation. The governor has declared a state of emergency. We do know that things have not died down, and they aren't going to die down. We're right in the middle of all of this. NBC4's Michelle Valles is live in Altadena. So I see some major flames behind you. I saw you before you left the station, Michelle, and you just weren't sure what you're going to walk into, and this is worst case scenario again.
By far the scariest fire I've ever been in. We got embers blowing toward us here. We are on Homewood and Allen. Here we have a home totally engulfed. 1836. It's home after home that has been burned down here on Homewood. We're getting reports from others that there are some other homes on this street also engulfed. We've heard popping noises just moments before you guys turn to us here. We have limited fire crews. If you want to, let's walk that way, Joel. The winds are just roaring right now. The wall just collapsed in 1836. As we go next door to this house here, they're trying to save the house next door here. You can see firefighters doing their best to water down that roof here. So far they've been able to keep fire away, but guys, the winds are blowing west, and at times they shift. So it's really just unpredictable here. As Joe brings you these visuals here of this fire at this home at 1836 here on Homewood. Just everything is just unpredictable. Now it feels like the wind's blowing south.
Yeah,
So,
Michelle, as we're watching this, and I want to give you a chance to just catch your breath. You know, it was just about an hour ago that we were together as we were both getting ready to start covering this. How was it for you as you left the station here in Universal City and got to your location? Tell us what you saw as you were getting to your scene.
Yeah, we saw the glow on the mountain, right? We knew we were coming to Altadena. We knew we were going to be dealing with the strongest force winds at this time. So we prepared as best as we could. with our fire gear. Again, we're in the 1800 block of Homewood, walking through.
Crossing Morsley.
Crossing Morsley. And so as I'd been getting some messages from friends telling me that there's just no fire services out here. One friend was trying to help an elderly woman escape, but we came here on Homewood where there was just multiple reports of homes on fire. I gotta run from these embers that are blowing in the street. So here you see this just car. It's home after home, guys, that it's just been flattened. So this is what it's looking like. This home just completely gone. The home next to it as well, up in flames. So there's limited resources up here. Just to give you an idea of where we're from, my goodness, you can hear the winds howling. We're just a little bit north of the Altadena Golf Course, south of Eaton Canyon. So again, this is what we're seeing, home after home. We saw one that they're trying to save, as we just watched, because this is probably the safest area for me, because on the street there was just embers blowing my way.
And that, you know,
so
Michelle,
this is what we're riding out.
Yeah.
Let it be a 360. This is what it looks like, guys.
Can you give
Fire
us,
surrounding
Michelle,
us.
can you give us an idea of the street you're on again?
We're on the 1800 block of Homewood. We just crossed Morsley.
Homeowner over here.
We've got a. Let's see if we can talk to this homeowner over here. He's at 1773. I think that's Billy. This is Billy, maybe the one we were trying to find earlier. I think this is him. Let's see how he's holding up.
1775.
Oh, it's 1775? All right, 1775.
Yeah. Michelle,
Hey, sir.
Michelle, we're going to let you get in touch with that resident. We're going to go over back to Alice Vasquez. Oh, go ahead, Michelle.
What's your name, sir?
Samari Boulin.
Samari, you live here?
This is one of my good friends from high school. I came over here because he needed some help. We're trying to save his house.
Are you by yourself?
No, I have a friend in the back.
So, how are you guys doing so far? You've been able to...
So far, so good. We've been able to keep it at bay. We've taken out some fires at neighbors' houses so it doesn't hit this one.
Have you guys been able to get any help from emergency services out here?
No.
That's what I'm hearing.
They've driven by, like 15 of them, but none of them have stopped.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So, give me your name again.
Samari Boulin.
And you've been fighting this since what, 6 o'clock when it started?
I got here around 10 o'clock. My friend's been here all day.
So far your home's still okay?
So far
what
it's okay.
What have you been doing? Just
hoses, buckets. There's a pool at one of the neighbors. We've just taken buckets and hoses to get their fire out. And that's all we've been doing.
Well, you're in the thick of it now.
Yes.
The strongest winds.
Yes. How high are they supposed to be?
We don't know. I mean,
Okay.
we could get up to 50, 60. Our weather team back at the station is keeping track of it, but we know
Man.
this is the peak
Yeah.
of the wind event.
Yeah, we were just
Right
saying
through.
if we could get through the peak, then there might be some hope to keep it.
All right. Thank you so much. Be
Thank
safe.
you. Thank you.
So you can see the house is intact as he and his buddy try to protect it.
Those vents. Okay, that's where the embers blow in there.
All right, guys, we're gonna head down again. We're on the Homewood, and the winds are blowing west. But this is the street as you look live at this house. You could see just burning to the ground, guys.
Well, what's so scary about that, Michelle,
I
is you
lost
see that
connection.
house, you see that house fully engulfed, just across the
we'll send
street
it on
from
back to
the
you.
other houses. Okay, Michelle, you see, so you can tell, like, again, it's just one little ember, right? And we just saw on the other location that you were looking at, the split screen, you saw that woman who, I think her name was Kathy, who was doing whatever she could to protect her home.
She's in that same general neighborhood area as Michelle, not too far away. That's where Alex Vasquez. And look at those flames just roaring right now.
Yeah.
And then it looks like the flames are going one way, but then the winds shifted the other, swaying the trees the other. And that's the unpredictability of these winds. They're changing directions at a moment's notice. And that's something I wanted to ask Michelle, and hopefully we'll be able to talk with her a little bit later on this morning.
Yeah,
but she's saying that it's just...
I'm back.
It's just so unpredictable. So you're saying, you know, it's like I've been out in like hurricanes before, and generally you got the winds going. Producers, we can hear you in our ear. Generally when you're covering a hurricane, it's like all the winds are kind of going in one direction. You can almost kind of brace and buffet yourself against certain things, but what Michelle's talking about, the winds are shifting direction, so you can't. It's hard to stand, right, Michelle? I mean, you're being knocked around.
Yes, I'm getting knocked around. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so this is the house. So this is where we were trying to come to initially, 1773. This is actually a friend of Brittany Hope's. And so we connected with the wife, and Billy's the husband who stayed behind. So this must be his pal that we just spoke to. So guys, this is where we were headed toward, Homewood, when we heard there were multiple homes on fire. And we connected with Brittany Hope, NBC4 colleague and reporter whose a friend lives here, Carol. She evacuated, and her husband Billy stayed behind. And the guy we just spoke with is Billy's friend who came to save the house. Well, they're doing a good job. You know, when she told me that Billy stayed behind to save the house, I thought, that's crazy, but apparently they've been making some good efforts. As we look live at a house across the street from Billy and Carol's home on 1773, burning right now, but it's just unpredictable here. Guys, we're gonna stay on top of it and
I have
bring
to
you
ask
some more visuals here.
Michelle, as we stay with your shot, because we're looking at this house burning and just raging. The flames are just raging across the street. To know that these residents are using their garden hoses, it really just seems like, you know, a daunting task to try to protect your home with a garden hose. But there aren't enough firefighters to go around.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. I thought, well, do you even have a chance? But if you look, their efforts are helping, because Billy and his buddy stay behind. They're saving 1773 while the wife Carol and others evacuated here. And the winds are shifting. They're shifting. So the big fear right now is that to the west of Altadena, to the west of Homewood.
Okay, so obviously technical difficulties when you're covering a natural disaster, a catastrophe right here. But Michelle, talking about the winds again, the unpredictability. We are seeing trees crushing cars, and obviously we are seeing homes burn. It's just heartbreaking to see that right now. And what this reminded me of was covering like the Thomas and the Woolsey fires.
Right.
And what you're hearing firefighters, that was the first time that I recall since I've lived here, and I've lived here for more than a decade, that firefighters say, just mathematically, you cannot keep up with protecting all these homes. There are thousands and thousands of firefighters, but there are many more homes than that, and you just can't get, when you have this many homes on fire, you just cannot get to all of them, which is, it's just heartbreaking and devastating, because you know that, I mean, their hearts are broken when they cannot save homes, when they can't even respond. So it's like, you know, this is just, it's a hard situation for the homeowners, for the residents, for tenants, for firefighters, for everybody right now.
And terrifying to think that we have another entire day of this, at least another 24 hours. Live on the phone with us right now is Jeff Monford, the spokesperson for Southern California Edison. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Tell us what the situation is. We know a lot of people are without power. You have a lot of concerns about maybe trying to make sure that there are no other sparks.
Yes, exactly. At Southern California Edison, we've been engaging in public safety power shutoffs. We've been notifying customers for a couple of days that they may be in scope for their power to be turned off. We've reached about 450,000 customers to let them know that could happen. That's in 7 counties. At the current moment, we have had to cut power to about 83,000 customers in 5 counties: Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ventura counties. And the purpose of this is to try to prevent a spark in the event of debris or other damage occurring to a power line. So that's why we have been doing the public safety power shutoffs, notifying this week and then turning them off in the last day.
Jeff, as we look forward, we're anticipating the winds are going to be strong through tomorrow. Do you anticipate that these numbers will change? It would seem like that there is a very good likelihood that those numbers will go up.
Well, that does seem to make sense. With the winds not coming down yet, I would imagine that we may have to increase the public safety power shutoffs that we're doing. The purpose of those, though, is to help prevent an ignition. We have very dry vegetation on the ground and the high winds. And so it makes the situation one where the safety being the primary concern, we want to do everything we can to help prevent a fire that could ignite.
Jeff, what do you advise your customers to do? For example, I lost power yesterday afternoon. I'm not in any real danger, so I didn't do anything. My neighbors were suggesting that we just let you know online and advise you of a power outage. Is that what you want people to do and not call, but just online notify you?
Well, notifying us of a power outage is helpful, and doing that online, if you can, is a good way to go. You can report them at sce.com/outage, and that's where we have a lot of information. But in terms of what a customer could do if their power is turned off, we can't predict how long the power will be off. So it's good, don't open the fridge to try to preserve the cold air. Everyone should now be making sure their devices are charged when they have power. Mm-hmm. Common sense things like that. Have your emergency phone numbers handy. Make sure medications are organized. If it's not unsafe, make sure to secure anything that's outdoors that could become airborne, an umbrella, lawn furniture, that kind of thing. We want to help keep debris from striking the power line.
All right, great advice. Jeff Montford, thank you very much for that information, and we wish you well moving forward. Jeff Montford, a spokesperson with Southern California Edison. We appreciate your time. 3:30 right now, and again, the breaking news this morning, we are tracking 3 major wildfires burning here in Southern California.
We do want to show you this map right now where these fires are burning. They are burning in the Pacific Palisades, Altadena, and Sylmar. The largest fire is in the Pacific Palisades. It has burned nearly 3,000 acres. The winds continue to pick up speed. Several homes and buildings have been destroyed. We don't have a number on that yet. It's terrifying to think what we're going to see when the sun comes up this morning. More than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate in Pacific Palisades and Santa Monica. Now, we do know that the fire also pushed toward Malibu. They're still recovering from the Franklin fire. All Malibu and Santa Monica schools are closed today, along with Las Virgenes schools in Calabasas and Agoura Hills. We can tell you that there will be a news conference at 8 o'clock this morning with firefighters, police, county leaders, and more. We, of course, will bring you that live when it happens. We also want to let you know that the governor has declared a state of emergency.
Another fire burning is in the Altadena area and Pasadena as well. This is the Eden fire. At least 1,000 acres have burned since this started right around 6 o'clock last night. And as we just showed you several minutes ago, we have seen a number of homes and structures burn in this fire. There are mandatory evacuation orders in several neighborhoods. Still, we're seeing people stay behind and try to save their homes and their neighbors' homes by spraying water onto them from garden hoses. All schools in Pasadena and Arcadia are closed today because of this one. Schools in Glendale Unified and Burbank Unified also closed.
The third fire to tell you about is the one in Sylmar. This is called the Hearst Fire. Now, this is the most recent fire to start. It started about 10:30 last night, but boy, it quickly burned more than 500 acres. An evacuation order is in effect for the area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 and the 14 freeways. An evacuation center, though, has been established at Richie Valens Recreation Center. That's on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima.
NBC4's Lauren Coronado is live in Pacific Palisades, where that largest fire is burning. She's at the intersection of Chautauqua and Sunset. Lauren, can you talk to us about what you're seeing there as you cover the Palisades fire?
Lynette, Adrian, good morning. There is a lot to take in. As we drove down Sunset Boulevard, there were tree branches in the road blocking vehicle access. Of course, this is something firefighters have to navigate around. And once we got here, we started to notice homes on fire. Just devastating to see. If you take a look around me, you'll see all the heavy smoke, too. You can smell it from miles away from the area. You could be in a neighboring city and certainly smell it. It's dark out, but you can see the plume of smoke as well, that massive orange glow. And joining me right now, as you take in all of these images, these homes that are burning in front of us, joining me now is firefighter Robert Foxworthy from NorCal with CAL FIRE. Talk with me a little bit about the current situation right now. As I drove up, I came right up to you and I asked you, how have things been like on the fire lines?
Well, things have been incredibly tough tonight. The winds that we were predicting came to fruition, and it's been an incredibly difficult for the crews that are on the incident tonight.
Did it change at all?
Right, so just like what we saw with Michelle in the Altadena area, I mean, when you have natural disasters and catastrophes like this, it's going to obviously cause technical issues with our coverage, and that gives you really an idea of how well our technology works, the fact that we've been on for hours and hours right now and able to provide this coverage that hopefully is helping some people out at home. But yeah, I mean, you got the Palisades fire burning where Lauren is. You've got the fire out in Altadena, Pasadena, where Michelle is. And then, of course, you got the fire in Sylmar. So this is a widespread natural disaster right now. Again, as you had mentioned, Governor Newsom declaring a state of emergency.
All right, let's send it over to Belinda Leon. She is being joined now by Shauna Mendiola. We're doing team coverage, and you can talk a little bit about where things stand and what we can expect in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, you know, first of all, this is the third time that the National Weather Service calls this a particularly dangerous situation. Right. I've been here for 7 years. Shauna, you've been here longer.
And we were talking about how this is the first time that we've ever heard of this within the same year, right? Even 10 years back, I'd never even heard of a particularly dangerous situation in terms of these winds. So never seen them these strong.
Yeah, and it's a combination of those winds, very strong winds, and that very dry vegetation and the very low humidity. And we're headed to today that's going to be even drier than yesterday.
We do not have any rain coming, so that is not a good thing.
No rain, and the winds are not going to let up. So quickly, just want to show you what's happening with our satellite imagery, and we'll see Shauna back in just a minute to show you really how satellite is picking up on these fires, because we have the Palisades fire burning right here. You can see how bright and how blazing this fire currently is, that we're able to see it from space. Also, the Eaton fire right there, and the Sylmar fire, which earlier we had a phone conversation with an official who said that's about 300 acres, and you can really see the magnitude and the size of each fire based on this satellite imagery. Now let's take a closer look at what you can expect and the conditions right now, because all of Southern California is under a red flag warning, amigos, and we're experiencing those winds everywhere. The strongest winds currently over the LA Ventura County mountains through the San Fernando Valley and blowing out towards the coastline, and over in the Inland Empire we have that wind tunnel and those winds strong enough to be able to reach the Orange County coastline. So these are the sustained winds. But when we talk about those occasional bursts, those stronger wind gusts, we have wind gusts right now over the Ventura, LA County mountains that are upwards of 50, 60 miles per hour. Strong wind gusts also out towards the Inland Empire and over into Orange County. Winds that are increasing fire danger, but also causing just a lot of problems out there on the roads. If you are getting behind the wheel this morning, you should know that it's a mess out there. So allow extra time and please take it easy. Check out the humidity right now. That's one of the factors that's making this a particularly dangerous situation. We're in the teens, we're in the 20s, but can you believe that the humidity throughout the day is going to drop even more? A possibility of seeing these numbers drop into the single digits. Ay, ay, ay. Now let's take you closer to the Palisades fire, where we're taking a look at these observation stations. You're seeing that low humidity in the 20s, in the single digits over near Santa Monica, and the winds sustained out of the northeast, gusts right now up to 30 miles per hour in the Santa Monica mountains. Look at this gust up to 50 miles per hour according to this observation station. Topanga Canyon gusts up to 21 miles per hour, and over in Santa Monica up to 18 miles per hour. So what's going to happen is that we're in the peak of these winds. These winds are not backing off. They're going to stay consistent, at least for the first half of the day. You see the hour-by-hour forecast for Pacific Palisades, where these gusts do back off just a notch around sunrise, but they're going to stay pretty consistent. Winds that will continue to fan these flames and unfortunately cause this fire to grow. And then you have the Eaton fire, where we have the observation stations here that are reporting humidity in the teens, in the 20s, and gusts up to 30, even 40 miles per hour. Look at the Eaton Canyon Park gusts up to 50
miles per hour, with winds blowing out of the north, out of the northeast, around where the fire is currently burning, sustained winds up to 21 miles per hour. And this is causing some big smoke issues. We do have the smoke advisory that's been issued for the San Gabriel Valley, stretching all the way into the downtown area and out towards the South Bay. Of course, we have the smoke advisory that's still in effect because of the Pacific Palisades. Now, let's talk to Shauna, because we have the smoke advisory and we're taking a look at this camera. This is our typical beautiful Mount Wilson camera where we can see the city with no problem, and it looks very different this morning and very scary.
Very scary. We're looking at this and we know that the conditions out there are so dry. We've got a rapidly spreading fire because of those winds, and we're going to continue to see the winds like Belen mentioned. Even though they are going to be weakening, we're going to continue to see them, and any little gust that we get is going to drive embers, possibly drying out the fuel even more and driving those flames. So looking at this morning and for what to expect throughout the rest of the day, widespread damaging gusty winds are still going to be with us for the first half of our day. So we're still in the peak of the wind. We are going to see this till about midway through our afternoon. Extreme fire danger is continuing. It is very dry, and we have not had any rain to help with the vegetation out there. So everything is dry. Anything those flames touch is rapidly catching on fire. And we're seeing those down trees and power outages because of these winds as well. It was a very rough night last night. A lot of us didn't get rest because you can hear those howling gusty winds, and knowing that the fires were going on, that was even scarier there. Hazardous driving conditions this morning. If you do not need to drive, Robin mentioned that it seems like a typical day, and it does seem like a lot of people need to get places. But if you can stay home today, that is the best bet. Unless you're in one of those fire areas and you're told to evacuate, you need to be ready and you need to take those warnings seriously. All right, looking at the wind gust futurecast to show you what we expect for the rest of the day. Still looking at peak winds from now till around 7 a.m. A 40-mile-per-hour wind gust leading you all the way through the Inland Empire and then through our mountain spots and those valleys as well. Ventura County and LA County still very gusty. Malibu even a 56-mile-per-hour wind gust. Let's go ahead and fast forward here to the lunchtime hour, and it's still pretty gusty out there, but those numbers are starting to fall. Still enough for those embers to fly. We get to tonight at 6 o'clock, and that's when we're really going to start to see improvement here in Southern California. So it's still a long period of time where we have these gusts going, and those the air is very dry. Tomorrow we are going to be seeing improvement in terms of the wind, but like we mentioned, it is very dry out there. So those warnings for the red flags are going to continue tomorrow, even though those winds go away. It's very, very dry, and like we mentioned, a very scary situation. So we're monitoring this for you and also watching the smoke. We'll have an update on that for you coming up. We'll send it back to you.
We got a busy day ahead, Shauna. Thank you very much. I want to get back to NBC4's Lauren Coronado live in Pacific Palisades at the intersection of Chautauqua and Sunset again, where the Palisades fire is burning out of control. Lauren?
Adrian, that's right. Thanks for coming back with us. Our signal broke up. That's just the situation we're in right now. But I want to bring in firefighter Foxworthy with CAL FIRE. You're visiting from NorCal, and talk with me a little bit about what it's been like on the fire lines. Right now, you hear just how intense the fire is. This is beyond a roar. It almost sounds like the ocean. It's just so intense out there as we watch this home behind us burn. Talk with us about what the situation has been like on the fire lines.
So incredibly difficult conditions for the crews out here today. Incredible amount of wind. When we have those strong winds and we have structures that catch and vegetation that burns, it throws embers out ahead, making control of the fire incredibly more difficult. So a lot of really tough work has been put in by the crews tonight and will continue to be put in until we get this fire contained.
Talk with us about the strategy. And for viewers who are just tuning in with us who weren't with us about 10 minutes ago, we're here on Sunset Boulevard and Chautauqua here in Pacific Palisades. Talk with us about the strategy, if any, at this point, because you look around and it's overwhelming. Everything is on fire.
So the main priorities obviously are going to go to life safety first. So majority of what the crews have been doing in the early hours of this incident is moving through areas and making sure that the public is out of the area, and for those that aren't, they're safely trying to evacuate them and get them to safety so there is no loss of life. After that, then the priority moves to structure defense, making sure that we can save as many structures as possible.
So you're telling me you guys are still trying to get folks to evacuate?
There are still areas where the public is, and this fire is actually moving into new areas. So it is moving into areas where there is still individuals in homes, and they're in the process of evacuating those folks and getting them to safety.
What is your message to them if they happen to be watching, if they're trying to track the flames as they inch closer to their neighborhoods? What is the message?
The message is get in your vehicle and leave the area as soon as possible. This fire is moving incredibly fast, and by the time you realize it, you're stuck. Especially the way this fire is burning, throwing embers out ahead, it can actually throw spot fires and start fires on the other side of you, and you can be surrounded by fire. We saw what happened earlier in the fire when folks were trying to evacuate, and they were overrun by fire and had to abandon vehicles, and then we had to bring bulldozers in to clear the road when people left their vehicles. So try to get out as soon as possible, and my suggestion would be is if you're still at home and you have the ability to leave, do so.
In your experience in fighting fires, talk with me about the big challenge in this one. Is there something that makes this fire different than previous fires you've fought?
I can't say different. We've experienced a lot of fires like this in California, but what I would say that's making this fire the most challenging are the weather conditions. It's the fact that we're in red flag warnings, incredibly high winds that were predicted and are now coming to bear, and we shifted a lot of equipment down to Southern California. That being said, this is an incredibly fast-moving fire, and it's still a lot of work for the crews that are here.
You talk about the fire moving into other neighborhoods, into areas that hasn't burned just yet. You are advising people to evacuate as quickly as possible. I know you have been right here on the corner of Chautauqua and Sunset Boulevard. Can you talk with us about where you think it's headed? You talk about that new ground that hasn't burned yet?
So, you know, it's difficult to say exactly where the fire is going to move. Generally, the fire has been moving from the hills down towards the coast. It would be the best way to describe it, and it's actually made it to the ocean in quite a large chunk of ground. Now that it's at the ocean, it's starting to move kind of north and south along PCH and basically chunking along and getting closer to Malibu and closer to Santa Monica. Another thing that the fire will do is eventually these winds are going to stop and turn the other direction and start moving back towards the east. So the fire could theoretically move back towards the opposite direction, but I do know crews are in there trying to what's called securing the heel. That's basically that back end of the fire, getting around it, line around it, so when those winds do shift, we have line there and hopefully don't have that progression to the east at the main fire.
Got it. That's really helpful. And when we talk to a lot of homeowners who decide to stay behind, they say they need to protect their home, that they know that the resources are slim when it comes to firefighters. I mean, you guys are here from NorCal, thankfully helping out with this. Is that an option? Can a homeowner try stay behind and save their home? I mean, you're on the fire lines. Is that possible?
I guess it's possible, but I would advise against it. There are trained professionals that's their job, and we're bringing more crews in, and that's why we ask the public to leave, because once those flames get too big, then the natural inclination is, well, I would need to call 911 now to get out of here safely. And there's times where our crews are stretched so thin that there may not be available crews to come in and assist folks out of the area.
That's good information, good to know. And we're seeing a lot more resources pouring right now, fire engines that are coming by. For folks who are watching, God forbid, their home on fire, what is your message when people wonder, well, how come that home made it but not the next one? I mean, that's a tough situation for firefighters. How do you guys decide what's salvageable and what's not?
Well, the biggest thing is what can be saved. So obviously the firefighters are going to prioritize those structures that are in the area that have a better chance of survival, and they will go into those areas and pick those homes that may not be involved yet or have a better chance with the crews in there to actually save those homes. So you know, every structure is different and is always different depending on the conditions, the way the fire is burning, which way the wind is blowing. So those crews and every single individual resource is out there evaluating as they're moving through an area what homes are the most savable.
Got it. And I had my producer talking with me at the same time. I'm going to give my producer the opportunity to repeat what he said. Meanwhile, I'd like to know from you, Firefighter Foxworthy, what the strategy is over the next couple hours. Again, if possible, what the plan is over the next couple hours while these winds are still so strong.
Obviously, number one will be any of the public that is still in the area. That will always be the number one priority. Number two is as these crews move in, it's getting into the areas and protecting as much property as possible. And then at the same time, when we're able to start doing perimeter control. So basically getting in there and trying to stop the forward progression of the fire.
Got it. Very helpful information. I understand our anchors have a question for you as well. Firefighter Foxworthy, let's hear from Lynette in just a moment.
We really appreciate all the information he is giving, Lauren. One of the things that we have heard over our air as we've covered this is some concerns about whether or not there's a water shortage. Can you tell us if Firefighter Foxworthy has seen that? Has he heard of that? Are there any other obstacles or challenges that the firefighters are facing?
It's a great question. Firefighter Foxworthy, we want to know, is there a water source issue? We heard chatter about that overnight. Is that something you can speak to?
I do know there were some concerns at times with some of the hydrants. Obviously, when you connect so many fire engines to those hydrants, along with structures burning and water escaping from those burned and broken lines, it can lower the pressure. I do know that the water company has came in and we have escorted folks with the water department into some of the pumping stations to actually get into those stations and up the pressure so we can utilize the hydrants and get the pressure back up. Along with that, we've also brought in a large number of water tenders. So those are basically trucks with big giant tanks on them that are bringing water into the areas where we may have some issues with the water system. So yes, we are in the process of mitigating those problems and correcting that so the crews have the water they need.
How long was that an issue?
I'm unsure.
Okay, good to know. We have another question from our anchor, Adrian.
Is it more, I guess, just staying on that specific topic, Lauren, so it's more of a water pressure issue than a water shortage issue, or are they one and the same?
Firefighter Foxworthy, is this more of a water pressure issue or a water source issue?
I'm unsure of the specifics. I don't know the water systems around here. I know there were some concerns. I do know the water district was brought into areas. I was listening to the traffic on the radio. We were escorting folks into those pumping stations, and I do know that water tenders are into the area. I'm unsure of the specifics on the details related to that. Those would be questions for the water department.
Got it. Thank you so much for your expertise, what you've been able to share. And as we wrap up, if we can just quickly go over acreage. Containment, I'm sure, is out of sight at this point, but acreage and where the fire, one more time, is headed next for our viewers, if that's something you can share as well.
So last number was just under 3,000 acres. Obviously, that was a few hours ago, so those numbers are higher now. I would expect updated numbers probably in the next few hours. Containment is still 0 at this point, and generally the wind is still pushing to the west generally, so that would be the overall movement of the fire. Obviously, it's moving up and down the PCH pretty slowly, but not necessarily wind driven. So the main movement of the fire was to the ocean, and it's made it there, and now the crews are trying to get on each side of the fire and contain it and protect those structures that are in the area.
Great. Thank you so much for all the information you've been able to share. Thank you for the crews that you're here with. I know you guys traveled from NorCal. We appreciate it very much. We'll continue to talk with you throughout the morning. Adrian, Lynette, we'll go ahead and send it back to you.
So much good information, Lauren. We really appreciate Firefighter Foxworthy for taking time during this time. He's so busy, so we really appreciate that. He was a wealth of information. Another fire that broke out late last night was in Sylmar near the 210, 5, and 14 freeways, and it quickly burned hundreds of acres. It is now burning towards Santa Clarita.
Yeah, Robin Winston, our traffic anchor, was talking about that harrowing drive in. Never seen anything like it before. And NBC4 is Annette Adeola. She is live in Sylmar now. Annette, you're just north of the 210, correct?
That's right, Adrian, Lynette. Hello, everybody. Just north of the 210, we're at Pitchforks between the 5 and the 14. This is the Oak Ridge community. We're taking over for our colleague Macy Jenkins, who is on her way home. You see behind us here this entire scorched hillside and still a lot of active flames there. Where we're standing on this side here is the Oak Ridge community. Now, I just spoke with an LAPD officer. He tells me that the overwhelming majority of the folks that live here have evacuated, and it looks quite lonely. The folks that we've run into are, of course, law enforcement officials and a lot of emergency units, a lot of firefighters from local, state, and federal agencies. We have seen the U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE, LA City Fire making the rounds and really on standby, doing a lot of structure protection out here. Thankfully, what we've been able to hear so far from law enforcement is that no structures have been lost here in the Oak Ridge community, but they are keeping an extremely close eye. I can tell you that from when we got here, the wind seemed to have died down, and within just moments of going live with you guys, we felt those gusts just picking right back up. Now, again, a lot of these folks, where are they going to? Well, they could be going to some emergency shelters that have been opened in Pacoima, Northridge, Panorama City. This is a big community that is big on equestrian, and they have large animals, large pets. So we do know that folks also had to evacuate with their animals as well. We know that the Los Angeles Equestrian Center has opened their doors to those larger animals should folks need somewhere to drop off their horses. So again, this is a community that has decided to leave overwhelmingly. We have seen a couple of vehicles here and there as we go by these streets, Sombrero and Olive. However, the vehicles have been left parked pointing outwards because there is only one way in and one way out. And in speaking with law enforcement officials out here, I said, is there anything that you would like us to tell the community right now? An important message. They said, please get out. Please get out, because right now things may seem somewhat under control, but they are really not, because we are at the mercy of Mother Nature here. These winds have proven to be quite erratic. We don't know exactly what direction they will be heading towards. We've seen tons of embers just kicking up, flaring up, and going in every which way direction. So again, we've talked about those spot fires, right? The fact that these embers can travel for several miles and just, start another spot fire, just quickly pick up and light up homes or an entire neighborhood, having it go up in flames. So again, if you are under evacuation orders or an evacuation warning, they are strongly advising you to pack up your essentials, gather what you need, and head out, because this is the moment. We don't know exactly what the wind and what the fire will be doing. So again, this is very important to keep in mind out here. We are just behind a barrier. We did not want to cross that barrier. On the other side, there is a parking lot. That is where a lot of the fire crews have stationed. One of the things that we don't want to do is get in anybody's way. That is extremely important. That is another thing that really they want to stress right now, to please allow these emergency vehicles to go through. That is why it is essential that if you have received an evacuation order or a warning, that you please move so these larger vehicles can come in and, of course, try to save structures and more importantly, lives. So again, these folks out here in the Oak Ridge community have heeded that warning. They have left. And also important to know that if you are thinking and looking ahead into an exit strategy, a lot of these freeway entrances and exits here along the 210 freeway have been closed off. In fact, we were at the 210 in Yarnell because that is where the Hearst fire started at 10:30 last night, which has now been burning about 500 acres of these hillsides here. A lot of those freeway entrances have been blocked, so you will find several roadblocks. You'll have to take side streets to hop onto the freeway for the next couple of miles. So another thing to consider. But again, right now, thankfully, the big headline coming out of this community is that 0 structures have been lost, and the majority of people who live in this community have decided to exit, have decided to evacuate. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Annette, thank you. And about a 15-minute drive south and east of Annette, there is an evacuation warning that has just been issued for parts of La Cañada Flint Ridge. That's due to the severe wind conditions and the ongoing fires in that area. So residents in the affected zones should be prepared to evacuate if those conditions get worse. And it appears that those firefighters in that area are bracing for that. That's why those evacuation orders are now being issued.
We're going to bring in Robin Winston right now to talk a little bit about your drive-in this morning, the fact that some people either might be getting on the roads to evacuate.
Yeah.
Are they going to be able to get out? We saw problems with that yesterday. Yeah. And then also some people don't have the opportunity to stay home. So how are the roads right now? What are you seeing? And what was it like for you coming in?
It was stressful. The ride was, it was just, every turn was a surprise. It's like I get on the freeway, there's a construction sign blocking the on-ramp. Once I got on the freeway, there's debris blowing across the lane. South 5 at the 210, when I got to that split, I saw the closure related to the fire that we just mentioned, and so that's blocked off. The whole hillside on the northbound side of the freeway glowing. It's in flames, and so you're trying not to look and be distracted by all the activity that's going on, and then there's smoke that's blowing across the lanes as well. So it's like there's so much going on this morning. Folks really have to plan ahead, think ahead, leave in advance, check with us before you leave the house. Even if they're not driving, I'm tracking metro delays as well. We're having issues with debris, down power lines. The A line is behind schedule. I have a whole map and graphic set up for that too, but it's impacting mass transit as well.
Yeah, so many facets of life right now. It's something that I didn't even consider, but yeah, on the way in, you're seeing trees crushing cars, power. I didn't even consider the mass transit aspect of this.
Yes, and there's a new fire that just popped up, so let's get to the map here. I just got word that all lanes are closed on North 5. There's a new brush fire that's burning in San Fernando. So the 5 in the northbound direction is closed right now from Brand all the way up to the San Fernando Road exit. Once again, no access to northbound 5 right now because of that brush fire that popped up. This is new. The traffic is at a crawl. It's already backed up to the 118 split. So instead of using the 5, I would consider San Fernando Road instead of the freeway. That's your best alternate to avoid the delays and to avoid the closure that's in place. So much more to talk about. Another traffic check coming up in a bit. Back to you guys.
Is this your house? Yeah. Which is your house?
Yeah, this is our house. Backyard's on fire. I'm out of here.
Turn around 1 second. You're looking at the fire. Look back to while you're fighting fire. Look back again. It's actually moved hundreds of feet in seconds. It goes that quick.
These winds are blowing so hard and so fast that putting water on these buildings will virtually do nothing.
The Parkview Nursing Home Wellness Center, and they are evacuating patients in wheelchairs as you see embers flying through the wind.
Really hard. I think it really hit me when I heard that all the trees around Palo Alto were burning. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. It's time to go.
It is 4 o'clock right now, and we are tracking major breaking news. 3 major wildfires burning right now in Southern California.
They are burning in the Pacific Palisades, Altadena, and Sylmar. The largest fire right now is in Pacific Palisades. It started first. It's burned nearly 3,000 acres. The winds continue to pick up speed. Several homes and buildings are destroyed, but we don't even have a number on that yet. This is such a fluid situation. It's a dire situation. More than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate in Pacific Palisades and Santa Monica. The fire also pushed toward Malibu, and we know they are still recovering from the Franklin fire. All Malibu and Santa Monica schools are closed today, along with Las Virgenes schools in Calabasas and Agoura Hills. We can tell you there will be a news conference this morning in about 4 hours at 8 a.m. Firefighters, police, county leaders, they will bring you as much of an update as possible. And of course, we will be covering that live when it happens.
Another fire burning in the Altadena, Pasadena area. This is the Eden fire. And again, evacuation orders just issued for La Cañada, Flint Ridge because of this. At least 1,000 acres have burned since this started right around 6 o'clock last night. We have seen homes and structures, places of worship just burn. There are mandatory evacuation orders, and again, several neighborhoods. All schools in Pasadena, Arcadia are closed today. Schools in Glendale and Burbank also closed.
The third fire is in Sylmar. It is being called the Hearst Fire. This is the most recent fire to start. It broke out about 10:30 last night, but it quickly burned, fueled by those fierce winds. 500 acres so far have burned. An evacuation order is in effect for the area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 and 14 freeways. An evacuation center has been established at the Richie Valens Recreation Center on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima.
And Governor Newsom has declared a state of emergency over these fires. NBC4's Michelle Vines is live in Altadena covering the Eden fire there. Michelle, yeah, when we last saw you, one home was on fire. Neighbors were trying to save others across the street. This one behind you is just absolutely roaring right now.
Yep, as we look at these live pictures, our head's on a swivel here because there's fires in a 360 direction here. What we're looking at is another home that caught fire. The fire just raging. You can hear the sounds here, crackling and popping. It feels like the winds are headed now south, and at times they were west, but we know we're in the peak of it. Just to give you an idea of how quickly it spread, this home on Homewood is the one that caught fire that we saw, and then the fire continued to the home behind it right here that is now flattened except for the chimneys, and that then spread to the home, the third home right behind that one, which I believe is near Brayburn. Wow.
Those are like 100-foot flame lengths, higher than the telephone poles.
100-foot flame lengths right here. It's just incredible to watch here. And as we look at that, I could look down the street right here and see that there's not many fire services. People are on their own, and that's what we heard from a lot of people. We met with one guy, Billy Millette, who stayed behind to save his house. He's across the street there on Homewood, and his efforts seem to be working along with his buddy there who showed up. But just south of them, across the street, this is what we're seeing. And it's home after home, guys. We are along Eaton Canyon, also north of 210, and not far from the Altadena Golf Course. Just
as
really
we're watching this with you, Michelle, and we're seeing those basically explosions from whatever is burning inside that structure. You're feeling the wind. You've got to be feeling the heat of those flames in addition to the ash blowing in the air. It's got to be just terrifying out there.
This is the scariest fire I've easily been in. The winds were so strong, guys, that my helmet blew off, and I have it as tight as I can. So that's just to give you an idea of just how strong these winds are howling here. And again, look at it rage up again, Joe. The fire, this home, it's just going. And of course, spot fires are happening because the embers are just flying away.
Are you seeing any firefighters out there?
West.
Michelle, are you seeing any firefighters or
no? Yeah, no. If you look down the street here, I see that's exactly what I was looking for. It's like people are on their own here. It's dark. There's obviously no power, but the nearest fire truck is down south here on this street, not far from Homewood and Brayburn. What we heard from a gentleman in the last hour, the guy that was helping his friend Billy save the house there on Homewood, 1773, he said fire trucks passed by them and didn't stop. So that's what we're hearing too. So it's very limited resources here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of homes on fire on Homewood. We could tell you that. How many? Of course, we don't know, but we intend to go a little further west and bring you another live shot within the next few minutes.
It's really important to note, I feel like, Michelle, that our firefighters are doing a tremendous amount of work. There's just not enough firefighters, fire trucks to go around.
Absolutely.
The wind is too fierce for aerial support. So we know they're doing everything they can, but it's just daunting, the task here.
It's daunting, and this home's about to collapse right here. It's daunting, right? And they can't get to every fire, and also, you know, they have to be very strategic about how they fight these fires because there's just some homes that can't be saved and have to burn. But lives are the #1 priority. And we know there's a lot of evacuations and rescue efforts happening right now. And so, yeah, that is the situation from the 1700 block of Homewood here in Altadena.
And we're hearing from firefighters, I mean, they're just stretched so thin right now. And again, when you have situations like this, fires burning in multiple areas, you literally have thousands of firefighters, but many, many more homes compared to that, and there's just no way that they can get to every single one of these homes. So what you're looking at right now, it's a split screen, but this is the same fire here that we're talking about, just in different pockets and neighborhoods here. And we want to check in with Alex Vasquez. He's giving you that visual on the right there. Alex, we talked with you just about an hour ago. Are you in that same general location as you were about an hour ago, or have you moved on? Again, this was in the Hastings Ranch area of Pasadena when we checked in with you in the last hour.
Adrian, I'm still in the same area. This is a new home that caught fire. What you're seeing here is LA County Fire Engine 93 trying to get a stand, save the home next door. This home here is not burned. This is a home that's fully engulfed, and they're doing their best to keep the flames off this other home. Now, you can take a look at how strong this wind actually is. These flames are actually flying so far as about 18 feet. Now, take a look at these embers. As you can see, they're in the firefighter's face. One firefighter told me he's having a hard time even being able to see out here. So let me get you a close look here at what they're doing. This is how they're putting water on this house, trying to keep the flames just feet away from this roof right here. So this is a full-blown hand combat, as they call it, trying to keep the flames down away from the other home, trying to keep water on the flames to try to cool it down. But you can see firefighters right now, it's just the wind is the biggest factor here. They're having an extremely hard time. They just called in for extra resources. It looks like they just showed up right now. They're gearing up to get in there as well to help them out. But this home here, a lot of our viewers don't always get to see. Take a look at this. This is where the winds really pick up. Take a look at these embers. These guys are having a hard time, and if anybody ever wonders how difficult it is to fight these fires, this is it right here. This is where they go. This firefighter here is only feet away, and I can tell you, I'm about 20 yards from this home, and I can feel the heat.
Yeah.
Really, really strong. So this firefighter there is doing his best to try to save this home. So let me get back up here a little bit and make sure I get it out of their way.
Yeah, Alex, you said that this is the worst thing you've ever seen in all of your years covering, one of the worst that you've ever seen, and now it's gotten even worse since we last spoke to you.
It has, and this is definitely one of the worst fires I've ever covered. I've covered a lot of really bad fires out in the Inland Empire, the Blue Cut fire, and even the Grand Prix fire. But this one here, it just seems to never, the winds are not letting up. The firefighters were actually trying to do their best just to keep water on the adjacent homes. And then this one was just a small ember that caught the backyard on fire. Wait, take a look here. This firefighter's actually going into the property right now. Let's get a little closer here to show you what he's doing. This is what they're doing. They're up against pushing water through the fence, through as much as they can to try to get in there. Hold on a sec here. Whoa. That's really hot. So this is what they're up against. I just want to make sure you guys get an idea of these firefighters are doing everything they can. They're doing their best to try to protect these homes, to try to save homes.
Right.
And just these winds, as you can see, these embers are really carrying. The wind gusts are extremely strong. The winds have picked up a lot since the past hour. It's hard just to stay standing straight here, and I'm 6'6", 250 pounds, and it wants to knock me over. But you can see this firefighter; he's doing everything he can. And a lot of effort here by all the firefighters. As you can tell, they're trying to get into structure protection mode, and they're trying to save homes out here.
Yeah, and I mean, this gives you an idea of how courageous and brave these firefighters are. I mean, they are right up against it with the fire blowing right at them.
Right.
And one thing that I don't think that I've ever seen before, during one of the most powerful gusts that we just had moments ago, you know how powerful the stream coming from those hoses are, right? It's extremely
And it's pushing back.
Powerful.
The wind is pushing it back. Yeah.
I've never seen that before. It went to the left as you're looking at the screen. As he's shooting that stream to the right towards the house, it literally was bending in the air, and that gives you an idea of how powerful the gusts are, which, you know, we're supposed to get up to roughly, potentially 60 miles per hour in that area.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Adrian and Lynette here, you can see this firefighter right now. They're telling him, hey, if it's getting too hot, it's getting too dangerous, you got to get out of there. And he wants to stay there to try to protect this other home. So I want to make sure our viewers understand that these firefighters aren't out here just being proactive. I mean, they're doing everything they can aggressively to battle these flames. And if it means jeopardizing their safety, they do it. They get close. They're trying to get that water on this, on these hot spots, on these flames, and trying to do everything they can. They know what these homes mean to these residents. One firefighter told me that his family lives in this community, and this is just heartbreaking to him. And he grew up coming out here as a young child, and he said this is just heartbreaking to see his childhood neighborhoods going up in flames. So, but look at this, just the force of Mother Nature, and the flames are just sideways. Take a look at that.
And those are all just flying. Those can go a mile to up to 3 miles. And you know the other thing, Alex, you're talking about these firefighters and what the pressure that they're working under. And we have to remind people this fire started at 10:30 yesterday morning. So we're coming up on 18 hours that these firefighters have been on the line here and doing everything they can. Just the sheer exhaustion of having to do this, and you can just see that it's overwhelming. There's just no way with that fire hose. You can't battle this.
I know, and they sure are doing their best, Lynette, and I can tell you they are tired. I've seen a couple of them take a little break just to get a little bit of water, get fluids in their bodies, but whoa, this is when the wind shifts on us, and it feels like a blowtorch out here when these flames turn around and kind of come towards you. But yeah, look, you can see he's using a tree to shield himself. He's actually using this tree to try to break that fire, that heat between. Now, I just want to make sure that people know, as we all have our escape routes. You notice the fire rigs, they're all pointing out, getting ready in case something goes sideways or the winds get a little too erratic. They can get out of here very quickly, including myself. My news van's out there. I try to park in a safe spot and make sure I can get out of here safely as well. But this is what they're up against. Like I said, I just want to show our viewers that these firefighters, they don't quit. These guys are in here just feet away from the flames, and they're not going to let more homes burn if they can help it.
Alex, I just got to ask you about the wind. I mean, we can see how strong it is right now, but can you talk to us about the unpredictability, how quickly it changes directions, and what that's like to be out there in the midst of all this right now?
Oh, Adrian, for a while there, I mean, I take a lot of pride on making sure I get the best footage, but I was shooting with my eyes closed because the wind is so strong and the embers and the smoke combined, it makes it almost impossible to see. Now, earlier I heard Lynette talk about almost like whiteout conditions, almost what you would see in a snowstorm. I've covered a lot of snowstorms, and this is very comparable. For a little while, when the wind shifts a certain way, the actual neighborhood will like almost disappear. You could barely see. There's a fire truck over there. You could barely make it out. But that's just how thick the smoke is out here and how dangerous this stuff is when you start breathing it in. I saw a couple firefighters actually having a hard time just catching their breath because the smoke is so thick. And you don't know what's in these garages. You don't know what's in these homes, the toxic chemicals. Oh, there goes the roof. It just collapsed in. But that's one of the things is you just don't know what's on the other side of these walls. And look at this firefighter. He has not given up.
He's not going to give up.
Just feet away from these flames.
And he
is going to make sure he...
Sorry, Alex. So we saw he's there. We saw another firefighter come up trying to help give him a little bit more slack on his hose. But it's just one guy. One guy.
It is, Lynette, and there's other resources out here, but everybody's taking a house. There's like 2 or 3 guys that are spread out because they're trying to stay ahead of the flames. Now, here comes another firefighter to try to help him out, and here comes CAL FIRE coming into the scene as well. This is a big mutual aid. Riverside County Fire Department just pulled in here. So there was a call on the radio just a short time ago before you guys came to me that basically said, we need extra help out here, and these guys started mobilizing and moving into the neighborhood. But look, you can see this. This is what these firefighters do. Just a moment ago, this thing was flaming, and this guy was not going to give up. I don't know his name, but this firefighter stood his ground, and he was just shielding himself with that palm tree. And look at this. He was able, as of now, to save this home right here.
He's doing it. He is doing it. Amazing work. Thank you so much for showing us this firefight. Just one person there with the support of his colleagues in the background. He did exactly what he set out to do, and we watched it happen live here. here on Today in LA. Thank you so much. We're going to stay on your pictures, Alex, so stay with us. But we have on the phone Margaret Stewart with the LA City Fire Department. Margaret, thank you for talking with us. I know you've been on with us throughout the last 18 hours, back and forth. What is the latest this morning? How bad is it, and how much worse do you expect it to get?
We don't have an update in acreage. We won't be able to do that until our aircraft can get up to do a surveillance. So we know it's grown, but we don't have a number. As anticipated, the winds were worse through the night. That was the forecast, and the winds are going to continue. So we're, by no means are we on the. We're still in the growth phase. We don't have any containment. It's not possible to do so on the ground. As your viewers have been watching, this is the kind of battle that all of our firefighters are in right now, defending and saving every home that they can. There's going to be a lot of homes that they can't.
Mm-hmm. Margaret, have you heard of any injuries so far? And I know that it's still very early on and we're still in the midst of this, but do you have any idea at all of how many homes might have been lost?
In terms of injuries, at the Hearst fire, we fortunately do not have any injuries reported at this time. At the Palisades fire, as we've discussed earlier, we had one firefighter, LAFD firefighter, that sustained a serious head injury, and she was transported to the trauma center. We don't have an update. And there were multiple civilians that sustained burn injuries, and I don't have a further update on that either. And I'm sorry, what was the second half of your question?
I know it's still early and you're worried just about putting the fires out, but is there any ballpark rough number regarding how many homes have been lost so far?
No, unfortunately we know it's going to be a big number, but we're not able to do that kind of an assessment right now.
Right.
Margaret, I know you mentioned that once you get some air support, you're going to be able to get a better gauge, and once the sun comes up, about exactly what's happened. Let's talk about the winds and how that has impacted being able to fight this fire from the air.
So our aircraft have been grounded due to the severe winds. When they're in excess of approximately 55 miles per hour, everything is grounded. So they're continually checking the weather. We'll have another check at 6:30 to 7 is going to be a full evaluation. If they're able to get up, then they will, but we have to do it based on the wind conditions.
Right. How long have they been grounded?
I don't have, I think it was around 8 p.m., somewhere in that hour. Don't quote me exactly, but it was somewhere around that time.
So we were talking with our meteorologist, Margaret, and they said that the winds are probably going to stay fairly strong through maybe right around 6 o'clock this evening. In your mind, what would be the best case scenario in terms of getting some air support on this fire?
Well, we need the wind's cooperation. That's the only way we're going to be able to get air support. The fixed wing have a lower, or a higher threshold, I should say. They're able to fly, with higher winds. I don't have that exact number. We don't fly fixed wing, but our rotary aircraft, right now they're just not able to fly. And unfortunately, the wind forecast isn't looking too good through the morning, so I don't have a time when we expect to be able to put rotary in. But fixed wing will hopefully be able to fly.
Yeah, I think she was saying you just have to check almost hour by hour.
Hour by hour, because it keeps changing.
Correct.
Margaret, we just watched one firefighter with, his hose just battling just ferocious flames, and he was not willing to give up. It was a blowtorch in his face. We're just watching these heroic efforts by firefighters, but there's just not enough firefighters to go around. Can you talk about, can you give us some numbers in terms of how many firefighters do you have on the ground? What kind of resources are we looking at to kind of let people know that even if there's not a fire truck on your street, there are firefighters out there doing tremendous work?
There are. I mean, I can't say it any more than that. We've got, over 400 LAFD firefighters, in addition to all of our assisting agencies that provided immediate mutual aid. And CAL FIRE is the state fire service that organizes strike teams from out of the area that, just like we send strike teams up north when there's fires, they'll bring additional resources in. And we have, as I mentioned earlier, we can't save every home. We need what we call defensible space, and that's space brush cleared around homes or homes that aren't inside tight with vegetation. And as you saw, that firefighter, we'll make the stand and we'll do our utmost. We ask for all residents' cooperation. If you're in the evacuation zone, especially Palisades, you should be gone. There should be no one left in that zone.
Right.
Up in the Hearst fire, the warning zone, if you look at our map on LAFD.org, if you click on the Hearst fire, you'll see that we have an evacuation warning area. So that's the area southwest of the 5 into the Granada Hills North community. We need those people to be prepared. We need them to have a go bag at the door, their vehicles in the driveway pointing out. They need to have any medications, have their cell phones charged, and be prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice.
Before we let you go, Margaret, I just have to ask you, there have been some people who have talked about either water shortage or water pressure issues in this firefight. Can you give us any details about that?
We've heard those stories as well. We don't have any specific examples, nor do we have any further details on that.
Right, Margaret Stewart with LA Fire. Thank you so much for everything that you and your teammates are doing right now. We really appreciate it, and we know that's going to be a long, busy day ahead. We want to bring in meteorologist Belen de Leon right now. Belen, you were telling us yesterday, you were predicting that this would be the worst of it in terms of the wind gusts, and just those visuals that we saw of the flames and the embers going sideways right into those firefighters' faces. Just powerful imagery and very scary to see.
Yeah, if any fires were to start, they would quickly spread, they would grow out of control, and unfortunately, this is what happened. And we're still under this red flag warning. These winds are not going to back off, especially for the first half of the day. Let me show you what's happening out towards the Eaton fire area, because you've been seeing the images from our photographers out on the scene and how these winds are blowing and just fanning the flames and also causing these embers to spread and travel long distances and cause spot fires. So through the Eaton Canyon Park area, those images that we saw from Alex, those are gusts up to 50 miles per hour. And check this out, the sustained winds up to 20 miles, close to 30 miles per hour. Humidity right now down to the 20s. And the reporting stations around there pretty much showing those strong gusts, showing that low humidity. So an area that as we went into yesterday, we identified as being one of those critical areas that was the most vulnerable for the growth of fires. Now here's the other fire, the huge fire that we're watching. This is the Palisades fire. Also some pretty strong gusts out here, out towards the Santa Monica Mountains reporting station out there. Gusts close to 60 miles per hour, but look at that sustained wind, 46 miles per hour. The winds over in Santa Monica gusting up to about 20 miles per hour, and look at that humidity down to the single digits. So it's the combination of all of these things, amigos, these really strong winds, the low humidity, very low humidity, and also the very dry vegetation that is making this a particularly dangerous situation. That's the third time that the National Weather Service has used this wording so far this season. The first time was in November, then in December. You guys know we had 2 big fires, and now you see these images right next to me. This is another very critical fire that is burning across the area. 3 fires that are burning across our area. Take a look at the gusts that are currently going through our area, the strongest ones over the LA Ventura County mountains, but we've got some strong winds blowing through the San Fernando Valley, through the Inland Empire, and over into Orange County. And check out the humidity right now in the teens, in the 20s, but expected to drop in the single digits. And here you see those images from the Eaton fire, our typical beautiful shot of Mount Wilson showing the city lights, but right now it is blazing. We even see another fire out there in the distance. So the worst of the winds are going to be throughout the morning, really not seeing those winds ease up until we head into late this afternoon and evening. And by the way, this morning you are going to see some big travel issues when it comes to these fires. Here's Robin with more.
Absolutely. Travel issues, closures. We also have mass transit delays. So I want to talk a little bit about Metro because it's being impacted by this wind event as well. Starting with the A line. For those of you who normally take the A line, expect delays this morning because the winds have damaged the overhead wires. There's also problems with debris on the track. So they have bus shuttles in place for passengers as an alternate. That's between the Southwest Museum and the Fillmore station. So that's the A line. Because of the Hearst fire that's that's burning near Sylmar. Lines 224 and 260 is being detoured away from the area. They want to keep the buses away from that stretch, and that's being diverted over to Foothill and Glen Oaks. And if you're taking the 601 and you normally travel through the valley, there's problem with debris and wind in that area as well. So with that debris on the tracks, it's causing delays, and they're diverting those buses over to Irwin and Victory. So once again, delays throughout Metro, all related to the weather and the fires. This is a new fire that popped up in the San Fernando area, North 5, from Brand all the way up to San Fernando Road, all lanes closed. It's because of a fire that's burning on the shoulder. There's lots of smoke that's drifting across the 5 as well, so reduced visibility can be expected, but you can't use it right now. Still waiting for the all clear, but it's been backing up traffic to the 118. I take San Fernando Road instead of using the 5 because you're going to be stuck in that closure. Once again, that is completely separate from the Hearst fire that we're tracking in Sylmar. That's also blowing smoke across the 5, especially as you're leaving the Newhall Pass, or I should say heading into or out of the Newhall Pass. The 5, the 14, the 210, you can see that smoke in the area. You can see the huge glow on the hillside as well coming from the Hearst fire, even if you're leaving Santa Clarita Stevenson Ranch. Now, east and west 210 completely blocked off from the 5 all the way over to Roxford as they're battling that fire. They have the lanes closed, and then if you come from the 5 north or south, you cannot connect to the eastbound side of the 210. Once again, that's because of the Hearst fire. So the 5 is open, the connectors are closed, the 210 is closed in both directions. The 118 is your best detour. We've had problems in Pasadena with downed trees. That's going to be an issue just about everywhere, so please be on the lookout. I drove through several downed trees, bushes, debris in the road this morning, so you really have to be careful. You have to be driving at a reduced speed. West 210 at Fair Oaks Avenue here in Pasadena, the off-ramp blocked by a downed tree, so drivers are trying to work their way around that area. And I'll give you one more. The Inland Empire and Big Rigs are having a tough time this morning. I've had a number of overturned big rigs here on the 215 and the 210, just one after the other. East 210 at the 15, there was a truck that is dangling from the overpass. It was involved in a crash there. Another vehicle involved here ran off the road, exploded, and started a brush fire. So once again, that's the 210 at the 15. I'll stay on top of all these issues. Don't drive if you don't have to, but if you do, leave early and plan ahead. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
Robin, thank you. It is just approaching 4:30 right now. You are watching continuing coverage, wall-to-wall coverage of this situation that we've been following since basically 11 a.m. yesterday morning, and we will continue. We want to let you know about the evacuations. 30,000 people have been evacuated from the Palisades area. That is the biggest fire that is going right now.
Yeah, so we zoom into that, and again, we have crews out there right now. We'll be checking in with them shortly. The really big concern right now, what we've shown you over the last hour and a half or so, has been at the Eaton fire. That's in the Altadena, Pasadena area. That has grown to at least 1,000 acres in size, and we've just seen home after home after home burn. As we give you an idea of where that is, and you have evacuation warnings and orders there, though some people are deciding to stay behind to try to fight this with garden hoses. Some have been successful, others not so much.
Right. So the biggest fire, again, Palisades, 2,921 acres, but that is going to grow. We're going to get an update about 8 a.m. this morning.
And there's a third fire, the Hearst fire, that's burning near Sylmar, so that's what we're dealing with right now. That's the smallest one. That's several hundred acres, but obviously a big concern because that's where a number of freeways kind of intersect and merge.
That started, at 10:30 last night. We do want you to know about some school closures if you're just waking up this morning. Those are growing by the hour for the Palisades and Eaton fires. There are up to 19 school districts that are being impacted. We're going to start here with the schools affected by the Palisades fire. They include Las Virgenes Unified in Calabasas. Agoura Hills will be closed today. And then all Santa Monica, Malibu Unified school districts, they are closed as well. As for the Eaton fire closures, those include Pasadena Unified, Arcadia Unified, Burbank Unified, Glendale, even Temple City Unified. As we keep saying, these are all rapidly changing. We will monitor for you, bring you as many updates as soon as possible. You can also monitor by going to your school's website, going on social media. They will be trying to reach out to their school community to give them the very latest.
Just after 4:30 right now, and again, we are tracking 3 major wildfires burning in Southern California. The largest fire, again, as you'd mentioned, is in Pacific Palisades. It has burned nearly 3,000 acres, but more importantly, it has burned we haven't even been able to count yet, but many, many homes. The wind speeds continue to pick up. Several homes, again, and buildings have been destroyed. We are working on getting a number on that. We talked with firefighters just a short time ago. Right now, they're just in the thick of it. They're in the midst of it. They're just trying to do whatever they can to save as many homes as possible. It is not going to be even possible to get a count on this until these things calm down in terms of the conditions. And more than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate in Pacific Palisades and Santa Monica. That fire also pushing toward Malibu, which, of course, dealt with their own wildfire just a few weeks ago. Again, as Lynette just mentioned, all Malibu and Santa Monica schools will be closed today, along with Las Virgenes schools in Calabasas and Agoura Hills. There will be a news conference at 8 this morning with firefighters, police, county leaders, and more. We will bring that to you live once it starts.
We do want to also mention to you, we already gone over some of these things with the Eaton fire and the other fire out there in Sylmar, the Hearst fire. We did also talk with a public information spokesperson from SoCal Edison. They have put 450,000 customers on alert that they might be impacted, and we do know that overnight 83,000 customers lost their power. So that is also a concern for a lot of people as they continue to try to stay updated. So we can't tell you enough to try to charge your devices, charge your cell phone. You don't know when that's going to happen. I'm not in an area in any extreme danger, but we lost our power at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and we're still without power. So do your best to prepare for a worst case scenario, because you just don't know what's going to happen. And they keep talking about that. Have that go bag. If you're in an area that could possibly be impacted, make sure that you're ready to go at a moment's notice, because you don't know how this can change.
And one point that I wanted to make when we were showing Alex's shot covering the Eden fire in the Altadena, Pasadena area, I mean, you literally would see thousands of embers being pushed at wind speeds of, I'd say those gusts at the time were minimally 50 miles per hour. So
right.
Those embers, each one of them can start a new fire. So we're talking
a
about
mile away, 2 miles away.
So you're looking at the potential of thousands of spot fires potentially starting. And so that's something that you need to be aware of, that there is no really safe zone in some of these spots right now.
Yeah.
Then you had mentioned no power in other spots, and then you have to deal with trees falling, crushing cars. We've seen that so far.
Right.
And down power lines. Some of our crews are trying to get these areas to give you the best shots possible. They can't even get to them right now because they're downed, energized power lines on the street, and there's just no way to get in and out of some of these neighborhoods.
So we're not exaggerating when we talk about it being a life-threatening event. NBC4's Lauren Coronado is live in Pacific Palisades. She's at the intersection of Chautauqua and Sunset. Lauren, what's the latest there right now?
Let's go.
Lauren, can you hear us?
Hi, Lynette, Adrian, this is quite the situation. Everywhere we look, in every direction, there are homes on fire. You can see this one just behind me. All you see is a frame of a home left, and it's pretty incredible because you're hearing a lot of popping, a lot of the structure that is collapsing just in front of us. By the way, we're on the corner of Chautauqua and Sunset Boulevard. You're hearing popping, but you're also hearing loud roars. It almost sounds like the ocean. It's a sound I haven't heard before on a fire line just yet. It just goes to show how intense the fire is. You might be able to hear the wind picking up. It's gusts like this that are a big concern. And I heard you guys talking about the embers. It is raining embers right now. You talk about raining ash. This is raining embers. And we know that those embers have the potential to pick up 3 miles, which is incredible. Before, you would hear an ember has the capability of getting pushed a mile away. Now we're talking 3 miles because of the intensity of these winds. I also want to let you know that we are seeing LAPD out here in full force. They have been patrolling the area in every direction as well. This is another example of the homes burned here. And I talked with a firefighter with CAL FIRE. Gosh, this is a tough image to look at. I talked with a firefighter from CAL FIRE, and he tells me that he has seen dozens of homes burned to their foundation. I asked him, how many dozens would you say? And he said, we don't have a firm count just yet, but he feels as though it's hundreds of homes. So that's overwhelming to think of. It's heartbreaking for these homeowners who are going to return to see their neighborhood flattened. And then across the street, it's dark out here because there is no power. I was talking about just across the way where there's no power. I was in front of that home on Sunset Boulevard, again here at Chautauqua. and firefighters were inside the home. They pulled their fire hose into the home, into the backyard as they tried to save some of that home. Such a dynamic situation right now because in every direction you look, something.
All right, we're having some issues, as you know, with our technical issues, just because it's such a difficult situation. A lot of this is cell phone lines.
We just heard from LA City Fire just about 15 minutes ago or so, in that particular area where Lauren is, they said there shouldn't be anyone there.
Right.
Everyone should be evacuated. And this is one of the reasons why. You know, you have cell issues, you have down power lines, you have trees on cars, and then, of course, you have the fires that are burning homes right now. But it kind of really accentuates the point of that's why you shouldn't be in these areas. You need to get out for your own safety.
You know, your heart goes out to these homeowners who are desperate to do whatever they can to try to save their homes. But we saw yesterday people in the Palisades area trying to get out. They got in their cars and they thought they were going to be able to get out, and then they couldn't. And they had to abandon their cars in the middle of the street.
And you saw bulldozers pushing them
out
to
of
the
the way,
side, which I don't know that I've ever seen.
And you know, the thing is you think you're doing the right thing, and maybe just if you had 10 minutes more, we heard somebody say, if I just had 10 minutes more, I might have been able to get out. I couldn't get out. So we can't stress enough, you know, it's saving your life is the most important thing in these situations. We're going to send it now over to Belinda Leon and Shauna Mandiolo. You have team coverage here. You guys are both working your maps. You're really trying to make sure that you're letting us know what's happening now and what's going to happen next.
Yeah, well, we're in the most windiest period of the Santa Ana wind event. We told you the winds were going to peak last night into this morning, and that's certainly what we're seeing. And these winds are not going to back off. They're going to remain pretty consistent for the first half of the day. But we urge you guys to review your ready, set, go plan. And if you live in the mountains and foothills, you should be in the set phase. What this means is that you should have your emergency supplies and you should also have your vehicle prepared. You need to stay informed, keep it locked here with us and with all of our reporters, and we'll keep you guys up to date with what's happening. And also with emergency services, you have to be prepared to evacuate because fires are burning currently across California and across Southern California mainly. Now here's a look at the outlook for today, and you notice we have extreme fire conditions over LA, Ventura County. It's this combination, unfortunately, of these very strong winds, very low relative humidity, and the very dry vegetation. Across California, we've had a lot of rainfall in Northern California since the water year started in early October. For us here in Southern California, we are behind when it comes to our average rainfall by about 4.5 inches, where in January we should be tracking winter storms, and instead we're tracking these strong Santa Ana winds and these fires across our area. So we've got extreme fire conditions over the San Fernando Valley, the LA Ventura County mountains, critical fire conditions that extend all the way out towards the Inland Empire, and then elevated fire conditions through the deserts even and over into Santa Barbara County. So we can't let our guard down today, especially this morning. You got to be safe with any fire sources. Here's what you can expect. On top of that red flag warning, which by the way is in effect for most of Southern California, you might be watching us and saying, well, I'm not anywhere near where that fire is burning. I'm okay. But these conditions are elevated everywhere in Southern California. So we all need to have our guard up and be prepared, and also be safe with anything that could create an ignition source, anything that could create a spark. These widespread damaging wind gusts will continue creating that elevated fire danger, but also possibility of more downed trees, power outages. And you've heard Robin talking about all of the issues that we're seeing on the roads because of these winds that are causing cars to overturn, big rigs. Extreme fire danger. We have the fires that are burning right now, and they are out of control because of the very dry vegetation and these strong winds. Another possibility for downed trees and power outages and just hazardous driving conditions, especially for the first half of the day. So let me help you time it out because we have these very strong winds expected for the first half of the day. Here we are looking at this wind map with these strong winds coming out of the northeast, blowing all the way out towards the mountains. And notice there's not much relief through about sunrise. These winds possibly even getting stronger in a few locations. Around noon, we have the winds that back off just a notch for a few locations, but they're still going to remain very strong. We're not really going to see these winds ease somewhat until we get into late this afternoon and evening. The red flag warning in effect all the way through Thursday afternoon, the high wind warning in effect through this evening. And you'll notice that after that time, this map, it changes. It's not as bright, it's not as colorful, but we will continue to see those strong wind gusts below those mountain passes
and canyons. And the humidity, it is dropping today, dropping into the teens, and in some spots dropping into the single digits. So that low humidity, those gusty winds through tomorrow will keep that red flag warning going all the way through tomorrow afternoon. Now, here's another thing I want to point out is the air quality, because we have the Eaton fire that is causing a lot of smoke, and also, well, the Palisades fire. But the Palisades fire, all that smoke is blowing over into the mountains and out towards the ocean. But the Eaton fire out towards Altadena, that is blowing the smoke straight into the San Gabriel Valley, around the basin, all the way down into the South Bay. So the air quality is going to take a hit today. A reminder about those safety tips where you got to stay indoors as much as you can today. And yesterday I was giving that advice because of the strong winds, the blowing dust. It is aggravating respiratory issues. But today, add to that the very poor air quality because of the smoke. Keep windows and doors closed. Don't do it. Don't overdo it, actually, when it comes to that physical activity. Run your AC and air purifier. And if you're outdoors, use that N95 or P100 masks. That's what I've got for you as far as the winds go. Guys, we are far from that seeing any relief when it comes to those winds. Again, we're going to see that elevated fire danger for the rest of the weekend. I know Shauna's here with us, and we were talking about how this event, a particularly dangerous situation, this is the third time. We're just going to talk a little bit right here.
I'm going to come right in.
I don't know
We've
if you
been
guys
watching
know,
all of this.
When it comes to our coverage, really it is we're just kind of adapting and going based on the information that we have. But I really do want to pick your brain, because when you arrived this morning, our shifts don't usually cross. We're working together this morning. This is the third time this season that the National Weather Service has issued a particularly dangerous situation. You've been here a little longer than I have. Have you ever heard anything like that before?
I have never heard anything like that. So you know that it is a situation where things are going to get a little bit on the dangerous side, just because they never issue that unless there's a situation like this. And we've already seen about 3 fires break out. This is only right now with those dangerous winds. We expect the wind to continue to stay strong as we head to the afternoon here today, and then start to die down not till we get to tonight. So there's still several hours where things can happen. You drive around here this morning. We came into work here still dark and early, and you have images just like that. See to the right of your screen. That is the Eaton fire. We were talking about just how fast it's been growing this morning, and you can see those really bright flames. We've got the wind not helping out. We've got dry conditions on the ground, also in the air. It is bone dry out there. So this is definitely a particularly dangerous situation in terms of red flag warning, which will last till about 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes. And when it comes to fighting this fire, we are seeing all of our firefighters out there doing their best on the ground.
Gosh, they're just
but because these winds are so strong, we're not able to get any help from the air either.
Right. Even if they were to drop water, it either evaporates or it flies into other areas where it's not helpful. So it's a very hard situation to fight with these winds. We need the winds to die down, and that's really not going to happen until we get to tonight. So there's going to be a long day ahead for us.
Okay. High fire danger, but also a lot of impacts when it comes to the roads. And Robin is here to tell us more about that.
Yes, so many trouble spots out there this morning related to the fires that we've been covering, the winds, debris, downed trees. But I want to take you back over to the Palisades fire and just remind folks that are traveling this morning, you really should not be traveling anywhere between the 101 and PCH. This fire is taking up this whole stretch. PCH is still closed from Las Flores all the way over to the 10. So that's going to impact your drive heading into and out of Santa Monica as well. You're going to have to stick with those alternate routes, the major freeways like the 101 and the 405. And once again, stay away from PCH. It is closed and it should only be used by evacuees and emergency crews. All right, now we're going to take you over to the Inland Empire. I think I've counted maybe 5, 6, or 7 overturned big rigs. That's how bad the situation is here in the Inland Empire for high-profile vehicles traveling on the 215 and the 210. So between Cherry and Day Creek, at least 5 overturned big rigs. Some of them ran off the road. One was dangling from the overpass. It's just an awful situation. So please drive at a reduced speed. If you're on a motorcycle, driving a van, any sort of high profile vehicle, slow it down, take it easy. And if you have the luxury of not driving, don't do it, because it's just an awful situation with so many emergency crews heading back and forth along the 210 to clear those overturned big rigs. And it's an overturned big rig, so it's going to take some time. You can't easily upright and clear that. You need a special heavy-duty tow truck, you need a crane. Those emergency vehicles have to be called in, even in order for the process to start. And then it depends on what's loaded on the big rig. If it's loaded, you know, they have to offload it, bring in another truck before they can even start the uprighting process. So we're going to be dealing with that for quite some time. We've had 2 vehicles, a big rig and a Jeep, that flipped over in San Bernardino. Take it easy on the 215. It's backed up here in both directions. The 215 at the 15 is where the big rig flipped over. The second crash is at the DeVore on-ramp. That's where the traffic was being diverted off the freeway. That's where the Jeep flipped over. They have made some progress. They had all lanes closed. Now it's just the 2 right lanes, but the traffic is still slow there. Once again, if you have to get to work this morning, I do understand, but I would hold off on driving if you have that luxury. We're also tracking metro delays related to the fires, debris on the tracks, down power lines. We'll touch on that coming up in my next report. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
Robin, thank you. And we have new video we want to show you. This gives you a look of these are abandoned cars. Remember, we were showing you people just leaving their cars yesterday on Sunset Boulevard and Pacific Palisades because the fire was so intense. You can only just imagine, you're in a car, you're trying to get out of the area, you're trying to follow the orders, and you feel like you have no choice other than to leave your car. And this is why they had to leave their cars.
They had to leave. We were told that some people were told you better get out of your car now and run because the gridlock was so bad they weren't moving. And you can see what happened. These cars just burned one after another. It's just it's a terrifying situation. But this really kind of punctuates the point of there's a window of opportunity sometimes to get out. And I know so many residents want to do whatever they can. They want to stay until the very last minute. But you don't know when that window is going to close. And this is so scary to look at. You just have to imagine that all these people who were trying to drive out of their neighborhoods ended up having to run and just get out and run down the street to get to safety. And you can only hope that they were able to do that. But this is what's left of that area. This is a populated area. This is a neighborhood.
This is Sunset Boulevard. You know, this is a world famous stretch and thoroughfare here where these vehicles, as you can see, were just burning. And this is the, you know, you can't see it right now, but the images really captured a lot of people's attention all over the world because there was that gridlock in that row of cars, and the firefighters had to use bulldozers to get them out of the way so that they could get fire trucks to some of these spots that were burning. So just really powerful imagery here, and just gives you an idea of just the horror that some of the people, they found themselves in, where you're literally running for your life.
Horror is a perfect word for it. NBC4's Brittany Hope is live on Sunset. So you are north of PCH, and as you tried to get there, Brittany, you had to get past a lot of hazards on the road. Tell us about that.
It was a really dangerous drive, and I don't say that lightly. So we were trying to get off PCH to head up to Mescal Canyon to go check out Palisades High that we know is burning. The power lines there were swooped. We couldn't get our news truck under. As we were driving on PCH, there were power lines everywhere. So once we saw fire engines go up PCH, that's when we followed them using their lights. The issue is that it's so smoky, you just can't see the road. So it was really helpful to have their hazard lights so that we could show you what was going on. Okay, right now we're live north of PCH on Sunset. Right now what is burning is on the campus of the West Side Waldorf School. The trees there that you see burning, and now the power lines as well. This is the West Side Waldorf School. The shopping mall that looks like, unfortunately, it's about to catch fire as well. That has a Thai restaurant. It's Holloway Cleaners. There's a Subway there. There's an Italian restaurant. I think it's Rocco's Cucina. So that strip mall there, where you see that fire engine, that fire truck just drove in front of, that's that strip mall there. But where you're seeing those trees and that power line, that is the campus of Westside Waldorf. Now, the reason we're across the street, first of all, it's clear there's a lot of fire resources that are focusing on this spot. They've been coming up and down the street. We don't want to be in their way. We also don't want to get hit. Again, it's really dark. Visibility is low. But from this side as well, because on our way here we saw a lot of downed power lines, and now that we see that power pole is on fire, we do not want to be underneath those, right? Because the winds here are so powerful. I'm sure you can hear it in my microphone. At one point, it's been hard for us to stand at certain parts. So this is what firefighters are dealing with. It looks like they just got, oh, excuse me, we have a really strong one coming right now. So it looks like fire crews just got a hose, doing whatever they can to get the trees there at the Waldorf School. There were a few outbuildings at the main gate that I could see were on fire. What we can't tell yet, because visibility is so low, excuse me, is if the main building at Westside Waldorf has caught fire. It does look like some infrastructure on the north side of campus has, but that main center building, I haven't seen flames yet there. Oh no. Oh no, it looks like that fire protection has a flat tire. Yeah. Oh no, that's horrible. I mean, we've heard the call, right? They're saying resources are spread really thin. They're asking anyone with any sort of experience fighting fires to come. Well, you just saw firsthand one of the fire trucks that came in to help had a flat tire, because once you get close, you have a number that hits, it's going to melt that rubber real quick. At this point, if you're watching, I know I have a few girlfriends who live in this neighborhood. Thank God they're safely evacuated. But the winds are pushing toward the ocean right now. So away from homes in the Highland and toward PCH, and that's what you can see. Oh, you know what it looks like? It looks like the strip mall might be catching right now. Yeah, I mean, we've been on air on this since 11 o'clock yesterday morning, and the huge issue is because we have these gusts, you have embers that can travel miles. In a typical fire, you'll see an ember travel 1.5 miles. In a case like this, you can have an ember travel 2-3 miles. This is unprecedented. And that traveling of embers, that's what we saw during the Franklin fire. That's what we saw in that fire in Ventura County last year, toward the end of the year, where these embers traveling. Well, I can tell you the winds are way more powerful now, and those embers jumping buildings is a huge concern at this point, you guys.
Brittany, I know that you mentioned that you have a lot of friends in that area, and we've already talked on air a couple of times this morning, and maybe you didn't hear it because you were en route, but the friend of yours whose husband Billy stayed behind to try to protect the home, the house directly across the street was engulfed in flames. Their house was still, it looked like untouched. But it just shows you how this fire is hopscotching through neighborhoods. Have you heard any updates from her or her husband?
Yes, so that friend, they're at the Altadena fire. So they're at the other fire there. I know that they're safely evacuated. It's her son-in-law, Billy, who's trying to protect the house right now. As of our last spot of service, it seems like they're okay. It seems like what Billy is doing is working right now. But again, as you see winds, there was fire right across the street from their house. I have another girlfriend who lives up here. Oh, no, you know what, you guys? I'm going to try to call. Just stay with us. I'm going to show you the fire. It sounds like my IFB just went out. Now, when I'm visiting my girlfriends in this neighborhood, regardless if there's a fire or not, cell service is really weak. So this is something that we expected coming into this coverage. I'm just trying to get this call back in just because I know, Lynette, you had some questions for me, so hopefully we're able to reconnect here. But what Enrique is showing you right now. Oh, okay, we're back. Do you guys have me?
Yeah, we're hearing you. Go ahead.
Oh, awesome. Okay, great. That's really good. I was just talking about the issues of cell service. And when my girlfriends were evacuating from the Highlands and from a neighborhood near the Getty Villa yesterday, cell service was an issue for them. Now it's an issue for me. I can tell you my Verizon hotspot is working, so I'm called into this IFB on a Wi-Fi call. I have the hotspot right now in my pocket. But if there's people who are still here, my message is just to evacuate. Yeah. There's no way your family is going to get a hold of you. It's just simply too dangerous. But man, heroic efforts from these fire crews who have been working here, now trying to save the Westside Waldorf School.
LA City Fire said there should be no one in that area right now. Everyone should be evacuated, and you can see why, as you have strip malls and homes and potentially schools and utility poles and trees on fire. Even the firefighters' trucks, as Brittany just showed us and her crew showed us, are getting flat tires out there. So just a precarious situation, and everyone needs to be gone. All right, let's check in with NBC4's Michelle Vyas right now, live in Altadena, covering the Eaton fire. Michelle, when we last saw you, you were showing us homes on fire. They're still on fire. And I just saw on a map just a moment ago, you've been talking about the winds. I just saw that there was a gust in your area at 60 miles per hour.
That's exactly right. That's what it felt like. At times I had to hide behind a car here because it was so intense. Joel Cook, I'm out here with him. He's a little bit stronger and has a lot much more experience. But it's been really scary, guys. At times, we even pulled over to say a prayer. That's how scary it is out here. Praying for the crews out here, praying for the people, praying for ourselves. My helmet flew off during those wind gusts, and it didn't have a chance here. And fortunately, I had an extra one in my fire bag. But here we see a home completely engulfed in flames. This is just south of the Homewood street. We went through Homewood. Dozens of homes flattened, destroyed, just south of Eaton Canyon here, north of the Altadena Golf Course, as we watch this other home on Tanoble and Homewood now on fire. The patio furniture just melted and burned away within minutes, and you can see there's homes, more homes now on fire as the wind gusts blow southwest. So we are just under attack with the wind here, and look at the palm trees up above us, just spraying. As we fight these intense winds, they're just blowing embers all across this Altadena neighborhood. As far as Billy at last check that was fighting for his home stayed behind, and his wife Carol took off to evacuate. Billy's okay. Last check. We never recommend staying behind, but he decided to stay behind, and limited fire crews out here in the street. But from time to time, here's one coming up now. They're patrolling. As I see one come on Homewood, and quite a few here. So clearly a lot of homes just being flattened right now. It's just the strongest peak winds that we're enduring. We just saw one paramedic, one fire truck go through. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with, guys. It's just an inferno. 360 as the palm trees sway, and we watch this home go up in flames again. They're blowing really hard in a southwest direction.
Hey Michelle, there's another house over there that's starting to catch on fire.
Yeah, that's the one I mentioned earlier. There's another home completely engulfed in flames. Again, these winds are blowing west, so the embers are going west. Clearly, probably more spot fires down the street here. But this Homewood area at Tanoble really under attack, and it's quite possible that there could be some kind of spot fire at the Altadena Golf Course, because I know that was we saw some fire near there close by when we were driving up. So again, strong winds, so strong that it blew off my helmet, as you can see. But I have another one, so we're going to keep checking out the neighborhood and check back in later. But Billy is okay, and I checked in with Carol, his wife, as well, to let her know that. So that's the latest, guys, from Altadena. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Michelle Vyas reporting for us near the Eaton fire in the neighborhood there that is just under attack. Thank you for that, Michelle. We'll be checking back with you.
We were already in bed, and we heard an explosion, and we came out and we saw the fire.
Is this your house? Which is your house?
Yeah, this is our house. Backyard's on fire. I'm out of here.
No firefighters. That's why I'm pissed off.
Second, you're looking at the fire. Look back to while you're firefighter. Look back again. It's actually moved hundreds of feet in seconds. It goes that quick.
Car caught on fire and was sort of raging, and then a policeman told everybody to get out of your car if you wanted to live.
5 o'clock right now, and we're tracking 3 major wildfires that are burning in Southern California. And we want to start off with the Palisades fire. It is the largest one. This one started yesterday morning, roughly 3,000 acres in size. More than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate in Pacific Palisades as well as Santa Monica. And we have heard that a firefighter did sustain some significant injuries there, as well did some people, residents who suffered some burn injuries as well.
The Eaton fire is burning near Altadena. That fire is about 1,000 acres at this point. It started around 6 o'clock last night. We do know that there have been homes that have burned and structures that have burned. The other fire that we are following right now, the third fire, is the most recent fire. It started about 10:30 last night. It is in Sylmar. It is being called the Hearst fire. More than 500 acres burned. We want to let you know that those are just preliminary numbers. Those numbers will no doubt go up. It's just impossible for officials to really get a gauge on how bad things have been. But you can see from our images that we're showing you, from our reporters on scene, this overnight hours have been just brutal with the winds and the flames. So we can't imagine what the numbers will be when they're able to finally get an actual count.
Yeah, and they said at this point, they're very honest and candid with us this morning. As much as they want to, as hard as they try, they cannot save every home, and that's why if you live in these evacuation areas, you are being asked to leave. If you're not gone already, you should have been gone, but they're asking you to leave because it's like they just cannot respond to every situation. There's just too many homes and buildings and structures on fire right now.
We can tell you there will be a news conference at 8 a.m. Hopefully they'll be able to give us some more information, but they've not even been able to do any, in the Palisades area, any aerial assaults on this fire since 8 o'clock last night. That's how bad the winds are.
And the winds are going to stay strong, so we're in for a very busy day because they're not likely able to get the fixed-wing aircraft up there for quite some time. Also, we wanted to point out there are many, many school closures, almost too many to talk about right now, so we do have a list of those on our website, nbcla.com. But anyone who lives near these fires, pretty much you have to make the assumption that your child's school will be closed today, so you might want to check with the specific school or at least their website or our website. But that's going to affect many, many, many families this morning.
83,000 customers are without power. 450,000 SoCal Edison customers have been notified that they will possibly be impacted by this situation. NBC4's Brittany Hope is live near the West Side Waldorf School on Sunset Boulevard. So you have moved a little bit. What is the condition there now?
Hi, Lynette. So, something that we're now noticing, they're really attacking the fire on the side of the school, but also the strip mall. But what scares me is that they're using fire hoses, and I don't know if any of the water is even getting to the flames. I don't know if you can tell my goggles, they're covered in water, which is why I keep wiping them. Because the winds are so powerful, a lot of the water is just getting blown away, which is a big problem. So even if they were able to do water drops from aircraft, I don't know if those drops would even reach the ground because of these gusts. Now, what you're seeing right now, this is the south end of the Waldorf School and this big strip mall here. So what's inside of it? There's a Mexican restaurant, a Thai restaurant, Holloway Cleaners, there's a Subway, there's Rocco's, it's an Italian restaurant. About a minute ago, that whole building that you see flames coming from the top, there were incredibly huge flames. So that was the area that firefighters were attacking. Now you can see this is also dangerously close to all of these power lines, which is a big problem, right? On our way here coming up PCH, there were so many downed power lines. It's not safe to drive over. It's not safe to be around. So we were able to follow fire crews in to get here safely. But when you have flames getting that close to power lines, and we can even see a power pole on the top there that has some embers that's just kind of blowing in the wind there, that's certainly a problem. Now, I want to address that building, Enrique, we were talking about earlier. It kind of looks like a cross is burning there on the back. Now, from our vantage point, I can't tell if that is on the campus of the Westside Waldorf School or if that's an apartment building or home behind it. Because there's so much smoke, it's just really hard to tell. Depth perception is really, really tough. Oh, you know what it looks like right now, Enrique, in the strip mall? We have one solo firefighter dragging hose. It looks like he's about to use water. We kind of hear them yelling back and forth. I have a feeling he's going to try to slam the top of the strip mall here with the hose, just doing everything he can. Now, the reason they want to get this under control is because up on this hillside, look at these big buildings up here. I believe that these are apartment buildings, but we know fire moves quicker uphill than it does downhill, and we have all of these embers. So certainly getting, I'm not sure if you can hear that in my microphone. It sounds like they're taking an axe to parts of the building. That's probably to get some ventilation inside. But look, it looks like the flames are really kicking up right now. I'm not sure if you can tell, but yes, that is indeed one firefighter who's just taking a hose to it. Structure protection is huge right now for this strip mall, but also the Waldorf School and all of these power lines. Wow. I'm not sure if you can hear it through a microphone, but it is so windy. At times when those big gusts come, it pretty much blacks out everything we can see because it brings up all of that ash. And then unfortunately, the result of that is that the flames get even more fuel to their fire. Literally, you can see just after that big gust, that lick of flame shot above those power lines. So this is what crews are dealing with. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're just north of PCH on Sunset. What you're looking at here is the back of the Waldorf School, or the south side, I should say, the Westside Waldorf School, this strip mall here with the Thai restaurant, Mexican restaurant, Holloway Cleaners, an Italian restaurant. Now on the other side of Sunset is the Chabad of Palisades. There was fire up on the hill above that, but at this time, it seems that the Chabad of Palisades, it's a Jewish community center, a Jewish gathering place, is still safe at this point, but that's just within the few minutes. But at this point, there is fire on both sides of Sunset, just north of PCH, you guys.
Brittany, you mentioned the power lines. I know you were trying to get to Palisades High School. A lot of people very concerned about whether or not it has burned, and you couldn't do that because of the downed power lines. Can you talk about that and how you're able to identify that? Only because there are going to be people who are still trying to get out, people who are trying to evacuate. Explain to the viewers how you knew it was too dangerous to go any further.
So we're in a news van, and if folks at home have ever seen a news van, right, it's a little bit taller than your normal sedan or your normal SUV because we have all of that apparatus on top to make sure that we can go live on air. So we're dealing with trucks that are pretty tall. When we were driving at power lines, so just like this, I know Enrique's kind of showing you, these are still standing. When we were on Temescal, or I'm sorry, when we were on PCH trying to turn on to Temescal, those power lines, if we tried to drive under, it would have kissed to the top of our news van. The thing is, though, it was so hard to see. Visibility was horrible. So we didn't see how sloped the power lines were until we were about to drive right up onto them, right? So it was way too low. Even if you have an SUV, a minivan, as of 45 minutes ago, those were still too low, I would say, for anyone to safely drive under. As soon as we passed Temescal, as we were trying to get here to Sunset, all along PCH, we saw power lines just a few hundred yards north of where they were sloped there at Temescal as we were trying to get to the high school that were in the middle of the road. And that is just a huge concern, yes, for news crews, for us, but really for the more important people, for all the fire crews who are trying to get access. Right. So when you have a situation where it's just too windy, where aircraft can't even get to this, and you have a situation where fire crews are dealing with 3 fires in our region, if they can't even get to the area by ground to fight it, a lot of that is just going to burn. And it's really upsetting. Oh, it looks like fire is actually spread now to this side. So this is one of those embers, right? It looks like, gosh, is that dumpsters there? It's really hard to tell with visibility, but that's now on fire as well from some ember that jumped.
Just since you've been on the air with us, right?
Yeah, I mean, this happened within the past 45 seconds when we were talking about power lines. That wasn't on fire when you asked me the question about power lines.
Can you describe what it's like? You know, we had heard from Colleen Williams and Lynette and our traffic anchor Robin Winston. I mean, you're looking at sometimes whiteout conditions because there's so much smoke. Can you just describe what it's like to drive through that? That is it has to be a very disconcerting feeling because you cannot see where you're going. You cannot see where flames are coming from, where fire trucks might be coming from. To give people at home an idea of how challenging it is, how challenging it can be to get around, and this is why you should be out by now. But just can you describe what it's like to be in those conditions driving?
Certainly. You know, I just got to give a huge shout out to Enrique, the photojournalist I have the privilege of working with today. He makes me feel so safe, and we've both covered a lot of these. So together, we're able to know the boundaries, right? But you just have to drive so slowly. You have to, 10 miles an hour max, because in certain points where that smoke is so thick, we couldn't see. And sometimes turning on the brights makes it even harder because that smoke is so thick. So you have to take it slow. We had the blessing of a line of fire engines and trucks that cut in front of us. And with all of them in a row, with all of their lights, we were able to more safely see the road. And that's how we got here. But no one should be driving anywhere near here. Every few seconds, I can see either 30 feet behind me or I can see 5 feet in front of me. It's just not safe. And again, with the visibility issues, if there is a power line, utility crews are having a really hard time getting where we are. So there's a very high chance that those power lines are energized. You don't want to drive over that. I hope that everyone here has evacuated, because it would be really, really hard to get out at this point.
And the point that I wanted to bring up with you, Lynette, right now is that we've heard from veteran firefighters who have decades of experience saying these are the most challenging conditions that they've ever had to deal with, ever. And they have covered so many fires, and that's really saying something, because we talk about these fires all the time here in Southern California and say this is about the worst that it's ever been.
And we can't say it enough that it is not over yet. We are in the middle of it. It is 5:12 right now. You are watching continuing coverage here on Today in LA. We're going to send it right over to Belen de Leon, because you've been saying all along, Belen, get ready, because it's going to be one after another in terms of record-breaking winds.
Yeah, we already have wind reports upwards of 90 miles per hour in Fremont Canyon and in Arrowhead Springs. And this is the peak of it. The First Alert Weather Team warned you about this. The winds peaking from last night into this morning, and we're feeling it right now. I want to show you our satellite imagery that is showing us these hot spots and just the intensity that's coming off of these fires. This is the Palisades fire. You can see it right here, clearly the larger of the fires that are currently burning. There's also the Eaton fire out towards Altadena, and we're also watching the Hearst fire, smaller in comparison. Earlier it was registering on our satellite, but we know it's there. And unfortunately, the winds that are propagating these flames, they just continue to go. They're relentless. Take a look at the current conditions around the Palisades fire, where we've got gusts in Topanga Beach up to 43 miles per hour. It changed 36 miles per hour. The Santa Monica Mountains up to 56 miles per hour, but sustained winds at 47 miles per hour. Not far from there, Santa Monica gusts up to 22 miles per hour. That's the Palisades fire. Here's the Eaton fire, where the gusts in Altadena, Eaton Canyon, 40, 50 miles per hour. And look at this, the sustained winds at Eaton Canyon, 31 miles per hour, and the humidity right now in the 20s. And then you have the Hearst fire. That's the third fire that's burning in our area, where the winds around here are ranging up to about 20 miles per hour sustained, but the gusts upwards of 40 miles per hour. And these winds are not going to stop for the first half of the day. They're going to be fierce. Not really seeing those winds ease until we get into this afternoon and evening. Check out the current conditions. These are just the sustained wind speeds, and you'll notice they're the strongest over the LA Ventura County Mountains
Mountains. We're feeling them over the San Fernando Valley, through the Inland Empire, and over into Orange County. And the humidity right now in the teens. Today is going to be even drier than yesterday, where the humidity is going to be dropping into the single digits for a few places away from the coast. Here's a look at the gusts. Again, those occasional bursts of winds that are going through that area that our reporters are telling us about every once in a while, where they get these strong gusts that almost try and knock them off of their feet. We've got gusts right now along the I-5 corridor through the Grapevine that are up to 60 and 70 miles per hour. And check out the winds right now through the Inland Empire and over into Orange County. Goodness, all of us are under a red flag warning. So although our focus right now is where these fires are currently burning, we all have to be safe, because the potential for fire certainly is there. When we take a look at the outlook across Southern California today, we have more extreme conditions compared to yesterday when the fire started. Today, extreme fire conditions expected over the LA Ventura County mountains. That's what this magenta means, and critical fire conditions that range from the mountains all the way over into the Inland Empire. There you see the critical fire conditions for places like Ontario and Riverside, and elevated fire conditions over the San Bernardino Mountains over into the Santa Barbara area. So we urge you guys to review your ready, set, go plan. Right now, if you live in the mountains and the foothills, you should be in the set phase, because we have these fires that are burning. What does this mean? It means that you should have your emergency supplies kits ready to go, your vehicle prepared to go. You got to keep it locked with us here. Get your news, stay informed. Also, see what's happening with emergency services and what information they're providing. You should be prepared to evacuate. Now, I'm not alone this morning. We also have First Alert meteorologist Shauna Mendiola, and you were keeping an eye on this over the weekend, even though the whole team was seeing something last week and we were getting everybody ready. You saw everything over the weekend and how the details were coming together, that this could potentially be a very dangerous situation, and now we're seeing it unfold.
Right. They already set up that fire weather watch over the weekend, so we knew that the potential for fires was going to happen, and the potential for it to be really strong and a possibly dangerous situation. And that happened as soon as we hit Monday.
Yeah.
So things happened very fast. They happened overnight here tonight, and you can see that those winds really were an issue. I do want to get to air quality, which is another issue. So we'll talk about air quality, and we'll also talk about where we go from here, what's going to happen for those winds, and when we finally expect them to go down, because that is the number one question that we have. We need those winds to really let up to help firefighters out there. But first, we get to the wildfire smoke advisory till about 5 o'clock today. We've been mentioning this for parts of Ventura County and Los Angeles, and the wind is going to make this a little bit worse here today as those flames continue to burn and provide smoke in the air. So look at that air quality right now. At this time, it's at a hazardous level in downtown LA. We rarely see that, and that is the worst level of air quality that we've got here on our scale. So you can see in LA County, we've got 2 spots where we've got the worst air quality there can be. Definitely a day that you want to stay home, and if you have to sit out, maybe wear a mask, because this is very unhealthy air quality, and we're not going to see it improve. We, in fact, are going to see most of it head towards the ocean, but if you live anywhere near some of these fires, that smoke is going to blow back inland. Here as we head to Thursday from the Palisades fire. Remember, there's also the Eaton fire, which is also spreading that wildfire smoke in the air. So a lot of bad air quality all around. And to stay safe here today, you need to limit your exposure by staying indoors, keeping those windows and doors closed as well, avoiding any strenuous activity because you don't want to breathe in any of these pollutants, and then running your AC or air purifiers if you can. And if you have to be outdoors, remember, wear the N95 mask or P100 mask to help protect your lungs, because we are going to see this in the air linger for quite some time. You can see that fire right off to the right here. In terms of the winds, here's what we're expecting through the afternoon. Right now is going to be the most critical time in terms of the gustiest conditions. And then we get to the mid-morning hours and we'll start to see them become a little bit more moderate, but completely not go away yet. So any winds that we are seeing throughout the afternoon are still going to pose a threat to those fires. Again, with them growing, they can switch directions. But for now, we are seeing them from an offshore direction and start to let up and turn into a northeast direction as we head to the afternoon. So some of those areas that are wind sheltered will become more wind sheltered as we head to around 2-3 o'clock today. But till we get there, this is 12 o'clock today. Notice how lunchtime we're still fairly gusty out there. even though right now is the gustiest time of the day. We'll still see moderate winds as we head to the lunchtime hour. And then we wait till we get to tonight. This is 6 o'clock. So we're still several hours away from seeing major improvement with those winds. Dinner times when we're finally going to see these winds let up. And then we'll see those high wind warnings start to ease up. Red flag warnings will also ease up, but I do want to tell you that it is bone dry out there. So that means that the fire threat will continue throughout Southern California, even though we lose those winds. Without any rain, it has been a problem. We don't have anything on the ground in terms of moisture to help. So everything is bone dry, even in the sky. Look at this humidity. I'm putting the forecast together and running it for you. We are staying in the teens all the way through tonight. It is not a good situation to be that dry, and we need that onshore flow, that ocean marine layer air to help out. Not going to see much of that going on here as we head to Thursday too. So I think the fire threat is going to continue as we head to the end of the week, and we're really going to stay on high alert. It has been a very dangerous situation outside in Southern California. And again, please stay alert here and be as safe as you can. Right now, we're going to send it over to Robin Winston with a check of your traffic because, boy, Robin, it has been just so dangerous everywhere and a very scary situation, I think, especially for those on the roads.
Yes, absolutely. I drove through some dark intersections, Shauna. I encountered some intersections where we saw construction signs, down trees, and then we have the closures related to all the fires that we're tracking this morning, in addition to the new fires that are popping up. We have a situation here in Irwindale where another brush fire has popped up right next to the freeway, and it's already impacting traffic. So it's right along Irwindale Avenue between the 210 and Foothill Boulevard. It started on surface streets. It jumped the embankment, and now that thick black smoke and the embers are starting to blow onto the freeway here. So now it's impacting traffic and the right lane of West 210 at Irwindale Avenue. That right lane is blocked off. CHP on scene. They're also running traffic breaks at times, holding everyone back on surface streets and possibly the on and off ramps because of this new brush fire. And you can see it's already backing up traffic here, leaving Glendora, heading west on the 210 into the Irwindale area. So I'll keep my eyes on that. Another issue that I haven't touched on is dark intersections. Do you know what to do if you get to an intersection and the lights are out? You're supposed to treat it as a four-way stop, not a slow roll, not a yield. Don't just blow through the intersection. You have to come to a complete stop as if you had a traffic stop sign in all directions. That's the situation here on the 91 at Central Avenue. The lights are just blacked out and drivers are coming to a crawl here. So once again, the 91 at Central or any intersection where it's dark and the traffic lights are not working. I encountered that this morning too. Please treat it as a four-way stop. We have a downed tree. That's a major issue throughout Southern California. Traffic alert here for Pacoima, East 118 at San Fernando. The on-ramp is closed until further notice. A tree came down. They're not able to clear it right now. And then we have all the closures related to the Eden fire. Stay away from surface streets north of the 210, Sierra Madre, Allen to Santa Anita, New York Drive, Altadena Drive to Sierra Madre Villa. Those are the areas to avoid. You should only be driving if you're evacuating or you're part of the emergency personnel. But this whole area is closed to traffic because of the Eden fire. More closures and metro delays to talk about. I'll see you guys back here in a bit. Back
Robin,
to you.
Thank you very much. And Robin was talking about the Eden fire. NBC4's Michelle Vines is live in Altadena covering the Eden fire this morning. And Michelle, you have powerful images right here. It is so bad in that area right now that we've just learned that the sheriff's station in that area had to be evacuated.
Just horrible, guys. We're taking cover when we can. Yes, we're at 1686 Homewood. This is the home burning right behind us. Homewood Street has really taken a beating. There are well over a dozen homes that I have just counted and that are just completely flattened here. The smoke is so thick. The winds have not died down. We're praying for mercy here. Miraculously, we still have a cell signal. I was able to FaceTime my mom, and she's praying for everybody here in California. As we look at this house across the street, also on Homewood, that is just is also about to flatten out. And we have the radiant heat that is pressing up against this home that is spared so far, but we don't know because the winds are blowing in a southwest direction. So this is 1689 Homewood, and it's like a ghost town out here, which might be a good thing because it might be an indication that a lot of people have evacuated, except for Billy, who we met 2 hours ago, who's who's taking care of his home, also on Homewood, that has been spared so far that we know of. But it's just incredible, guys, as we look at this, just deeply saddened. There are no words. This is just like an inferno. You see the palm trees swaying as these winds continue to intensify. So we just hope for a little mercy. I had to take cover behind a car because the winds were so bad. The winds were so bad, it burned my helmet here. It flew away. And fortunately, I had a second one. So I was able to protect my head with that. As I walk with Joel Cook, who's very experienced and has covered many, many fires. So I let him take the lead here. Yeah.
1660's gone.
1660. This is the home here, guys. Look at just what remains are the two chimneys of this home as we just look at this destruction here. This
Michelle,
is just
as you're
south of
walking
Eaton
down the
Canyon.
street, we can hear the wind, we can see the embers, we can see the flames. I know you must be able to feel that heat. Can you talk a little bit about how it seems that this fire, as most do, kind of has hopscotched through that neighborhood, burned some homes, left others untouched? It must just be so striking as you're there watching that.
Hopscotch is right, because you have a fire here and then look across the street. This home has been spared. A couple of homes have been spared here. That's 1627 Homewood. But then you go to Porter and Homewood, right next to it, across the street from this house, and it's totally engulfed and going strong as the winds fuel this fire. The wind's just relentless. You see these power lines de-energized, hopefully, that are falling to the ground here as Joel zooms in on this house fire. Again, this is a Porter and Homewood. Homewood is a street that we found that's just so many homes flattened here. And I mean, of course, we think this is bad, but we just don't know what's happening further west.
Well, we can tell you, Michelle, we're just getting
there could be more spot fires.
We want to let you catch your breath. Don't go anywhere. We're staying with you. But as you catch your breath, we have just been told that CAL FIRE has updated the number of homes that have burned, I'm sorry, the number of acres that have burned. You can see it right there, to over 2,200 acres of fire has burned through this area. That's new numbers from 1,000. It's more than doubled in that area in Eaton. So you're watching it. You're showing us firsthand.
Yeah, firsthand. Home after home after home ravaged here. Nothing is standing, really. I mean, you got the trees, they're still blowing. You got the porta potty just blown away. This truck in the middle of the street. Look up ahead, more black smoke. Who knows what's on fire up ahead. As we look at this, it's just incredible. And again, incredible that we can even connect with you.
That house is running a generator. Did you hear that?
Oh yeah, that's right. Look, there's some power in this house. So there could be a generator that's keeping that going. But look at this truck that burned to a crisp. It's just like a movie scene. Here, and more
to
homes.
give you an idea of what's going on with the Eaton fire specifically, Michelle, you know, Lynette just gave you an update on the acreage. We don't know how many homes have burned, but we've counted multiple homes in this particular neighborhood. And to give you an idea of the scope of this, people in La Cañada, Flint Ridge, all of La Cañada, Flint Ridge, now under evacuation orders. So there's a big concern that the fire could spread to that area. We know that it's taken out homes in the Hastings Ranch area of Pasadena as well. And when you add up all the numbers, we're talking about roughly 100,000 people because of this fire who are under evacuation orders or evacuation warnings, and close to 40,000 homes under the evacuation orders and warnings. So that just gives you an idea of just how big this thing is right now.
Yeah, and what I'm wondering, we're at a cul-de-sac. This could be the golf course. We don't know. Maybe you guys could.
We're at the end of Homewood.
We're at the end of Homewood. We're at cul-de-sacs here at 1545. I know the golf course. The Altadena golf course is not far from us. And I had speculated it could be on fire when we were driving up here, because I know there was some spot fires near it. But there are more homes on fire.
Not the golf course.
Well, it's not the golf course, according to Joel. He's looking at his map here. But, oh my goodness. Look at what we're looking at right now at this cul-de-sac. Again, we're at the Homewood cul-de-sac.
You can see the teamwork, the tremendous teamwork with our crews out on the scene. Joel Cook, our photographer, Michelle Valles, they team up very often on stories for Today in LA, and it's important that they're there together as well. They've got a lot of experience between the two of them covering these. So thank you so much. We are going to get back to you. We are just approaching 5:30. You've been watching Today in LA, continuing coverage of the fires burning here in Southern California. We have been on the air since 11 a.m. yesterday when this all started.
Yeah, we're tracking 3 major wildfires burning in Southern California, though we're hearing about others starting to pop up right now. Our crews are checking into those. The Palisades fire is the largest one. This one started right around 10:30 yesterday morning, and 3,000 acres in size. We have seen numerous homes and buildings and businesses and other structures go down in flames there. Also hearing about some injuries as well. One firefighter suffering severe injuries, traumatic injuries, and then we've also heard about some civilians, residents, who have suffered some burn injuries as well. Don't have a specific number regarding that, other than there are multiple people who have been hurt.
And you see there on your screen the Eaton fire. That is in Altadena. It says 1,000 acres burned, but that has been updated. We have been told by CAL FIRE it's 2,200 acres at this point. And there are mandatory evacuations right now in La Cañada because of the threat, because of these winds. As we've told you before, these severe winds can send an ember 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles away. So that is the concern for the people in La Cañada, Flint Ridge. And then the next fire, that's the smallest fire and the newest fire right now, 500 acres. The Sylmar fire is being called the Hearst fire. 10:30 last night is when it started. But again, these numbers are going to go up because these fires, all 3 of them, have been burning all night long ferociously.
So there is a state of emergency right now because of these fires, and there are many schools that are closed on the west side, Santa Monica, Malibu, as you head east. We know that schools in Pasadena and Glendale and Burbank and beyond have been affected by this. We have a full list of all the school closures on our website, nbcla.com. But if you live in any of these communities where this fire is burning or near them, at this point, you probably have to make the assumption that your child's school will be closed. Best to check with the school, their website, or our website to get the latest information regarding that.
We do want to let you know that the governor has declared a state of emergency. That lets you know how dire this situation is and the tremendous need that will be here to try to recover from the devastation. We won't know until the sun comes up and until, frankly, the winds die down enough for them to be able to do some aerial surveillance to see just how bad this is. They've not been able to fly to try to do any water drops to try to fight this fire from the air since 8 p.m. last night. That's how severe the winds have been to prevent that from happening. So it's just there aren't enough firefighters to go around to try to save these homes.
Yeah, and they just simply said, they were very candid and acknowledged to us this morning, we cannot save every home right now. And that's a tough admission for firefighters to make, but it's one that is honest and transparent, which we appreciate. A lot of people who live near the Eden fire have not been able to get any sleep. You have people in Altadena, Sierra Madre, Pasadena, La Cañada watching this fast-moving fire. And NBC4's Annette Areola moved from the Sylmar fire to the Eden wildfire because it exploded just over the last few hours. Annette?
Hey there, good morning to you, Adrian Lynette. Yeah, this fire out here in Altadena is just completely out of control. We were driving around neighborhoods. We are right now on East Mendocino Drive, very close to Allen Avenue, right next to the golf course here in the city of Altadena. And we just came up on this stream. We said, oh my goodness, there are several homes that are going up in flames. You can see just the shell of that 2-story home right now completely burning. And it took us a while to actually get out here because there is so much much debris on the ground. And we're talking about the fact that even the drive on the 210 was quite treacherous. We had a lot of heavy smoke, and it was just plumes and plumes that we could see. And then even walking out here, when we got out of the car, we had to be extremely careful because there are down power lines everywhere. Jeff, if you can just pan down over here. I mean, we're just trying to make sure that wherever we walk, and we're showing you these images, that we ourselves stay safe. Now, again, it's very important that when you're out driving out here, that you actually slow down. Let's go ahead and show you these homes over here now, because there is so much debris on the ground. We're talking about huge chunks of, tree branches that are being dragged by cars that are unaware of all of these things that are just littering the ground. And it's pitch dark because lights are out. We're going to keep on walking here on East Mendocino Drive. You see left and right these structures burning. Some of them are completely, they're safe, and then just next door, they're burning to the ground. And I have to point out, guys, that we have not seen on this street a single fire engine out here. We know that fire agencies right now, their resources are wearing thin. You can see this house here. My goodness, several cars that were left behind that were parked, and now this home right here completely gone. And it's just like that in several of these streets here going up and down through the city of Altadena. We have another home further down if we want to go ahead and show that, but that's several homes down. We didn't know that any of the homes in that street, it was Riviera Drive, I'll tell you that, Riviera Drive, we didn't realize that any of those homes had been lost until we were asked to turn around to make a U-turn. And that is when our headlights came up on several homes, and we could see that there were embers still burning inside. Now this home right here, you can see the embers flying from left to right. We see the glow right here past this past this intersection, Mendocino and Tenoble Drive. So again, many moments throughout this morning, all we could see, we were guided by, was the glow of the fire. We're going to bring you further over here, just up the street on Mendocino, and you can see another home. Now, all of these structures have been saved. We have 1, 2, 3, and then we come to house number 4, house number 5, and a total loss. And we've taken you up and down this street. Again, not a single fire engine, no fire crews out here. We have seen them spread thin throughout the entire city, but this is one neighborhood, one pocket where we have not been able to spot a single fire engine. So again, look at this. This right here, Jeff, we have a tree that was burned down, embers flying. The home seems okay for now, and then we come right next door over here, and this is what we have. We have more destruction. It seems like this home was just being built, was just under construction. Okay, and then right over here, guys, and the heat radiating from these structures is really incredible, and the wind just continues to go and to just pound this entire area. You hear the crackling, you hear the explosions, and it's a lot of these structures that are just crumbling, and it's extremely sad to see. You have this one right here, and then you have a couple across the street. It is very sad. I can tell you that I've also spoken to a couple of folks who've made their way out here, up and down Mendocino Drive. They've asked me, well, do you think if we keep going further up, if there's an exit out? We said, we're not sure. Well, do you think we'll be able to get out if we stay a little bit longer? We're not sure. Please follow orders from law enforcement. If you're under evacuation orders, mandatory, or if they're asking you to pack up, please go ahead and do so. You see, oh no, another huge thick plume of smoke coming from this home right over here. So this one is going up in flames as well. And next door, right behind the bushes, you also see those flames. So again, everywhere we turn, there is a home going up in flames. It's just a very devastating situation, and the wind has not died down. We'll send it back to you.
And it's not going to. Annette, as you went from Sylmar to the Eaton fire, talk to us a little bit about how you were able to get through the roads and through the neighborhoods, because now we know that the fire has gotten so bad, it's doubled in size, the Eaton fire, that they have evacuated, mandatory evacuations for all the people who live in La Cañada, Flint Ridge. So how difficult will it be for those folks to get out?
Well, and let me backtrack to that just a bit. We'll watch it. We're going to go ahead and come over here. We don't want to get run over. As a matter of fact, when I was making my way to Sylmar this morning, Adrian and Lynette, I called the assignment desk because I thought that there was a new fire burning at the 210 and the 605 just north of Duarte in the Bradbury community. No, it was actually Monrovia, and it was part of the Eaton fire. So that is just how much the fire has spread. It has grown in size overnight. Now, as we're talking about when we made our way from Sylmar to Altadena, well, I can tell you that it took us quite some time because there were closures, right? There were several on-ramps and off-ramps that were closed along the 210 freeway by Foothill and Glen Oak. So that took quite some time. And then, of course, as we hopped on the freeway, conditions were there also a bit treacherous. You really couldn't see because all the smoke was creating fog-like conditions. So we really had to slow down. Then we were dealing with the wind sort of swaying our cars, you know, side to side. And then once we got to the Pasadena-Altadena area, again, we were guided by just the orange glow of this wildfire taking off all across the foothills. So, you know, navigating the side streets also very difficult. Why? Because the power is out in many of these communities. So you have to slow down, see where you're going. Interesting thing also, you know, less than a week ago, I was out here. I was covering Float Fest. I went through Pasadena High School. I was going through Washington Boulevard, Eaton Drive, and I'm going, oh my gosh, this is where we were at Float Fest. And all those streets now are roped off as the firefighters are trying to move in to battle this blaze. So it really is incredible.
All right, Annette Adiola, thank you very much for your coverage. We want to switch gears now and talk with our NBC4 fire and safety expert, Chief Sam DiGiovanna. Chief, Annette had just mentioned that she had not seen any fire trucks on that street where those homes were burning. Can you talk about the difficulties when you're fighting all these fires at the same time? We have 3 significant wildfires burning all at the same time here in Southern California, and resources are stretched so thin.
You know, you're right, Adrian, and you brought up a good point just a little while ago. I believe it was 40 to 50,000 homes that were under evacuation orders. So let's just say we have 1,000 fire trucks, which I know we don't have that many on this fire. That's going to be, if you have 50,000 homes and 1,000 fire trucks, we're still outnumbered. This is just the perfect storm, if you will, with the winds, the fire, the multiple fires burning, and resources are getting stretched thin.
Can you talk a little bit, Chief, about the fact that they've not been able to fly? So the area assault has not even happened since 8 o'clock last night because of these strong winds. And that is such a huge resource. And that's been a real deciding factor in how they've been able to fight this fire overnight.
It sure is. That's one of our biggest assets on these fires. However, when you get winds at 40 to 50 miles an hour, aircraft can and usually will get grounded due to the danger of this. And, you know, I want to bring something up. If you think how ironic this is, it's right about 24 hours to the moment we're speaking right now. We were talking with the talk back, you know, today in L.A. on what we can expect. This wasn't happening. Then 5-6 hours later, the Palisades fire broke out. Everything that we discussed yesterday on what to do, what's going to possibly happen, everything has played out exactly what we talked about 24 hours ago.
Yeah, Chief Sam, can you please stay on the phone with us? We're going to get right back with you. Right now, we do want to check in with Lindsay Horvath, Los Angeles County Supervisor. Supervisor Horvath, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. Can you talk to us about your biggest concern right now? Because L.A. County, it's under attack. We got 3 major wildfires burning right now. What is your biggest concern? What are you tracking right now?
My biggest concern is for people's safety, and so we are strongly encouraging everyone to continue following the evacuation orders. We know how heartbreaking it is to walk away from your home, which isn't just your investment, but it's also, you know, the place where you're building your community and your family, and so it's hard to walk away. But we need to keep people safe, not only the community members, but those who are on the front lines. So following those evacuation orders is key, and we're also keeping all those who are on the front lines working to contain this fire in our prayers right now, because they are our lifeline.
Supervisor, can you talk about what resources you have on the front lines? What are we talking about in terms of numbers?
Yes, so with the Palisades fire, we entered unified command, meaning city, county, and state all coming together within 2 hours. So all fires are currently in a state of unified command. All levels of government, all resources are being deployed to all of these fires, working collaboratively to make sure that we're giving it everything that we've got. We even have support from the federal government at this time, and that's crucial to make sure that we have all resources deployed to address the complexity of the conditions that each fire is facing. Both the Hearst fire in Sylmar and the Palisades fire are both in my district, just to remind us about the size of these county districts. And I do know that ours is known to be the most disaster prone in the entire country. We were grateful that the state staged fire resources for us over the weekend to be deployed in the event of circumstances like this. So there was a lot of preparation both in the days ahead, in the days prior, as well as in the months prior. We've been doing emergency preparedness trainings for different communities, and we've been welcoming communities to get information when they're not in a state of emergency. We know that sometimes people aren't able to get to those, or it's just not hitting their radar until a time like this. But we have been working to communicate with communities and get them prepared, you know, in case your power goes out, your internet goes out, you know, all of those things. We know that that just adds to people's anxiety. So we're doing all that we can to communicate with people and to keep them safe.
So, Supervisor Horvath, it has been challenging because typically, you know, you see the winds die down overnight, and that's when firefighters can make some progress. But this is actually when the winds picked up. And those winds aren't really expected to die down until 5, 6 o'clock tonight. So can you talk to us? I know that things can change at a moment's notice, but can you talk to us about what the strategy would be today and for the next 12 hours or so as these winds continue to blow so strongly?
Absolutely. Well, last night we knew that peak conditions were from 10 p.m. until about 5 this morning. So we are seeing if things are settling down. We know that the strong winds that have been predicted are expected to last through 6 o'clock actually tomorrow, if not into Friday morning. So we are not in the clear just yet. We have a lot more to contend with, and so there's a lot of firefighting ahead, and we will be continuing to deploy resources to respond on the ground as we're seeing each of these fires move in different ways. And we're just incredibly grateful to all of the different jurisdictions who are showing up to bring us aid. I spoke with the Speaker Pro Tem last night, who I know in his district saw the Paradise Fire, among other tragedies up north. And, you know, he is working to make sure all of the state resources alongside the governor are coming our way. So we have a lot of people in our corner. The best thing that we can do is give our support to the first responders, and the best thing we can do in our communities is just get out of their way and evacuate.
You mentioned the governor and the resources. Because he's declared a state of emergency, really quickly, can you tell us exactly what will that mean and how will that benefit us?
So the declared states of emergency allow us to open up all resources, both in terms of deploying different kinds of equipment, different teams, but also dollars and cents. And so in the short term, that allows us to have a diversity of response efforts on the ground to address each of these fires. As I mentioned, each of these fires now, Eaton, Hearst, and Palisades, are all in unified command. So there are a variety of jurisdictions for from up and down the state, and even some federal resources that are coming in to help us. So that is what is helping us in the short term. But in the long term, we know that there will be a recovery effort, and these emergency declarations will allow people to communicate with their insurance companies and do all of what will be necessary as we are assessing what the damage will be. But we're not there yet. We've got to keep focused on keeping people safe.
Right.
That's a great point, Supervisor. I mean, we're in the thick of it, the midst of it right now. This is such a dangerous emergency situation that we have no idea of the scope of the damage at this point. So that's something that we'll hopefully get a better grip on a little bit later today. But right now, again, the concern is obviously saving people's lives, making sure people are safe, and then trying to save as many homes as possible.
Supervisor, thank you so much for spending time with us, and we will reach out to you again throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
5:49 right now. We're going to send it back over to Belen. So, Belen, you have been tracking these winds for a number of days, and you're saying right about now it's expected to be the worst.
We're in the peak of it. Strong winds right now, and they're not going to let up until maybe the afternoon. This is going to be the windiest part of the day, and we've already got some very impressive wind reports. Now, these winds aren't just strong, they're extreme. Check out these peak wind gusts reported in Fremont Canyon, a peak gust of 94 miles per hour. Magic Mountain Truck Trail, 86. Rancho Cucamonga, 77. Over in the Van Nuys Airport area, 67. This extreme wind event is also causing some big challenges when it comes to airports and flights and how they have to divert their flights, and just the flights that are coming in experiencing some extreme turbulence. In Altadena, where the Eaton fire is burning, a peak gust of 47 miles per hour. And it's a good thing we have all the resources here in Southern California. We need it. How did we get here, this particularly dangerous situation? I want to show you the water year to date, courtesy of California Water Watch. There has been storm after storm affecting the Pacific Northwest, and Northern California has been on the southern fringe of all of that stormy weather. So since the water year started, they've experienced above average precipitation. They're doing good. But notice how that precipitation drops off the further south you go. That's because here in Southern California, we have not seen any rain. It's been very slim pickings here, about 0.16 since our water year started. Around this time of year, our average is about 4.5. We're in a huge deficit. It's January, and instead of tracking rain, we're tracking winds. Let me show you what's happening in the Palisade fire area, because the humidity is low right now, down into the teens around the fire zone. And look at this, these gusts up to about 40 miles per hour at Topanga Beach, and above in those higher mountain ridges, Santa Monica Mountains, up to 65 miles per hour. Look at those sustained winds up to 47 miles per hour. So we're seeing all of these shots from our reporters who are out on the field, where these winds are driving all of these embers and making them travel at far distances and creating spot fires. It's because of these really strong gusts. Check out the Eaton fire area and the observation stations there, where we have gusts ranging from 20 to about 30 miles per hour, sustained winds close to about 15 miles in a few areas, and you've got some very low relative humidity, about 20%. Now, the winds right now, here's what they're doing, because although we're watching what's happening in the fire zone, amigos, we're all under that red flag warning. A reminder to review that Ready, Set, Go plan. Mountains and foothills residents should be in the set phase. That means that you should be prepared to evacuate, have your emergency kit ready to go, and your vehicle prepared as well. And you got to stay informed, as well as listen to emergency officials and see what they have to say. Now, here is the current conditions. We're experiencing the windy weather through the Inland Empire over into Orange County, and very windy through the I-5 corridor traveling through the Grapevine. And when we take a look at the wind gusts, those occasional stronger bursts of winds, look at this. I'm looking at that I-5 corridor and seeing red. What that red indicates, gusts up to 60, 70 miles per hour, in white, upwards of 70 miles per hour. So hazardous crosswinds, difficult travel weather in the Inland Empire and over into Orange County. Not only are we dealing with that high fire danger, but we're also looking at the possibility for some more wind damage. The humidity right now, in the teens, in the 20s. That's one of the ingredients making this a very
dangerous situation is you have the strong winds, you have the low humidity, and the very dry fuel moisture. And the humidity is expected to be even lower today. Now, these winds not expected to improve per se until we get into late this afternoon and evening, and even into tomorrow. Although the winds will be lighter, the humidity will remain low. So that's the reason why the fire danger will remain elevated all the way until tomorrow afternoon. Now, I want to bring meteorologist Shauna Mendiola in, my colleague, because you're going to give us a timeline of what to expect this morning and going into the future.
And like you mentioned, a very slow, gradual decline in these winds. So we're going to continue to see very gusty conditions, and any little bit of wind that we get with fire conditions like this, elevating that threat. So red flag warning still 6 o'clock. And I do want to say that after this expires, our fire conditions across the area are going to remain. So if you look at that hour by hour forecast for the winds, okay, some areas looking at lighter gusts as we head to the afternoon, but it is going to take some time. So it's going to be about 12 hours before we really see improvement in terms of those gusts going down. Through the first part of our day, we're really going to see moderate winds, we'll call them that. And then for the evening hours, that's when things are going to finally subside, but not till we get to the 6 o'clock hour and beyond. So we still got a lot of time to go before these winds start to let up and ease up. Here is your futurecast. You can see the winds for everyone. Even wind sheltered areas that typically do not get the wind are seeing the wind here this morning. This is going to be the peak of the wind of the day. Then we get to that lunchtime hour, and those winds, they let up a little bit, but not by much. Notice how this is 12 o'clock today at noon, and we still have 29 to 37 mile per hour wind gusts through the Newhall Pass and into the Malibu area. Inland Empire, Orange County, also looking at 40 mile per hour wind gusts there still. That is the occasional burst of wind that come through the neighborhood. And again, in terms of fire, can carry embers miles away from the ignition start and cause new fires. So still looking at a lot of concerns through the early afternoon, and then we get to tonight, and this is 6 o'clock. Wind starts to ease up a bit, but still from the northeast direction, and through those areas we typically get those wind gusts, 10 to 20, even 25 mile per hour winds, below advisory level, but still causing issues in terms of a fire threat out there. Our air is very dry. It is bone dry, and this wind does not help out either. If you look at Thursday, we still have a little bit of wind left over, but they're not quite as strong as what we're seeing right now. So through the morning, we expect widespread damaging winds for certain areas, still getting reports of downed trees and power lines, power outages as well. So hopefully you're charging those devices and you're ready to go if you need to. Extreme fire danger will not go away. We do not have any rain in the forecast as of yet, and we will be looking at those issues even on the road. So we're going to monitor those conditions, and we've got Robin Winston here with a check of that traffic, because even on the roads, Robin, we've been seeing major issues.
Yes, major issues, overturned big rigs, downed trees, debris in the road, and now we're starting to see the morning commute pick up, Shauna, and everybody is slowing down to take a look at the Hearst fire and the flames, because you can see it from the hillside as you work your way out of the Santa Clarita Valley. So if you come from the 5, if you come from the 14, you can see that fire burning, and the hillside is just glowing. And down on the 5 South at the 210 split earlier this morning, that smoke was blowing across the freeway. So let's go over the closures here related to the Hearst fire. East and West 210 closed from the 5 over to Roxford Street. The North and South 5 connectors to East 210 closed. The 5 freeway is open. It's the connector ramps that take you over to the 210 that are blocked, as well as the northbound 14 truck route. So instead of using the 210, consider using the 118 instead. If you have to travel on southbound 14 or anywhere this morning, get out there as early as you can. Plan for delays. Right now, southbound 14 leaving Santa Clarita at a crawl all the way over to the Newhall Pass. Once you get into the Newhall Pass and continue south down to the 210, that's where your closure is, and you'll hit more heavy traffic. Same story for the opposite direction. North 5 at the 210 at a crawl too. Look at the drive time here for the 14. 42 minutes to make it from Palmdale off to the Newhall Pass. And once again, it's open, but it's the fire, the flames, the smoke that's attracting a lot of attention. The earlier brush fire that we had in San Fernando, it cleared, all lanes open. North 5 from Brand to San Fernando Road. That was completely separate, but it closed down the 5 earlier. That's no longer the case. Now back to the Palisades fire and the area of Topanga Canyon. We've been telling you this for days now. Avoid using Topanga Canyon from Mulholland to PCH. It's closed. They originally said until Thursday, 6 p.m. I think it's going to be much longer than that because we have this fire burning. In addition to that, I'll give you one more. Stay away from PCH. We've been telling you that as well. If you're not evacuating or or part of the emergency personnel responding to the Palisades fire, you should not be traveling anywhere in this area from the 101 all the way down to PCH and the 27 Topanga Canyon. Avoid it. PCH closed from here, Los Flores, all the way over to the 10. So this is for folks in Santa Monica, Malibu, and Pacific Palisades. You'll have to stick with the outskirts like the 101 and the 405, but do expect delays and watch out for debris in the roads. We'll talk more about the metro delays coming up in a bit. Back to you.
Robin, thank you. We want to check back in with NBC4's Brittany Hope, who's live along Sunset Boulevard across from a strip mall near the West Side Waldorf School. Brittany, what's the latest there?
Hi, so we can tell you that there's certainly a lot more fire, and we just made this discovery, and it breaks your heart to see. This is the big menorah from the Chabad of Palisades. I believe it was somewhere up on the hill, but now it's fallen down here. A lot of it is shattered. That whole trailer caught fire. I know it's hard to see because it's so dark outside. My photographer said he saw some burnt cars in the Chabad parking lot. I can't tell if the Chabad structure, if that community center itself is still intact. Again, visibility has been an issue. But yes, we want to direct your attention. So we're just north of PCH on Sunset. If you were with us earlier this morning, next to the West Side Waldorf School and this big strip mall, there was some flame on the north side of the strip mall, but now, unfortunately, because of these winds, those flames have spread through the north side. Now, the flames that you see on that roof there, that's above the subway. So we're looking at some fire crews who literally have hose in hand, just trying to inundate the inside of the subway and the roof as much as they can with water. The business right next to it is Fiesta Feast. At this point, the fire has not spread, but I will certainly not be surprised if those flames continue to spread to Fiesta Feast, then Thai Vegan, and then to Hollyway Cleaners, because the winds just won't stop. I mean, look at this singular firefighter. They're working so hard with hose in hand, just standing there, trying their best. But these winds, and I'm sure you can hear it through our microphone, they are just so brutal, and it's just so heartbreaking to see. Oh, Enrique, just behind us here, look at up there on Sunset. So this is the gate outside the West Side Waldorf School. This is a new blaze here that just started about a minute or so ago, but I can tell you before we came on camera, it was not this strong. The flames are now licking up toward those power lines, blowing a lot of embers on the hill above the school, which again is not good because we have apartment buildings and some business buildings there above. So that's what we're seeing here right now on Sunset, again, just north of PCH.
Brittany Hope, thank you so much for that.
But it's been really scary, guys. At times, we even pulled over to say a prayer.
What you're seeing here is LA County Fire Engine 93 trying to get a stance, save the home next door.
We were already in bed, and we heard an explosion, and we came out and we saw the fire.
Is this your house?
Yeah.
Which is your house?
Yeah, this is our house. Backyard's on fire. I'm out of here.
Second, you're looking at the fire. Look back to while you're firefighter. Look back again. It's actually moved hundreds of feet in seconds. It goes that quick.
Car caught on fire and was sort of raging, and then a policeman told everybody to get out of your car if you wanted to live.
Well, it is just about 6 o'clock right now. You are watching Today in LA. Thank you for joining us on a very busy and dangerous morning. I'm Adrian Arambulo.
And I'm Lynette Romero. We have been on the air all night, actually all day, all night, tracking this wildfire emergency in Southern California. We do want to give you the very latest so that you can see the numbers for yourself. The Palisades fire is the largest fire. It started yesterday morning, and you can see there it is now more than 2,900 acres. It's important to tell you that these are very preliminary numbers. These are really from yesterday almost. We are expecting to get more updates, and those are going to change. The Eaton fire is the only one that we've gotten some new numbers. It went from 1,000 acres to 2,200 acres. That is in Altadena. We can also let you know that all of La Cañada, Flint Ridge, has been evacuated because of the Eaton fire and the danger there. The Sylmar fire is called the Hearst fire, and it is at 500 acres.
Yeah, so regarding the Eaton fire, we can tell you that tens of thousands of people have been evacuated regarding that. Again, that had spread from the Altadena into the Pasadena area, and again, La Cañada now under evacuation orders. There are evacuation orders in many, many different communities right now. As far as these fires are concerned, there is 0% containment. Firefighters are stretched extremely thin right now because of the changing weather and wind conditions right now. We have seen homes burn, specifically with the Palisades and Eaton fires. Countless homes right now. It's too early on for firefighters to get an accurate count on this, and hopefully as the winds die down and these fires start to die down, they'll be able to give a more accurate number regarding that. A number of school closures. So if you live in any of these communities where these fires are burning, Santa Monica, Malibu, Pasadena, Altadena out on the east side, if you live anywhere near where those fires are burning, you have to assume right now that your child's school will be closed today. It'll be best to check out their school district's website, or you can check our website, nbcla.com, for a full list of school closures. There will be a news conference at 8 a.m. We just got a list of speakers right there. We're going to have a lot of our top officials giving us the latest information, what happened overnight regarding this fire. And as soon as that starts, we'll bring that to you live.
That'll be at 8 a.m. Of course, we'll have all the latest for you. Right now, we are going to go to NBC4's Michelle Valles. She is live in Altadena covering the Eaton fire this morning. Michelle, we are seeing these homes just go up in flames right before our eyes.
The destruction just keeps going, guys, and we found a little lull from the winds, but they have been intensifying within the hour here. Hopefully, we're just praying for some mercy, but here we have another home on fire. We're at Sinaloa and Mendocino. That's about 2 blocks south of Homewood. On Homewood, we saw home after home after home just flattened by the fire. And again, the winds are going south-southwest, so we came a little bit south, and this is what we're seeing. Another neighborhood just bombarded. We're just surrounded by fires as we walk through the neighborhood here. This home on Sinaloa, Mendocino, almost flattened right here, just left with a little bit of the frame. As those winds intensify, you can see all of the black smoke and the swaying in this neighborhood just south of Eaton Canyon. Every once in a while, a fire truck will go through, but it's a ghost town here. We haven't come across any people in this neighborhood here. There's some emergency crews down below, but it's just ravaging. Just dozens of homes from what we were able to see. We did a quick drive through, weren't able to get very far because the signal would go out, but like I said earlier, it's incredible that we still can communicate with you guys through a cell signal here as we look at these flames and the spot fires that continue to happen southwest of us.
Signal might be breaking up just a little bit, but to remind people, this Eaton fire is, again, 2,200 acres at this point. More than 52,000 people have been evacuated, and it is threatening some 21,000 structures, just to give you a vantage point of what we're talking about.
Right, and so that's on the east side. NBC4's Brittany Hope is on the west side, live along Sunset Boulevard. She's been covering the Palisades fire, which just exploded within the last few minutes. We just saw you at 5:59, Brittany, and this thing has really taken off.
I mean, it's taken off in a matter of seconds. It's just incredible. Through our mask, I can smell metals and materials and chemicals that are now burning and melting. And these firefighters, man, they're working. Oh no, and look at those trees just above the hill going up now. I mean, it's one of those things, we didn't want it to happen, but we've been watching these embers fly, and it's just not a surprise. But this fire is just eating through this strip mall. So the main business that you see right now that has fire, that's the Subway. So you can even see those metal chairs and tables that haven't melted yet. It's just haunting. The flames now are on the roof of the Mexican restaurant next door. now heading toward Tyvegan. The fire's already made its way through Rocco's, but I think Rocco's is a cement building or a stone building. So flames are coming from the inside of that, but we can't see it from the outside. Oh, wow. Did we just see that? All of that stuff that just fell, Enrique? At this point, I mean, firefighters kind of backing off for their safety, right? We've watching them standing there with hoses, trying their best, but a lot of that water not even hitting because of, oh, it sounds like they might be getting more water right now. We just heard the fire crews yelling toward each other. But what is super alarming, you guys, is the trees above this that are now on fire as well. There's two really large buildings right up above this hill, and we know that fire moves faster uphill. I believe those are apartment buildings, but they might be business buildings, like an industrial kind of business park. It's just hard to tell because the visibility is so poor and service is so poor. Okay, now firefighters have water back. And you know what? Because they're at such a close distance this time, and man, the force that water is coming out of this hose, it looks like a majority of it is actually getting those flames. This is some really effective firefighting that we're seeing right now. The reason that they're focusing on the roof is because of the winds, because embers are starting these small spot fires everywhere. That is the most vulnerable spot. So when you're looking at protecting the buildings above, when you're looking at protecting the buildings down towards Sunset as you head, on Sunset as you head toward PCH, they want to focus on that roof. I'm sure you can see now we're surrounded in black. It's really, really smoky. But those firefighters just standing in the middle of it, sitting now in the middle of it, holding each other down. Look at that, because this is the most powerful pressure hose we have seen all morning. It's taking two fire crews sitting on top of it just to contain its strength. But this is just so heartbreaking. Enrique, can we show over toward the West Side Waldorf School? So there were some outbuildings and a lot of trees and power lines on campus that we saw burning. The hillside of campus here is burning as well, and unfortunately those flames are pushing toward the main building. There is some sort of big structure that is on fire, but it's behind those trees. I can't tell if that is campus property or if that is something else. So it's really dynamic out here. It's really windy. It's so smoky. This is just so heartbreaking to see, you guys.
Brittany, we will continue to stay with you throughout the morning to get the very latest there of what's happening there along Sunset Boulevard with the Pacific Palisades fire. We want to let people know that the Glendale Fire Department has now issued an evacuation notice for residents in Chevy Chase Canyon. Evacuation route is south of Chevy Chase Avenue or via Emerald Isle. Do not go north. The evacuation center is in place at Pacific Community Center. So we will continue to get more updates in your community. Stay with NBC4 for the very latest.
And regarding Glendale, Burbank, Pasadena, that area, we know that all schools are going to be closed today. So that's a heads up for some of our families at home. We want to check in with Belen right now. He's got to look at our weather. And Belen, this was the time of day you're predicting that things would be at their worst. And we've still got a long day ahead of us.
Yes, we do. The winds are going to be the strongest for the first half of the day. Not really seeing those winds ease until maybe later this afternoon and into this evening. Let me take you to the fire zone right now and show you what the observation stations are doing. First of all, the humidity really low in the single digits, teens over near the Santa Monica Mountains, reporting humidity about 24%. But look at that sustained wind out of the northeast, about 50 miles per hour with gusts up to 60 miles per hour. The reporting station just to the south of where the fire is burning is reporting gusts up to 30 miles per hour. And where the Eaton fire is currently burning, well, we've got gusts out there ranging from 20 to up to 40 miles per hour in Altadena with humidity in the 20s right now. Sustained winds up to about 15 miles per hour, but I'll tell you, those occasional bursts will keep those flames going and also cause the embers to travel a farther distance and create those spot fires. But I mean, because we're all under these red flag warning conditions, critical fire conditions because of these very strong winds. I've already seen peak wind reports
upwards of 90 miles per hour. And look at what the winds are doing right now. Those typical Santa Ana wind-prone spots, you're feeling it this morning through the Inland Empire, over into Orange County, and through the I-5 corridor. It's going to be a windy start to the day, and those winds are not going to back off. The first half of the day, they're going to be fierce. And look at the gusts. Gusts upwards of 60, 70 miles per hour in the Inland Empire. Very windy over into Orange County and through the San Fernando Valley and the I-5 corridor. Yesterday, our fire outlook across Southern California was critical to elevated. Today, it is extreme, especially over the LA Ventura County Mountains and the San Fernando Valley because of the combination of these very powerful winds, this very dry air, and also our very dry vegetation. So we urge you guys to go over your ready, set, go plan, especially if you're in the mountains and your foothills. You should be in the set phase. What does this mean? You should pack your emergency supplies and prepare your vehicle, monitor local news, stay informed with us. We'll continue to keep you updated and pay attention to emergency services and see what they're saying. Be prepared to evacuate because unfortunately this fire danger, it's not going anywhere. In fact, that is a main concern, these extreme winds, the dry air, the dry fuels. But we also have a high wind warning, potential for wind damage, downed trees, and power outages. We're already seeing that, and this is causing some big issues when it comes to travel, not only on the roads, but we're also seeing some issues when it comes to our flights. Watch out for debris on the roads. Okay, now I'm going to bring in my colleague, Shauna Mendiola. You're going to give us an idea of what folks can expect as we head through the rest of the day and the rest of this wind event.
Yeah, because we really want to know when these winds are going to die down. Firefighters are having a difficult time fighting these fires because we've got such gusty winds. Even if they put water on them, the drops aren't really helping very much. And I do want to point out, air quality is not good at all. Earlier in Brittany's live shot, she was talking about how she was near the fire and she could smell the metals and the smoke through her mask. That is an indication that we have a lot of hazardous air out there. And if you can stay indoors today, that is the best bet because we've got a lot of bad air quality already at this time, and it's going to continue to get worse as we head to the afternoon. Hazardous right here on our scale is the worst air quality that we can get. And we're already seeing 2 locations in LA County where that is happening right now in downtown LA and over near Altadena and where the Eaton fire is burning. That smoke is pouring into the basin. So when we start the day right now, it's very dark, but once the sun rises, I think a lot of us are going to see this haze, this cloud deck that kind of looks like the marine layer, but it's not. That is going to be wildfire smoke, and we want you to be safe in terms of protecting your lungs from the smoke. We do have wildfire smoke advisories till 5 o'clock today, but I would not be surprised if this gets extended through tomorrow. We've got that for parts of Ventura County as well as LA and into the valley spots. So this could be extended as that smoke continues to filter in. Please protect your lungs, and some safety tips, as we know, please minimize that exposure outdoors. Keep those windows and doors closed and run the AC. Avoid exercising here today if you can, because even if you can't see or smell the smoke, we've got a lot of the pollutants in the air and that can get into your lungs. If you have to be outdoors, make sure you're wearing a mask, especially in those areas where the air is hazardous. That is really bad for your lungs, and we're looking at the possibility of that extending into most of LA County here through the afternoon, even though we've got offshore winds. It's just that smoke is filtering into the sky. Now let's talk about the timing of these winds. We did talk about the most critical time of the day happening right now. Sometimes we get the winds to die down at night, but that didn't happen last night. We saw some of the strongest gusts that we've seen. For me personally, in the past 10 years, I haven't seen the winds get this strong here overnight. It was actually real scary yesterday night. We're still seeing some of those gusts at this time, at this hour, and as we head to the mid-morning, those winds will start to weaken just a bit, but not enough for those winds to go below advisory level. We're going to see that tonight at 6 o'clock. So we are about 12 hours away before we get any improvement in terms of the wind. They'll continue to gust. Mid-afternoon, they'll be at a moderate level and stay that way. And then after the 6 o'clock hour, we'll finally start to see improvement with those winds letting up, and we'll notice the change. But with that offshore wind, things are very dry and that fire threat continues. So we do have a particularly dangerous situation red flag warning in effect through 6 o'clock, but we are not going to let our guard down. We still have that red flag or the fire danger in our area all the way through the rest of the week, because we expect possible winds to pick up again as we head to late Thursday and into Friday. So that's another round of wind we'll be watching for you. If you are headed on the roads here today or need to, please be safe. Be careful. If you don't have to go anywhere, we recommend you stay indoors today. But if you do have to hit the roads, Robin's got you covered with some traffic right now. She's been following many issues out there. Robin, what you're looking at?
Yeah, that's great advice, Shauna. This time around, we're checking in on Metro because the mass transit system being impacted by the wind event and the fires that are burning right now. So we have Metro delays on the A line. Winds damaged the overhead wires. So as they work to fix the situation and to clear the debris off the tracks, do expect delays on the A line, especially traveling between Southwest Museum and the Fillmore stations. They have replaced those trains with shuttle buses because they've stopped service through the area as they deal with the overhead wires and the debris on the tracks. Also in the Pasadena and Altadena area, bus lines 267, 660, and 662 all canceled. They are not running because of the Eden fire that's burning in the area. So you'll have to figure out an alternate source of transportation because those lines are not running because of the fire. The latest fire that has popped up that's impacting your morning drive is this little brush fire here on Irwindale near the 210 freeway. It popped up between Irwindale Avenue, the 210 over to Foothill. It's sort of right between those points. And so everybody's slowing down to take a look at the activity, the smoke, the flames blowing toward the freeway. The right lane of the freeway, West 210, closed right now as CHP and fire crews are dealing with that. So that's why we have all of this heavy traffic on West 210 coming out of Glendora, heading into the Irwindale area. They're still working on it. Your drive time almost up to 40 minutes because of that activity to make it from Glendora over to the 134. This is not related to a fire, but this is major. We have an accident here in Riverside, East 91 at Sierra Avenue. All lanes closed on the 91 freeway at least until 8 a.m. You're going to have to use surface streets like Indiana or Magnolia. This is why we've been encouraging you all morning to stay off the roads if you can. And if not, plan ahead. Check with us before you leave the house because you may run into major closures where all lanes are blocked, and we're here to help you get around it. So delays continue on both sides. An hour already from the 215 to the 5 going west because of the eastbound problem. We'll check more problems coming up throughout the morning. Be safe out there. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
And in fact, Robin, as people are waking up this morning, things might be changing in your world as you kind of try to investigate and see how this is impacting you. Even if you're not in the fire zone, we can tell you that Pepperdine campuses, the Malibu campus, the Calabasas campus, Pepperdine University is closed for today. There will be no in-person classes at all. And we do know that Universal Studios Hollywood, as well as the Universal City Walk, they have also closed because of the impact.
And earlier I was talking about Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, Altadena, those school districts impacted, as well as on the west side. We have a full list of school closures on our website, nbcla.com. Yeah. NBC4's Michelle Vias is live in Altadena covering the Eden fire this morning. And Michelle, we understand that another home just caught fire, and we're hearing a lot of popping sounds behind it. Do you know what those are?
Are those explosions?
Popping and booming, we don't know. Now we're hearing it from this house across on Mendocino. This is what it sounds like. We heard a loud boom earlier, too. We are completely surrounded by house fires in every north, south, east, west direction. Finally, a break from the winds here. I had to take several breaks and hide behind cars. We're talking about those hurricane force winds. Look at the branches that have just fallen down like toothpicks because of those intense winds that seem to be dying down at the moment. But as you look across the street here, we're just 2 blocks away from Homewood, where we saw homes just flattened throughout that cul-de-sac there. Some homes did make it, but you got to wonder, there's got to be intense smoke damage because the smoke is just so thick here. As we look at this house here, just being destroyed by fire. This is 2307 Mendocino. And it's been so hard to just breathe here. I did see 2 fire engines from Riverside County roll up through the street. The winds, again, still blowing to the southwest, it feels like. And it seems like they've died down just a bit here. But this is what it's looking like right now. And it's hard to describe. I haven't run across many people still. So hopefully they've evacuated.
Michelle, as we're listening to that popping, I know that Joel was able to capture a pretty large explosion a few minutes ago, but this popping is unusual. I know you're going to have to speculate because it's hard to know what it is. Any idea, Joel? Do you have any idea? We've covered fires a lot. It sounds like fireworks.
I've been wondering if it's going into his storage of ammunition or fireworks. It's just too much going on. I'm kind of seeing where it's happening. It's right on the front porch. See all that?
Yeah.
Maybe there's some roofing material or something that's just molten and popping.
And that just started because this home has been on fire for a while, and the popping noise just started within the last few minutes.
Yeah. Where are you guys exactly? Can you give us a landmark in terms of the street and the maybe the address where this is?
Yeah, this is 2307 Mendocino here as I walk closer to this intersection. It's just 2 blocks south of Homewood. So this is Mendocino and I believe Sinaloa. So we're on Sinaloa Avenue right here. This home is on Sinaloa. And right next to it, 2315, the home's on fire too.
So they're near the 210
so this
and
is
Lake.
what we're looking at.
Yeah. So relatively close to the Eden Canyon
Just
golf
incredible.
course,
It's like at least, yeah, and it's not far from, the golf course and just south of Eden Canyon here. So it's very scary because you just don't know what's gonna what's gonna explode. You know, you gotta wonder about what's inside these homes too, because a lot of people just bailed and took out for safety. And then Joel's going down Sinaloa and we see another house on fire. It's just one house after another. But the big difference here from 30 minutes ago is we're not feeling those winds that were just whipping. I got to tell you, on Homewood, we saw cars just burned to a crisp. We saw that truck in the street. We saw another car. And so we came further south to look at the situation here, and not much better because we knew there was going to be spot fires with the winds blowing so fiercely. As they were so strong, they knocked my helmet off several times. So now we're at Midwick in Sinaloa.
Yeah, and just
Midwick in Sinaloa.
A quick clarification. I'm sorry, I misspoke there. We're near the Altadena. You're relatively close to the Altadena Town and Country Club, not
to the right,
Canyon,
Joe.
So, yeah, and you can see homes.
Yes, Altadena Golf Course. Yeah, we just heard something else. Now it's popping. See, so this is what you're seeing. You're coming across homes that have been under fire for a while, and then these explosions and sounds. I mean, Joel's getting pretty close there. This one, this is 1642 Midwick, and yeah, it's just very limited services, if at all, out here, and we know we're strapped. But this is just incredible to see and watch. And now here comes the wind again.
Yeah, you can hear it.
So there was a break, a little lull, and now it's coming back.
You know, it's sometimes
homes, and it's a hopscotch, like you said.
Yeah. You know, Michelle, we covered so many different stories out in the field as reporters, and we know that, you know, just before the sun rises, that can be when it gets the coldest. Just before the sun rises, the winds might pick up again. We're expecting, Belinda's been talking about there are going to be moments where it's going to get worse and not better. So as you're, I mean, listening to those little explosions like that, those little pops of whatever is exploding.
Oh, we have a
I've never heard that before. I've covered a lot of fires. I've been in front of a lot of homes that are burning to the ground. I've never heard that before.
I'm with you, Lynette, you know, and we're closer to like the forest and the woods, and like Joel said, we don't know if there's possible ammunition inside these homes. We don't know what's causing the pops, but look at this tree. So not only do you have burning homes, burning cars, you have trees that have fallen.
That's in the middle of the street?
That have fallen.
Is that tree in the middle of the street?
That's in the middle of Sinaloa. Yeah. So just to give you reference how big this tree is. Wow. I'm right in the middle of it. So this came crashing down, And then you keep going further. It doesn't end. It doesn't end. There's another house on fire over here. The smoke is so thick and black. And like I said, I'm surprised, really surprised that we're even able to communicate and get a cell signal right now.
And that's one of the issues that
this is just devastating here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Beyond like living in the fire, like these zones, these neighborhoods where these fires are burning down homes, but that's something that people have to consider if they're going to make their way out. The trees that are blocking streets on the way into work. We were talking about our way into work today, and there were trees that had crushed cars. Right. Even though there were no fires burning in this neighborhood near the station here, but trees had crushed cars. We know that Brittany Hope on the west side, she had to deal with down power lines, couldn't get to a certain destination that she was trying to get to because of that. So there are a lot of issues out there right now beyond the homes that are fired, which is obviously the biggest issue that we're facing right now.
Right. And I mean, my day started with no power at my house. So we lost power like at 7 o'clock in Northeast LA. And so I had to get ready by candlelight, and thankfully I had everything prepped. And then we made it to work, and yeah, there was a lot of trees and everything on the 134, or branches and palm fronds. And then making our way up here, you could see the big glow that guided us to Eaton Canyon, Altadena. Coming in, hearing that there's at least 3 big wildfires, because when we went to bed, it was just Pacific Palisades, you know. So now we're here in Altadena, and this roof now just caught fire here at this house, and the garage and the home right behind it, and then another one further down. And then you look to the left, and there's Calaveras and Sinaloa. This is Calaveras and Sinaloa. So just surrounded completely by fires. Here we see a driver coming through, but again, it's just like a ghost town here. Many times they're YouTubers, photographers, those that we have seen around. And then we met Billy earlier, who was standing guard, saving his home. Last check, his home was still salvaged by Billy and his buddy there, taking care of the home. They just got lucky because it's a hopscotch fire here, and so you got a lot of homes on fire, and then some that have been untouched. But there's so much smoke damage. It's got to, some damage has to be impacting every home here. We're going to continue scouring the neighborhood here in Altadena, guys. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, Joe Cook, our photographer, catch your breath, stay safe, and we'll be checking back with you shortly.
Car caught on fire and was sort of raging, and then a policeman told everybody to get out of your car if you wanted to live.
What you're seeing here is LA County Fire Engine 93 trying to get a stance, save the home next door.
We were already in bed, and we heard an explosion, and we came out and we saw the fire.
Is this your house? Which is your house?
Yeah, this is our house. Backyard's on fire. I'm out of here.
Second, you're looking at the fire. Look back to while you're fire. Look back again. It's actually moved hundreds of feet in seconds. It goes that quick.
Incredibly powerful and sad images there. It is just about 6:30 right now. You're watching Today in LA. Thanks for joining us. I'm Major Narampulo.
And I'm Lynette Romero. We have been on the air all night. Actually, all day yesterday. We have not gone off the air since this started yesterday morning. With this just terrible tragedy going on in Southern California. 3 wildfires going. The largest is in the Pacific Palisades. It started about 10:30 yesterday morning. Preliminary numbers, very preliminary numbers. 2,900 acres have burned. More than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate in Pacific Palisades and Santa Monica. The other fire burning, the other larger fire burning, is the Eaton fire. It is near Altadena. It started at 6 o'clock last night. More than 2,200 acres have been destroyed. That has been upgraded from 1,000 overnight. The most recent fire is the Sylmar fire. It is being called the Hearst fire. It started about 10:30 last night. More than 500 acres burned, but that fire is very close to many, many communities. In fact, all of La Cañada Flint Ridge has now been evacuated because of the dangers of that fire.
So the Palisades fire, we have seen homes burn. The Eaton fire, we have seen homes burn. Palisades fire, we have heard of injuries, including several residents who suffered burn injuries. And we've also heard of a firefighter who suffered a severe traumatic injury. That person had to be rushed to a trauma center, and we're working on getting her condition as quickly as possible. There are many schools closed right now, many evacuations orders as well. We've been talking about the evacuations in the Palisades fire, Eaton fire. You got tens of thousands of people and homes also under evacuation warnings and orders. So you need to check with your local authorities regarding that, and we pass that information as soon as we get it on to you as well. But again, 0% containment. We don't even know exactly how many homes have burned because we're still in the thick of it, in the midst of this right now. And again, a lot of school closures through many communities, spanning from the west side to the east side. We have a full list of school closures on our website, nbcla.com.
In terms of evacuations, the Eaton fire, again, we're talking about 52,000 people who've already been evacuated. We talked about the 30,000 people in the Palisades. There are many neighborhoods near Sylmar that have been evacuated. So we are still kind of trying to get a handle on that. In terms of people without power, we did talk with a person from the SoCal Edison department there. 450,000 customers are possibly impacted, but we do know that at least 83,000 customers have lost power. So many people are being impacted by this. If you are just waking up this morning, if there's any way you can stay home, stay safe, please do that, because there are dangers all over Southern California because of these fires.
Yeah, dangers right now, and danger expected to continue throughout the day because the winds aren't really going to subside until a little bit later on this evening. So that means we got roughly 12 hours that we still have to deal with these unpredictable conditions. Some conditions that the firefighters that we've talked to have decades and decades of experience. These are the most challenging conditions that they've ever had to deal with.
And so unpredictable. We've talked about how usually in the overnight hours, that's when the winds die down. That's when the firefighters are able to get the upper hand. But it's been exactly the opposite overnight with this fire. In fact, it's been so bad that they have not been able to do an aerial attack on this fire since 8 o'clock last night. We're hoping the winds will subside a little bit so that they can get overhead, also to be able to gauge just how much destruction we've seen so far. Again, it is 6:34. You're watching Today in LA. We're going to send it over to NBC4's Lauren Coronado. You've been monitoring the Palisades fire. You've moved to the Rustic Canyon neighborhood, and we can see something burning right behind you.
Okay, so it looked like
Adrian, good morning. We're on Iliff Street right now, just off Sunset Boulevard, next to Chautauqua. And gosh, you can see the destruction here. This home is completely engulfed in flames. You can feel the heat from where we're at right now, again, here on Iliff Street. And of course, there are a lot of firefighters out here, multiple engines from different agencies.
Okay, so obviously you can see there have been some issues with Lauren's picture right there. We can hear her, but obviously when you have these natural disasters and catastrophes like this, this can have a big impact on technology. And that's another point that you want to make to our viewers at home. I mean, you've got down power lines, you've got issues with cell technology as well. So this is going to impact you even if you're living in a neighborhood right now where there are not homes on fire.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're going to go to Brittany Hope. You are also monitoring the Pacific Palisades fire. Brittany, where are the conditions where you are? Tell us exactly where you are.
Yeah, so we're on Sunset right now, just north of PCH. A little bit ago, we heard and we saw a transformer blow. There's no longer any street lights here, but unfortunately, we can see a lot because of how strong the flames are. They are really kicking up right now. If you've been with us all morning, we have been monitoring the West Side Waldorf School and this strip mall here that has Rocco's, it has a Subway, a Mexican restaurant, a Thai restaurant, and the cleaners as well. Just within the past 3 minutes, you guys, the fire has officially made its way from those outbuildings at the Waldorf School through Rocco's, the Subway completely gone, the Mexican restaurant completely gone. In fact, we just heard a big loud crash and the roof completely collapsed. firefighters themselves standing a far distance away. The issue, and I hope you can see it through the camera, these winds are just so powerful that, yeah, they're standing there with a powerful hose, but a lot of the water isn't even reaching the flames because as soon as it touches the air, the wind just picks up those water droplets. In fact, we've gotten sprayed a few times from this distance. Another big concern, you guys, is power lines. And Enrique was able to see through the viewfinder that there are power lines in certain places that look like they're about to fall. The big concern is if those are still energized. I can tell you this morning at around 3:30, when we first got off the 10, got onto PCH, we were trying to make it up to Palisades High. That's when you would make a right onto Temescal Canyon. Well, we couldn't make that right. Visibility was so horrible with all of the smoke. It wasn't until we were right up under those power lines where we saw that the power lines there in Temescal were really sloped and we couldn't get under safely. And then as we were driving on PCH, we had to take it like 10 miles an hour because there were fallen power lines and poles all along the highway. That got us to where we are now, PCH and Sunset. I did get an update from a girlfriend who lives in the area. So that building over there that's kind of in that cross shape, this is behind the Westside Waldorf School. She tells me she believes that that's the Lake Shrine, that's a meditation center here in the neighborhood. So she believes that's what's on fire there. As for what's above this strip mall here, which we can tell you a big concern is these two large buildings. Oh, you know what? The smoke is so thick right now. Okay, hopefully you're able to see them now that the smoke has spread a little bit. Those seem to be two condos. So a lot of people who live right above this. We have seen at multiple points this morning a lot of the trees here catch fire that are just around those condos. With winds like this, embers are flying in every single direction. It's like popcorn at this point of what's going to catch and what's not going to. Just a huge shout out to the fire crews. You have 2-3 people out here working the Waldorf School, this entire strip mall, and this whole hillside, doing what they can with a hose. At some point just a few minutes ago, my producer and I were texting. We could see them in the viewfinder just sitting on the hose spraying. I mean, they're exhausted. But what we're seeing here, it's just so heartbreaking. And as we drove up, we could see on the canyon on the other side of Sunset multiple homes that were on fire. There was fire that was right behind a big apartment complex that's above us. Now, behind us over there is the Chabad of Palisades. The Chabad's big menorah for Hanukkah had crashed down the hill. My photographer said he was able to see some burnt out cars as well there. Here, be careful, Enrique. We're going to step into the street a little bit here. I'm hoping we don't lose IFB. But what you can see right now, the sun is coming up. We can't see that. All we can see is this smoke that's just flying over us. So it's no surprise that aircraft isn't able to get over this fire. But at the same time, that's the exact reason that this is spread to thousands of acres, because all you have is these ground crews who are working so hard, but they can only get small spots at once. So up there on that hill, okay, certainly something is burning back there. That's the direction of the Chabad of Palisades. There's that menorah that's there on the ground. Something there is burning. We know the hillside of the Waldorf School is burning. And again, on this strip mall, it looks like, oh, right now, the Thai restaurant now catching fire as well. A huge reminder, everyone, be safe. But that's the very latest of what we're seeing here just after 6:30 on Sunset and PCH.
All right, Brittany, thank you for that. We want to get right back to NBC4's Michelle Bimes. Again, she's covering the Eaton fire, and things have exploded at her location. Michelle.
Oh, wow.
Something's crystallizing, maybe with some of the materials on the roof or at the home, or maybe possible ammunition. We don't know. We're not experts. We're not pros. We're not firefighters in that realm. But we just saw 150-foot flames because now the fire on one home has reached the tree there. This is just complete devastation here on Sinaloa Street. Sinaloa and this cross street here, Mendocino. Black smoke surrounding this entire neighborhood, all in a glow here. House after house after house on Sinaloa on fire. as we watch these homes, at least 3, 4 in a row, totally engulfed in flames. I can tell you though, significant drop in the winds as we pray for mercy. Let's take a little journey over here on this side of the street. So here you can see you have all of these homes on fire. This one nearly flattened on this corner as we reach Mendocino border. And we could tell you on these other streets too, it's just home after home as well, just flattened. As we look here, guys, this is just, now we have another pickup of the winds, but the wind still continues southwest. And as we make our way back, this is just really scary though, because we're hearing a lot of crackling and a lot of popping, and you know, also just doing our best to bring you this coverage. Wind damage as well. What now?
The inside of this house, you can see through the windows now fully engulfed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jill's pointing out the inside of the house that is now in flames here as we watch the destruction. The one house next to it, though, is just really continues to explode.
Michelle, I hope that we're able to keep your signal. It's kind of going in and out, but I want to ask you, as you've walked through this neighborhood, oh, it's freezing now, but I'm going to ask you the question, and hopefully you'll come back to us.
I could hear you.
Okay, great. As you've walked through the neighborhood, it's hard for us to tell from our vantage point, but can you tell us how many homes are on fire? Are you seeing homes that weren't on fire when you first got there that are now in flames? Give us some perspective on what we're looking at.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, okay, we started off on Homewood, if you recall, in the 3-4 o'clock hour, where I easily counted over a dozen, well over a dozen homes devastated, flattened. Cul-de-sac. We also met Billy, who saved his home. That was the only person I've been able to reach this morning. We tried to get in the live truck to give you a vantage point, a driving shot, because we want to get a grasp of the devastation, of the magnitude of this. Our signal was weak, so we were only able to go back 2 blocks south here to another boom, 2 blocks south to Mendocino and Sinaloa from Homewood, and then a few homes were on fire, but now it's getting worse. And it's getting worse way down. So just by count,
we are losing your signal. We'll come back to Michelle after they're able to reestablish. You know, it's just a very tricky situation technically to cover this, but they're doing an amazing job, and we really appreciate it.
And we want to check in with meteorologist Belen De Leon right now, taking a look at what you got behind there, Belen. The strength of these wind gusts, absolutely astounding.
You know, when we get a typical Santa Ana wind event, we can get peak gusts up to about 70 miles per hour. This isn't a regular Santa Ana wind event. This is an extreme wind event where we have peak wind reports upwards of 90 miles per hour in Fremont Canyon, Magic Mountain Truck Trail, Rancho Cucamonga 77, Castaic Lake 75, and Van Nuys Airport at 67 miles per hour. And we're in it. The strongest winds are anticipated this morning until about the middle of the day, not seeing those winds weaken until later today into this evening. And I want to take you out to the Eaton Fire, where our reporters have been talking about these winds picking up and the gusts at times reaching speeds up to about 50 miles per hour. You'll notice the humidity is really low in our observation stations right now, in about 20%. And we've had sustained winds here up to about 20 miles per hour, but peak gusts up to about 40 and even 50 miles per hour. Palisades Fire, let's take a look at that and get you an update, because this spot has low humidity. Those winds have been sustained at times in observation stations just at the ridge top, about 50 miles per hour. Look at this, the gusts up to 65 miles per hour. So it is no
it's no wonder that we're seeing these flames just out of control, and also this fire just continue to grow. We're all under that red flag warning. So we're watching these images. Please don't get a false sense of security that just because these fires are burning in another area, it can't happen where you live, because we're all under a red flag warning. Extreme to critical fire conditions and elevated fire conditions. Very windy through the I-5 corridor out towards the San Fernando Valley and in the Inland Empire right now. Those are the sustained winds. Look at the gusts. These are the occasional stronger bursts of winds that blow through. And right now through the I-5 corridor, I'm seeing gusts from 60 to 70 miles per hour in a small patch where the gusts are even stronger. Also very windy and gusty to the south of the Cajon Pass over in the Inland Empire, with those winds stretching all the way over into Orange County. And this is the view. This is the view of Los Angeles right now, where it looks very eerie. It's very smoky. The sun is coming up, and it has this very ominous hinge to it. Like, this is what you can expect throughout the morning. We're going to continue to see those widespread damaging wind gusts that could create more downed trees, power lines, structural damage. This is causing some extreme fire danger. It's very hard for our firefighters to get a handle on these fires that are currently burning because those winds are not backing off. More downed trees, more power outages, and a reminder, if you are getting behind the wheel, hopefully you don't have to travel, but Robin is getting us through that. The conditions right now on the roads are very dangerous. Let me take you through the timing of this. We're taking a look at our wind futurecast map. Notice how the first half of the day, the winds are very active. Here we are looking at the weather at noon, and those winds blowing from the deserts all the way out to the coast. That's how powerful they are. And the winds don't let up for the first half of the day. 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts through the Inland Empire over into the Santa Ana Mountains. Now here we are this evening at 6 p.m. The high wind warnings are set to expire this afternoon. Notice at that time the winds improved compared to where we are this morning, but they're still very gusty, not below that advisory level. And then here we are this evening, winds lighter in comparison, and tomorrow we're going to continue to see some gusty spots. Now, although tomorrow the winds will be lighter compared to today, still pretty gusty in a few locations, the humidity will remain very low. So the fire danger will continue through tomorrow afternoon. We're not out of the woods. And look at what the fire is doing. It is creating some very poor air quality. I just showed you that image of downtown LA. Please don't overdo it today. Avoid spending too much time outside. If you have to be outside, you're going to need a mask. You're going to need something to protect yourself, because the air quality is going down, even if you're not where the fire is currently burning right now. Those winds are blowing the smoke everywhere. So please take those precautions and be safe. We know there's huge impacts when it comes to travel as well. So here's Robin with an update.
Thank you, Belinda. New problems keep popping up. We're going to head over to the Woodley fire, which is impacting your commute on the 405 and the 101. It's about 75 acres just north of Woodley Avenue, west of the 405. So it's burning right here. And everybody traveling south on the 405 toward the 101 connector, slowing down to check out the activity. The 101 in both directions, heading to and from the 405 into and out of Sherman Oaks. That's impacting that drive as well. So once again, it's right here on North Woodley Avenue, but it's attracting a lot of attention. So this is why we've been telling you all morning to plan ahead. If you plan on driving this morning, you may run into closures. You may run into slow traffic, spectator traffic because of the fire, in addition to the debris and all the downed trees that we've been dealing with as well. Another fire has popped up right below Dodger Stadium. So we have CHP and fire crews on scene dealing with this. It's the east side of Elysian Park. They've closed down the South 5 connector that takes you over to the 110 because the fire is burning right there and everybody's slowing down to check out that activity. This is impacting South 5 way back out of Atwater Village. It's also impacting the northbound commute. They can see the activity, so it's going to be jammed out of East LA back from the 10. Another slowdown that you'll experience will be traveling through Sylmar and leaving the Santa Clarita Valley. Our reporters have been doing a fantastic job of covering the Hearst fire, but it's impacting your commute because it's like the whole hillside is just in flames and glowing here, and people coming from the 14, especially out of Santa Clarita, they can see all of that activity. So it is bumper to bumper all the way down to the Newhall Pass. Once you get there, you're merging into more slow traffic on South 5, continuing up to the closure because of the fire at the 210 split. The 210 is closed between the 5 and Roxford Street. North and South 5, the connectors that take you to the 210 are closed as well because of the Hearst fire. The 5 itself is open, but it's going to be slow. I'm going to send you over to the 118. I think you should use that as opposed to using the 210. The drive time, because of the all the attention that it's attracting for the 14, 46 minutes from Palmdale off to the Newhall Pass. South 5, not good. 53 minutes from Valencia to the 10. Leave early, drive with caution, be on the lookout for debris scattered across the road, down trees, and vehicles that may be stalled out too. That's been an issue as well. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
So, Robin, you were talking about this new fire in the Sepulveda Basin. It's being called the Woodley Fire. So that fire has now grown to approximately 75 acres. But don't let your guard down, because that doesn't mean anything with these kinds of winds. We've seen this happen. Yesterday it happened with Pacific Palisades, 20 acres and 200 acres, and now we're, 2,900 acres. Incident Command reports that it poses a threat of crossing Burbank Boulevard. That would be very detrimental. That would be very, very dangerous. So the crews are working actively to try to contain that fire, protect structures in that area.
So that's going to be near where the 405 and 101 intersect, and then you can see the direction of that smoke. It's moving horizontally, and that's the big concern, because you had mentioned, maybe the size of this fire at this point is not there's no wow factor to it in terms of the size, but every little ember, and there are going to be hundreds, if not thousands of them, can fly, as you had mentioned earlier, Lynette, 1 to 3 miles at a pace of, depending on the wind gust, could be any 30 to 60 miles per hour. And those embers can, they get stuck on palm trees, they can catch on a roof, and then from there you get a spot fire, and that's how this thing explodes out of control.
And so when you can see it from this camera is quite a distance away, miles and miles away. But when you can see the smoke moving that fast, that's a problem in these conditions. And we can't stress enough that this is not the end. This is the middle. We have an entire day worth of very, very strong winds. These firefighters have been working nonstop for all day long yesterday, from 11 o'clock yesterday morning, 10:30 in the morning when it started, all day long, all night long, and now we're 6:53 in the morning. They're exhausted.
Yeah, and those winds aren't expected to really kind of subside until about 6 o'clock tonight, according to our team of meteorologists here this morning. So we've got a long day ahead of us. NBC4's Annette Adeola, well, she's been all over the place this morning. She was covering the Hearst fire in Sylmar, moved to the Eden fire in Altadena. In the last hour or so, you showed us a neighborhood where several homes were on fire. Now you've moved to another section of Altadena.
That's right, Adrian and Lynette. Good morning. Hello, everybody. We're actually still on East Mendocino Street, corner with Mar Vista Avenue. Now, what we have over here is another home that has been fully engulfed. And what CAL FIRE is trying to do right now, crews with CAL FIRE Riverside County, they're actually trying to save the homes that are just next to it. There's 4 homes to the right, and then a couple of homes right behind it. But as you were talking about the fact that it's been raining ash, it's been raining embers. Whoa, you hear that crackling, you hear the popping, you hear these crazy explosions. Well, it's these homes, unfortunately, that are collapsing. And everywhere we look right here, we have to be extremely careful, because we have these power lines that are dangling right above us and very close to the vehicles that are going by. In fact, I just spoke with one of the firefighters out here, and they were telling me that this entire neighborhood has roadblocks, but people continue to come up here, driving past those roadblocks, driving dangerously close to all these power lines that are on the street. You see right over here, Jeff Sharping, if you can pan to the right, these are all the down power lines scorched right above us here, and they continue to do so. Now, again, this is the intersection with Mar Vista Avenue and Mendocino. Everywhere you do, if you do a little 360 pan here, it's just completely scorched. Many of these homes just goners. And then if you go another block, we got to be very careful here. We have another down line that's dangling here. This is as far as we're going to go. It's just you have one house that's been saved, another one that's been spared, and then 2, 3 other ones that are completely gone. And right now, what fire crews are telling us is that, yes, there's been a little bit of a lull in the winds, and we did feel it. They were a bit calm about 5-10 minutes ago, and then just as we speak right now, they're picking up speed once again, and that is something that they've said time and time again is what we're going to see throughout the day, throughout the next couple of hours. So again, they're urging folks to please heed those warnings of evacuations and takeoff. As a matter of fact, that CAL FIRE firefighter that I was speaking with also told me that right around the corner from where we're at, there's crews, there's engines out there rescuing people because they were stuck in their homes. We believe that is the neighborhood, the pocket that we were trying to make our way to earlier this morning, but we simply could not get there because it was just too dangerous. We just heard another boom, a really loud boom. It's like fireworks going off left and right of us. So again, the one thing that they are stressing is, you know, if you don't leave when you are told to leave, then you will be calling for help. And those crews will then have to go out, of course, focus their efforts on rescuing life, and then leave the efforts of trying to save property. So again, right here, what they are stressing is leave your home, have your belongings ready, and be ready to go. Again, these winds picking up again, and you see the lines here, the power lines just dangling left and right. You know, we have a little bit of daybreak. You can see some of the sky right there mixed in with that billowing smoke, that thick gray smoke from all the fire that's been burning over the last several hours. And it makes it difficult to see, makes it difficult to breathe. So if you see those roadblocks, please be sure to stay out of these neighborhoods as they continue to burn. We'll send it back to you.
And I wanted to ask you, just from where you are, how many homes would you estimate have burned? Because we talked with firefighters this morning, and the conditions are so bad right now, they can't get a count at this point. That's likely going to happen a little bit later on today. But just where you are, in the neighborhood that you're at, how many would you estimate have burned?
My goodness, dozens, Adrian, dozens. I mean, we see destroyed structures left and right. We make a turn onto a side street and an entire neighborhood is just wiped out. I can't even begin to count or imagine just how many folks are going to be coming back to scorched earth. It is sad. It is truly, truly sad, because I can see how our fire officials really cannot get an estimate at this point as to how many homes have been affected by these wildfires. And just as you have a couple of them burning here, and they're trying to save the other 3-4 homes that are next door to this home that's burning, you never know, because these embers just keep going and blowing and blowing. And thankfully, they do have several engines now here on Mendocino Avenue. I was asking him about that. I said, you know, we were out here for a little bit and we did not see you guys. And they said, I understand, bear with us. We have spot fires bursting everywhere. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Annette. As we wait for the sun to come up and hopefully get some new numbers from officials and get an idea. It's terrifying to think about what we're going to find when we actually see the devastation and what's burned and what this fire has done. It's just absolutely terrifying. Right now, we want to show you some of the images, and you're going to hear from some of the people impacted by this wildfire emergency that's happening right now here in Southern California.
Is this your house? Which is your house?
Yeah, this is our house. Backyard's on fire. I'm out of here.
You turn around 1 second, you're looking at the fire, look back to while you're fire, look back again. It's actually moved hundreds of feet in seconds. It goes that quick.
These winds are blowing so hard and so fast that putting water on these buildings will virtually do nothing.
The Parkview Nursing Home Wellness Center, and they are evacuating patients in wheelchairs as you see embers flying through the wind.
Really hard. I think it really hit me when I heard that all the trees around Pelly High were burning. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. It's time to go.
These images are just terrifying.
Yeah, and to kind of drive it home, I mean, we have no idea at this point of how many homes have burned. Casualties, those are low right now. We have heard about some people suffering some burn injuries, but at this point, the numbers are relatively low given the amount of destruction that we've seen throughout the overnight hours. It is 7 o'clock right now. You are watching Today in LA, and we appreciate you joining us. I'm Adrian Arambulo.
And I'm Lynette Romero. We have been on the air nonstop since 11 a.m. yesterday morning when this first started, tracking this wildfire emergency in Southern California. Here are the latest numbers. These will change. It's going to get worse, and it is not over yet. We're in the middle of it. The Palisades fire is the largest fire. It started yesterday morning at about 10:30. 2,900 acres have burned. More than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate just in the Pacific Palisades area in Santa Monica. The Eaton fire, that is burning near Altadena. It started about 6 o'clock last night. The latest numbers we have, preliminary numbers, 2,200 acres have been burned in that fire. But the most recent fire is in Sylmar. It's called the Hearst Fire. It started at 10:30 last night. More than 500 acres have burned. That actually is not the most recent fire. We just told you about the Woodley Fire. That one just started this morning, and we will update you on that here in just a minute. But we do want to tell you that the state of emergency has been declared because of these fires and many school closures. Too many for us to tell you about. There will be a full list on NBCLA.com, and we will get the latest information about this very dangerous and serious crisis facing our neighborhoods, our community, at a news conference at 8 a.m., and we, of course, will cover that live.
Yeah, the Eaton fire right there, there are tens of thousands of people evacuated with that fire as well, and you know, it's just a very troubling situation. We can't get a count on how many homes have burned at this point because we're still in the thick of it, still in the midst of it right now. And the wind, it's so challenging that firefighters, you know, they're still trying to put out as many house fires as possible. We want to check in with NBC4's Lauren Coronado right now, who's monitoring the Palisades fire. This was the first to break out yesterday morning. And Lauren, we understand that you've moved to the Rustic Canyon neighborhood. What are you seeing there?
Lynette, Adrian, we're on Iliff Street right now, just off Sunset Boulevard, like you said, in the Rustic Canyon neighborhood of Pacific Palisades. And when you look around, it's overwhelming. Home after home has burned, flattened. You can see what happened, the destruction here when the fire just tore through the neighborhood. I just talked with a homeowner who tells me he tried to get here in the neighborhood quickly to try and see if his home is still standing. He was on his way to his home. He said a lot of neighbors were asking him to check on their homes as well, because a lot of people, when they rushed out of here and took whatever they could to get to safety, they didn't know if their home would still be here when they return. Unfortunately, he has a lot of bad news to deliver to those neighbors. And you guys talked about a count, right? There's so much to show, by the way. You guys talked about a count of how many homes have burned. When we first got here, a little bit closer to 3 o'clock in the morning at Sunset and Chautauqua, which has been a popular spot where a lot of firefighters have been because of so much destruction. I talked with a firefighter who was actually down here from NorCal, and he said that he counted with his own eyes dozens of homes burned. He said that it would be a safe bet to say that hundreds have burned. Of course, that's still information that we need to confirm, but he had been around the neighborhood with different crews, and he said there were dozens and dozens. He could bet hundreds. Of course, we're still waiting to find out more about that information. If you continue to walk with me down Iliff, you'll just see more and more homes burned. That one homeowner I talked with asked me, how much worse is it down the way? Well, we're still finding out as well, because there are just so many homes. And then there are homes like this one here that are still standing. And oftentimes we see this where there's no rhyme or reason behind why a home is still standing, but these homeowners, I mean, so lucky when they see this. And as we report, we can't help but think of the viewers, the homeowners who are watching, waiting to find out if their home is still standing. So we keep that top of mind as we deliver this kind of news. Look at this burned out car and the metal on the ground that melted. These flames just so intense and relentless. When I talked with firefighters, I asked, what has it been like on the fire lines? And they said, well, take a look around you, because the winds have just been unbearable. The winds have been so intense. Earlier in the evening, or earlier in the morning, I should say, overnight, we saw a lot of embers flying all over the place, and there are a lot of palm trees out here. We know how dangerous that can become. Those palm trees are like fireworks because they cast off even more embers, and we know these embers are flying not just a mile in regular fires like what we normally see. This isn't a regular fire. This is an intense wind-driven fire. And as we continue to walk down Iliff, it's just home after home, flames. It's just incredible to see. It's unbelievable to see. We've been out here for several hours now, and firefighters tell me resources are low. They're doing their best. We know that this is a big mutual aid operation. We know that there are fire crews from all over the state. We know that the governor actually deployed firefighters from NorCal to SoCal to help with the firefight. That was one of the firefighters I talked with. And right now, as we continue on, here's another example, another home, and a lot of homeowners are waking up today wondering if their home made it. That homeowner I talked with told me that a lot of his neighbors are staying at nearby hotels, a lot of them anxious to find out if they're going to be returning to their home. But you look at this street, you look at Iliff off Sunset, and this neighborhood is destroyed. Really tough images to take in right now. And of course, the firefight is absolutely not over. When I talked to that firefighter who was sharing a lot of information about the firefight, he said there is no containment in sight. And like our First Alert weather team has been warning as well, we know that conditions don't appear to be improving anytime soon either. Lynette, Adrian.
Lauren, it's just, this is the first time, the sun officially rose right around 7 o'clock this morning. This is the first time we're really able to get a look at this damage with the sun up. And obviously you can't see the sun because the skies are so gray and white from all the smoke there. But this is just, you had mentioned it's incredible and astounding to see it. And it's incredibly sad and tragic because these are densely populated neighborhoods where many homes would be standing. And now you can see they've just been obliterated, leveled down to their foundations. And you think about all these families, and this is everything that they had worked for. You showed the cars that had burned out, the homes, all of it now gone, just a neighborhood decimated.
Yeah, and generations who've lived here. That homeowner I keep referencing that I just talked with, it's just so fresh in my mind because he was in such a panic as he was walking through here. And hopefully we can share that interview with him later on. Maybe in a few minutes we can work to share that with you. But he got out here, jumped out of his car, started looking around, assessing the damage because he said neighbors are relying on him to let them know if their home is still standing. And he said, these are our neighbors. He said his brother lives in this community. His dad lives in this community. Generations of families who live here. And it's just unbelievable to see what this fire did in such a quick time as well. I was with LAFD's Captain Eric Scott yesterday morning around 10:45 in the morning, and we were working on a fire preparedness story, right? This was going to be leading up to the peak of the winds, and midway through our time together, while he was talking about how people could prepare for a fire, he said, oh wow, a fire just sparked in Pacific Palisades. It looks like it has the potential to grow quickly. And he got out of there and he ended up here, and of course we saw it grow so quickly yesterday, and this is the aftermath. Lynette, Adrian.
All right, thank you for that, Lauren Coronado, reporting for us live. We will continue to talk with you throughout the morning. We want to go to Lisa Derderian. She's the Public Information Officer for the City of Pasadena. Lisa, what can you tell us about the latest involving your residents this morning?
Well, first of all, our hearts go out to those who have lost homes and structures. And we want them to reassure them that we have over 2,000 city employees that are here to help and have been working around the clock. But we've lost over 100 homes or structures, still too early to really determine exact amount, over 2,200 acres. And we have over 700 people at our shelter at the Pasadena Convention Center, which is a huge number.
Lisa, you just said over 100 homes you know for sure at this point.
Right. It's still too early to determine. I mean, the priority is fighting the fires right now, right, getting the resources up there. So we'll start doing more damage assessment when daylight comes up and when we can get into these areas.
This is the Eaton fire that you're talking about. And one of the things that I think has struck us is that, it was just a matter of days ago that we were celebrating the Rose Parade and we were looking at these beautiful homes in the area. And we've been talking about Float Fest. Our reporters were out there on the same streets that they were celebrating the New Year and the Rose Parade. They're on those same streets now watching this firefight.
Exactly. And this neighborhood, because I live in the neighborhood, prides itself on every year putting up holiday decorations, block by block competition. So literally a day or two ago, they took down the decorations. And now this, I mean, talk about neighbor helping neighbor. Everybody's going to come together to really assist those who have really lost their homes, lost so much of their lives in this fire. Fortunately, no lives were lost, but lost so much of their lives that they've gathered for years.
Lisa, what's the strategy for the day? Because the winds are expected to be strong through 5, 6 o'clock tonight. Not been able to get a lot of air support. A lot of the aircraft has been grounded since, I believe, roughly 8 o'clock last night. So how do you move forward? How do you still try to protect homes? How do you try to keep people safe when you're limited in terms of resources?
We are getting a lot more resources in today and overnight, which is a big plus. Hopefully we can get some of the airships overhead in the next few hours. But we did request numerous strike teams, I believe over 60 of them. They're coming from several states into our area to assist us. So you will start seeing more of a presence of fire apparatus. Our police officers were instrumental in evacuating assisted living facility last night, literally putting them in the back of what we call a Bearcat police vehicle. So our public safety officials, in addition to water and power and public works, I mean, it was all hands on deck, and it will continue to be until the need exists.
Yeah, there's more heroism out there than we could even put our finger on for sure. Lisa Dodorian with the City of Pasadena, thank you so much for talking with us. We'll be checking back with you. We want to talk with Catherine Barger, LA County Supervisor. You're on the way, Catherine, to the 8 a.m. news conference. But I just have to ask you personally, we've met over the years at many different scenes and situations. You've never seen anything like this before, have you?
No, obviously. I mean, this because it's happening throughout the entire county, resources are being really tested to their limit. And Lisa's absolutely right. We're calling on outside mutual aid from outside the state because this is an all hands on deck. And, you know, when you think about the fact that we were rejoicing over having so much water, what that produced was a lot of fuel for this fire. And so I'm just praying that our firefighters continue to stay safe and protect life and protect as many homes as possible.
So what is the situation right now? Because we've got another fire that just sparked near the Sepulveda Basin.
Yeah.
Can you talk to us about the numbers that you have and your biggest concern right at this moment, just after 7 a.m., battling all these wildfires?
Well, you know, it's very fluid, literally. I mean, we had Silmar, and now this. I mean, we're going to see spot fires. My greatest fear is that our first responders are spread so thin that it impacts their ability to really to fight this fire effectively. But I have a lot of confidence in Chief Maroney and the fact that he is evaluating and making sure that resources are sent to where they need to be best used. And so, you know, I look to the experts to get it done. My role is to make sure that everyone's moving in the right direction and they're getting the resources they need. And I'm going to stay in my lane and let our first responders call the shots.
Do you have, I don't know if you know this since you're not at the news conference yet and you haven't maybe...
I'm in the office, so yeah.
Okay, here's my question. The fact that they've not been able to work on an aerial assault of this fire, which is so desperately needed because of the winds, we were told that there hasn't been any ability to fly over these fires since 8 o'clock last night. The winds are not dying down anytime soon. What do you know about that hopefully being able to pick up again? What are the chances of some bigger aircraft coming in that are going to be able to sustain these winds?
So the fixed wing, Maroney is assessing that. We have a contract, as you know, we've got fixed wing that are available. But as Maroney said last night, he's not going to put lives in jeopardy, and it wouldn't be effective because of the wind as well and where the droppings are going to take place. But they're reevaluating that as we speak. Obviously, it's frustrating for the firefighters on the ground because they know how effective fighting it from the air is. But rest assured, if we are able to, we will get them up. We have the best of the best. Our pilots, I would challenge anybody. Our pilots are the best of the best, and if safe and if effective, they will be up and they will be fighting it.
What would your message be to our viewers watching right now? Because, again, we still have about 10 hours of these powerful winds.
Yeah. I have friends. So people say, how are you dealing with your constituents? These are friends that I have that have been evacuated. And what I would ask people is, if you are asked to evacuate, please heed that advice. We've got an emergency shelter set up at the convention center in Pasadena. Please, 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 not only for your life, but also to help our firefighters be able to fight these fires and not worry about having to protect the lives when they're trying to protect the structures. So I know it's frustrating. I know people are fatigued, but my plea is to listen, be prepared to evacuate when asked to, and don't question and think that you are going to be able to fight the fire at your home, because at the end of the day, these are professionals that are up there doing it, and I want them to be able to do their job. And so that would be my big ask to everybody. And I know it's a big ask, but at the end of the day, that's really what I think has been a consistent message, not only for the fire in Eden, but also the Palisades as well as Sylmar.
You know, you just said the word fatigue, and my thought is watching these firefighters just working nonstop. Now we're going to come up on 24 hours that they've been on the line, and just working, doing whatever they can. And then also seeing the fact that some people tried to get out, but they waited too long, or they just didn't have enough time. And you saw all those cars in the middle of the street and then having to be bulldozed out of the way so emergency crews could get through. I mean, we've just never seen anything like that before.
Well, we're talking about areas, for example, the Kinaloa up by Eaton Canyon. There is one road in and one road out. I have friends that have actually evacuated. They evacuated early because they recognized that because it's one road in, one road out, it's important to be able to get out. This is something that is an exact example of why we need to heed the advice of our first responders when they're asking you to evacuate. It is for that reason. And so, again, fatigue both with the residents but also with our first responders front line. To your point, some of them have been fighting this for 48 hours, have been on alert even before the fires broke out, knowing that this wind condition was going to create serious problems for the firefighters. So some of these people have been on for far longer than just what you're seeing as the fire started.
And Supervisor, we just heard from Pasadena officials that they believe that at least 100 homes have been lost in that Pasadena-Alton area regarding the Eden fire. Do you have any updates? We've seen buildings and homes burn regarding the Palisades fire. Any idea on numbers there, and any information about any injuries?
Well, we're hearing that number, but it's not a perfect science, and we're not taking the time to sit there and count because we recognize that we're continuing to fight to try to save structures. But that's the number I've heard, and I've heard about some people that have been injured in the Palisades fire, but I have heard of nothing so far, knock on wood, with the Eaton. But, as of 8 o'clock when we have our press briefing, I'll hopefully have some more information. And this press briefing, I'm going to let the experts speak. I don't think people want to hear the politicians talk about, what we think. I want this to be about really getting the information out there, because that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing people want to know what is going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Supervisor Barker, we so appreciate you talking to us this morning. We will talk to you again if you'll answer our phone call when we call you.
Always. You're stuck with me for 4 years.
Okay, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Be safe out there.
Thank you.
7:19 right now. You're watching continuous coverage of the emergency situation going on in Southern California. We have been on the air. We are not going off the air. We're here with you. We're going to send it over to Belen de Leon, who has been monitoring this. Now that the sun is up, Belen, looking at these plumes of smoke, it's just daunting.
It sure is. And this is not a typical Santa Ana wind event. This is an extreme wind event combined with very low relative humidity and very, very dry vegetation. We're about 4.5 inches behind where we should be for this time of year when it comes to rainfall. Instead of tracking rain, we're tracking these really strong winds. Look at some of the peak wind reports. I mean, we've got some extreme wind reports all over the place. These are just the ones on the higher end. Fremont Canyon with a gust of 94 miles per hour, Magic Mountain Truck Trail 90. The Hollywood Burbank Airport, amigos,
84-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Rancho Cucamonga 77, and in Eaton Canyon, we got a peak gust of 70 miles per hour. And this morning is when we're in the thick of it. The winds were expected to peak last night into this morning, and we certainly are seeing those strong winds, and they're not going anywhere. At least for the first half of the day, the winds are going to remain steady and they're going to remain strong. Look at the observation stations right now in the Eaton fire area, where we've got low humidity in the teens, in the 20s, and the anywhere between 20 to up to about 30 miles per hour. So that's what's helping fan these flames and cause spot fires. I'll take you over to the Palisades fire area, and this is where the sustained winds in the Santa Monica Mountains has been steady and strong, upwards of 50 miles per hour. Right now it's 62 miles per hour. You see this? The gust 84 miles per hour. The Topanga Beach observation station, gusts there up to 24 miles per hour. Not far from there, over in Santa Monica, gusts close to 30 miles per hour. Look at the humidity, very low, 5%. Today, the humidity is expected to be even lower, and we've still got those really strong winds that are not going anywhere. Take a look at the current wind gusts, the strongest ones through the San Fernando Valley, I-5 corridor, the LA Ventura County mountains. It's really windy through the Inland Empire and over into Orange County as well. And check out these gusts right now. Those are the occasional stronger bursts of winds that blow through right now through the I-5 corridor. Gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour, and a few pockets of gusts up to 60 and 70 miles per hour. Also very windy through the Inland Empire and over into Orange County. Yesterday, the fire danger was elevated to critical. Today, taking it up a notch. Extreme fire conditions expected over LA, Ventura County. Also critical fire conditions that are extending over into the Inland Empire, and elevated fire conditions all the way over into the deserts and the desert slopes and all the way out towards the coastline. So today, I think could even be a more critical day because we have those winds, plus we have the humidity dropping even more. So we urge you to go over your ready, set, go plan. If you live in the mountains and the foothills, you should be in the set stage. What does that mean? You need to have your emergency supplies and your vehicle ready to go. You need to stay informed. Stay with us here on NBC4. We'll continue to provide you updates and also see what the emergency officials are saying. The other thing is you got to be prepared to evacuate, and of course we'll get you ready for everything and keep you informed. Right now, we're going to take a look at what's happening on the roads, and Robin has been staying on top of everything.
I have so much going on right now. We have so many closures to talk about, but I'd like to take you back over to the 210 freeway because a fire that's burning right next to the freeway is impacting westbound travel. So this is in Irwindale. The fire started in a riverbed right along Irwindale Avenue at Foothill, but it's impacting the 210 freeway. So westbound 210 at Irwindale Avenue, the right lane is blocked off. So you'll see CHP and fire crews on scene. At times, they've been holding traffic on the ramps here to deal with that fire. If you want to avoid the 210 heading west, I'd use Gladstone or Arrow Highway. Both can be used as alternates, but the 210 in the westbound direction crawling because of this fire. Your drive time, not bad. It's at 32 minutes right now from Glendora heading over to the 134. As more commuters hit the road, everybody is slowing down to take a look at the smoke and flames coming from the Hearst fire that's burning in Sylmar. This is impacting a number of freeways, the 210, the 5, and the 14. I was traveling along this stretch this morning and the hillside was glowing. The smoke was blowing across the 5 at the 210 split. So that's where we have some of the closures in place. The 210 at Roxford closed in both directions. The north and south connectors from the 5 to East 210 are closed. The 5 freeway open. The traffic a mess. It is crawling right now, leaving the Newhall Pass heading down to the closure at the 210. Same story for the opposite direction. If you plan on heading north on the 5, it's open. The connector to the 210 is closed, but that's why you have so much heavy traffic leaving San Fernando heading up to the closure. For the 14, it's open, but it's a mess and just crawling right now, leaving Santa Clarita heading all the way over to the Newhall Pass. Once again, it's mostly looky-loo traffic and that smoke that's blowing across the freeway. We also have the 101 and the 405 impacted by the Whitley fire that we've been telling you about. This is burning in the Sepulveda Basin. This fire is surrounded by Whitley Avenue, Victory, Burbank, and the 405. So that's why the traffic is so heavy. And I just got word from Metro that they've decided to cancel line 235 that runs through the area because of all the fire activity. So if you normally hop on bus line 235, it's a no-go today because of this fire. South 405 crawling, approaching the 101. The 101 is crawling in both directions, approaching the 405 because of the smoke and the flames here coming from the Woodley fire. Lynette, Adrian, back to you.
All right, Robin, thank you for that. NBC4's Lauren Coronado again on the west side monitoring the Palisades fire. Lauren, you've been showing us a neighborhood just absolutely decimated by these fires, and you found somebody whose home, I've heard, somehow survived.
That's right. This one home was spared because if you look around me, we're on Iliff Street, by the way, just off Sunset, not far from Chautauqua. And I want to show you this entire street is basically gone here on Iliff Street. It's just so tough to take in these images. I mean, burned out cars, melted metal literally coming down this driveway here. And you mentioned that one home. This is the home, and the architect just walked up. His name is Greg Chasen, and he's actually on the phone with the homeowner right now. He tells me that a family lives in this home. They just moved here 6 months ago. The home to their left, the home to their right is gone, and he is able to tell this family that their home is somehow still standing. Are you still on the phone, Greg, with the family who owns this home?
Yeah, I'm on the phone here with them. Chris, are you stoked to see your house standing?
Yeah, I can see it, and I can see you. I'm watching the feed.
Wow. Hi, Chris. My name is Lauren Coronado. You're live with us on Today in LA right now. We're obviously on Iliff Street, where you live. Your neighbors' homes, they're gone. It's really tough to see these images. And then we stumbled upon Greg here, the architect of your home. Yours is standing. It's incredible to see. How are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm kind of in shock, and I just feel terrible for the neighbors. I mean, we're very lucky that the house survived, but then for the neighbors, I just can't believe it. We actually have owned that house since 1998. We own the property, and we've just rebuilt the house, but we've been with those neighbors for that whole time, for almost 30 years. And to see that devastation on the block, it's terrible.
Wow. So you moved back in 6 months ago?
That's right. We moved back in 6 months ago.
And you're saying these neighbors, you've been with them for decades now, and I can't imagine what it's like to see the neighborhood, your neighborhood, the way it is right now. The wind's just picked up, so it sounds like you're having trouble hearing me now. Have you been able to talk with your neighbors who've lost their homes?
No, we haven't. I mean, we were all evacuating at the same time yesterday. We could see the fire, up the road. It was up at the top of Chautauqua and at the far end of the Alphabet Street. And it was, I honestly couldn't imagine that the fire would have burned all the way down to the bottom of the Alphabets to where we are, but obviously it did. And we talked a lot yesterday as we were all getting ready to leave, but I haven't talked to anybody since we evacuated.
What was the evacuation process like, especially leaving, not thinking that the fire would spread to your neighborhood?
It was somewhat a little bit chaotic. It was very tough getting out of the area. My wife and daughter left early, and they had a hard time getting out of the Palisades itself. I did not have a hard time getting out of the Palisades, but it was impossible to get to the freeway.
Wow.
It took me an hour to get to the freeway from the house.
Wow, so many people desperate to evacuate.
That's right. Yeah, it was very scary.
Okay. And again, how are you feeling? You see your home standing. Hopefully you can return soon. It might be some time because right across the street from you, a home is burning right now. So it's going to be some time, I'm sure, until you all are able to come back home. But any final thoughts as we say goodbye to you for right now?
No final thought. I think we just need to be really considerate and caring and thinking about the people who've lost their home. We're super lucky and we're in a safe location, and everything is fine for us. Even, we're okay, but that's not going to be true for everyone in the neighborhood, and it's just utter devastation. It just looks a lot like Maui from the images. It's really terrible.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Greg, for your time. We really appreciate it. We're going to stay out here, continue monitoring the situation. Another home is actually up in flames right now. We're going to stay out here and continue to keep you guys posted right here on Iliff Street. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, can you imagine, you see your neighbors as you're all evacuating, and then you come back and you see this. So he's absolutely right. Your hearts can't help but break for the people who've just lost everything. Lauren, thank you so much for that.
7:30 right now, and you are watching Today in LA. We are in the midst of this wildfire emergency here in Southern California. We appreciate you joining us. I'm Adrian Arambulo.
And I'm Lynette Romero. We have been on the air nonstop since this all broke out. It started at 10:30 yesterday morning. We went on the air at 11 a.m. tracking this wildfire emergency in Southern California, and we are going to stay with you with this. Palisades is the largest fire. It started about 10:30, as we said yesterday morning. 2,900 acres, but more than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate in the Pacific Palisades area and also Santa Monica.
We've heard of several people being injured in that fire, burn injuries to residents, and a significant injury to a firefighter who was battling that fire, had to be rushed to a trauma center. There's also the Eaton fire, and that is 2,200 acres in size. That started around 6 o'clock last night. And again, we have tens of thousands of people under evacuation warnings or orders there. The Eden fire, talking with the Pasadena city official just a short time ago, they believe that at least 100 homes have been lost at this point. And again, no official count at this point because firefighters are still in the midst of trying to put out fires. The most recent fire, that is actually is not the most recent fire. The most recent fire is happening in the Sepulveda Basin, the Woodley fire. But there was another fire that broke out in Sylmar. That is called the Hearst fire. That started around 10:30 last night, and hundreds of acres have burned there as well.
We do know that the governor has declared a state of emergency because of these fires. If you are waking up and deciding whether or not to take your kids to school, make sure and check to see if your school or your neighborhood has been impacted. There are a lot of closures. There will be a full list on NBCLA.com. We can tell you that Pepperdine, the Malibu campus, and also the Calabasas campus closed because of this. There will be no in-person classes, and so many other schools have been impacted. So you should really check online with your school or check our website as well.
And important to note right there, 0% containment. So these fires, they're widespread all over the place, and they are out of control at this point, and the reason being the winds. We've seen hurricane-force wind gusts overnight, and because of that, you can't get any of the aircraft on these fires, and that's why these are spreading so quickly and causing so much damage.
And we're going to have winds all day long. We are in the middle of it. NBC4's Michelle Valles is live in Altadena covering the Eaton fire this morning. So, Michelle, you're in front of another house that has just caught fire.
Just devastating, guys. As you can see, the sun peeking through the billowing smoke. We are completely surrounded in black smoke. We're at Midwick and Sinaloa, and Mike and Jenny Rogers live at this property, watching their neighbors' homes go down. This home, as we've just witnessed it, just being flattened, and the carport across the street here now completely engulfed. Just 10 minutes ago, our photographer Joel Cook was trying to put it out with a water hose too. He's been doing that when he has his little lulls and breaks here because you just feel helpless. And that's where we were here when we were witnessing. We found Mike and Jenny Rogers. They live here. They evacuated last night. And then they went to their friend's house. Their friend's house was then evacuated by the Rose Bowl, so they came back home. Mike, can we talk to you? We're live. Mike, what's going through your mind right now?
Right this minute? I could use a cup of coffee, actually. But this is unbelievable. Never thought it would happen to us.
I saw you on the roof. I talked to your wife, Mary. You guys evacuated last night.
Yeah, we went across town to Pasadena, a friend of ours, and didn't think we had to, but figured better safe than sorry. And then we got back this morning, had to zigzag our way across town to discover that, and then, you know, what little damage happened here. So we're just trying to save what we have if we can.
Do you know your neighbors across the street?
I don't know him well. Elderly fellow, but nice guy. I'm assuming he's gone, as in has left the property. But that's terrible.
Your wife Mary told me you
Jenny.
Jenny told me that you guys evacuated, and then the house you went to also had to be evacuated.
This morning they're giving the evacuation order for Pasadena, that part of Pasadena.
So what made you come back home?
This is home. What are we going to do? Where are we going to go?
Were you surprised to see your home still standing when you're in the middle of this inferno?
No, what surprised me was all of this. Last night the winds were southerly. The fire was creeping northwest. The winds were still going that way, so I figured, okay, embers were going to go that way. By the time the fire got there, maybe the winds would shift. I had no idea. I mean, I don't know if you've been on that side of lake, but it's devastating.
Mike, thank you so much.
No problem.
And I love your Chicago Bears beanie. It makes me think of Adrian Arambulo.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. God bless you guys. So he and his wife, Jenny, you know, out here with the water hose, and their house is still intact. They did evacuate, as you heard, and then they came back to their home, and the home they were staying at was also evacuated. Here we have this guy, Dakota. Dakota, I saw you earlier. You were driving around. Are you from this area?
Yes, ma'am. I live over near Allen and Washington, in that area.
Okay, so we've been in a small radius here throughout the morning, about between, you know, a small 1 mile radius. You've been cruising around the streets and neighborhoods. Can you describe what you've seen? How many homes?
Probably over 100, definitely. It's kind of apocalyptic a little bit, as you can see right now. Just the sun itself looks kind of crazy. But yeah, it's really sad. Unfortunately, I don't live over in this area. I live a little bit more down in Washington. So, you know, I'm just here to experience it. It's unfortunate that we have this, you know what I'm saying? We don't really get this a lot, at all, really. We don't get this at all. It's our first time I think we've ever had a fire like this. It's usually just only up in the mountains. So, yeah, just to witness this is kind of crazy, and it's very unfortunate for all the people that are having to go through this.
So you've seen in your experience about 100 homes go up in flames. How about personnel, emergency personnel in the streets? Right, limited?
There's a lot of them actually. Yeah, not limited at all. Yeah, they're everywhere. To be honest, they're very much everywhere. They are trying to fight this fire, but the wind is just way too strong.
Thank you so much, Dakota. All right, so this is the situation. Mike just went back up on the roof here. Their Christmas garage, is how Mary described it, did catch fire, but fortunately the rest of their home is still intact. But this is just tremendous here. This home right here, we've just witnessed it. It was under fire about 20 minutes ago, and now it's well on its way. This is Mendocino, Sinaloa, and Midwick.
Michelle, as we're watching this with you,
you just heard that guy say there's well over 100 homes.
I have to ask you, the danger is still severe. There's such a threat there with these homes and cars burning, and yet you've got people who've come back home. You've got that couple who, it's amazing that their house is even standing because there is fire all around them. As you look at it, is this just luck? Why is this house still standing?
I don't know. There's some big homes that have survived, and I thought the same thing because it's hopscotched, right? So it is luck, and the winds, now we have some emergency vehicle coming through. The winds have shifted. So they were going southwest, and now it feels like they're going north. And now it feels like the winds are blowing north. So it's so unpredictable. It's just really luck. But the two people that we have seen stay behind have been able to protect their homes strangely. But it is luck. I mean, Mike and Jenny didn't know they were going to come back to their home that was still intact. They moved here 3 years ago. And, you know, I've been getting text messages a lot from my friends who are asking me to check on their homes in Pasadena and we're hearing about evacuation warnings in Eagle Rock. So it's just, we know that the winds have been southwest, and finally they have died down, because just earlier, about 2 hours ago, I mean, I had to take cover. My helmet flew off. There was embers flying everywhere. You hear popping sounds, and you wonder if it's ammunition. You wonder if it's just a chemical combustion happening. Like, it's just look live at these images and all of the smoke. You think of the wildlife. Homes just tumbling down, and it's very, very scary. No words. I can't describe it. I mean, I'm just lost for words right here, watching this and looking for a glimmer of hope. But this is just incredible. A fully engulfed neighborhood where we're at. And when I've seen, we heard that guy say that. Another popping noise. We just heard that guy say that he heard about. Or saw about 100 homes where he's been driving around. He chooses to stick around and get video. We've seen a lot of YouTubers doing that. From our experience in this small radius that we had this morning, which is about a mile radius, we've seen about 40 homes. And so we know the numbers are really high.
Yeah, and we heard
the
from...
numbers are really high, and that's what, our first alert weather team
Michelle,
gave us this particularly dangerous situation, saying that's the worst it can get, and it is.
No, I was saying that we did hear from Pasadena city officials, and they believe, Michelle, that at least 100 homes have been lost. There is no count at this point, because obviously we're still in the midst of this emergency, and the winds are going to continue to blow through about 5, 6 o'clock tonight. So their concern right now is not counting, but making sure that they save people's lives and try to protect as many homes as possible. But yeah, I mean, we're going to be talking about, it looks like, hundreds of homes. And Michelle, I did want to ask you about those winds, because that's the whole problem here, is that you've had not just hurricane force gusts, but it's been switching directions. It looks like for the time being that they've laid down a little bit in your area?
Absolutely. So right now you don't feel them at all. And this is what gives you that glimmer of hope that we're looking for. But now they just picked back up. So they're so unpredictable. But we're just really praying for mercy here, because it's just really fueling the flames. We know this is a wind-driven fire. We know this is a topography-driven fire. And you see also in the middle of the street, not only is fires, but trees have been knocked down, power lines have been knocked down as this crew makes its way through. So we don't know how bad it's gotten. We've been in this area on Homewood and this Sinaloa area, and it's just been completely devastating. Just look up in the air, all of the black smoke just swirling around.
I mean, it looks like it's nighttime, and the sun is up. It's daylight, but there's no daylight. It can't get through all that smoke.
It's so eerie when the sun came up, because it was such a glow that you wondered, well, what is that? And you're like, oh, that's the sun coming up, because your head's on a swivel, because you're constantly looking to see if a little ember gets on you, because embers were flying at us throughout the morning. It's just really scary. And like I said, I had to dodge behind a truck. And what's surprising here is that we have cell service, so we're able to make phone calls and call our loved ones and check in. I know I called my mom because I was that scared, It was just, Joel and I took a minute to pray, and we're just thinking about everyone going through this. It's just really devastating. I know it's going to hit all of us later, and the main concern right now is getting those lives saved that have to be rescued. We know there was a lot of early morning evacuations and rescues with animals and elderly, so this is just devastating.
Yeah, when we were talking with you at 4 o'clock this morning, I mean, we were very, very concerned about your situation out there, because you were getting knocked over by the winds, and generally with these fires, you can kind of predict the general direction they're going to go, so you can brace for that, you can plan your escape routes. But with them swirling like that, you didn't know if the fires could hit you, you didn't know that the trees were coming down near you as well. It was just such a precarious situation. And again, as we mentioned, for the time being in your neighborhood, it looks like things have calmed down. But again, we're expecting strong winds throughout the day again today.
Yeah. Right, and you never know what's going to explode. And now we got that car on fire too. See, these are the noises you hear. So, yeah, you got to take cover and use your intuition, and also just be careful. We know we just got another wind shift. So now it's going to the northeast. northeast. See, so
yeah.
It was the southwest winds that were really devastating around 2, 3 in the morning, and now you could see just as these are blowing to the north. These wind gusts here, so it's just a minute by minute situation, and very scary indeed. And of course, I'm with Joel Cook, who has many years under his belt. But I am taking caution, guys. I appreciate your concern. You know, we're all living on a prayer right here.
Is this Jenny?
Just watching this most destructive fire.
Is this a different homeowner, or is this Jenny?
Now we see Mike at his neighbor's house.
We're watching somebody water down their property.
Go ahead, Lynette.
Yeah, we're watching somebody water down the property with a garden hose. Is this Jenny? Is this the same house, or is this a different?
Yeah, so Mike crossed the street to his neighbor's house. Yeah, so
is this a different homeowner?
Jenny lives. That's Jenny's husband. Yeah, Jenny and Mike came over here to 2285, and they're helping their neighbor's house. This is what we're seeing here, just doing what they can. You know, their home is okay, so they came across the street. As we come to the backyard and take another look here, neighbors helping neighbors, because, you know, doing what they can.
All right, Michelle.
Doing what they can.
I'm not sure if we're with a different camera or where you are in relation to the video that we're seeing. You're right there, right? With this homeowner.
Yes, I'm here with Mary as she's putting out hot spots at the neighbor across the street. So Mary's house is okay. She ran across the street. Now she's got the water hose and do what she can to put out this fire that's burning dangerously close to this home right here. And just as what we're seeing, she can't just sit still and protect her home. She's out helping her neighbor's house too, doing whatever they can. And as we see just the more homes burned to a crisp and leveled out.
And Michelle, I wanted to read a note that we just got. Schools in the central and eastern part of Los Angeles unified. So we're talking about schools north of Manchester Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, east of 10th, west of the Interstate 710, and south of Highway 134. They're experiencing hazardous air quality conditions, so all those schools are going to be closed today. So there's going to be a full list of school closures to be released shortly. This decision is being made because the situation rapidly changed overnight as the Eden fire, the fire you're covering, Michelle, exploded, and they feel like it is the best move right now to follow the science and close these schools for the day. So I just wanted to pass that along.
Right. Mary.
That little garage over there?
So Mary's doing the best she can. Mary, can we talk to you for a bit here? How was it overnight? Jenny, I'm sorry,
okay.
I keep saying right. Jenny Rogers here with us. Your house is safe. You guys evacuated.
Yes.
And you were saying where you were wasn't safe either. You guys had to come back home.
Yes, we were at a friend's house, and they just got the notice to evacuate themselves. So we said, let's drive home to see how it was overnight, and then we came to this. So we're just trying to save as much of our neighbors and our neighborhood as much as possible.
Were you surprised to see your home still intact?
Pleasantly surprised, yes. Yes.
Jenny, thank you so much. So Jenny's house is okay. She's with her husband. And
this little shed's going to go off over here. I would let that down here.
So this is just, they feel hopeless, but they are trying to do what they can here. This is just incredible, guys. Again, we're just south of Homewood here, south of the Eaton Canyon area, not far from the Altadena golf course, and dozens of homes just flattened and destroyed. I know Homewood, where we were about 2 hours ago, just devastated. It's very few homes survived on that street there, I can tell you, but there were a few that made it out.
We are hearing now that UCLA
futile efforts, but again,
right. Let me just tell you, Michelle, we're hearing that UCLA is open for classes in regular operation. They're saying that the fires are not posing an immediate danger. But we should let people know they should continue to monitor that on their websites, on our website, on social media, because things can change. Certainly, air quality is a huge concern all over the region. You don't have to be up next to this fire to see the smoke. I'm having people text me and getting messages from viewers saying they're seeing the smoke from miles and miles away, and so it's going to have an impact all over our region. So you're going to the backyard now, right, Michelle? Where are you now?
Yeah, there's a lot of chemicals. Yeah, we just left the backyard. I want to see what's going on out here in the street. We just left. There's a lot of chemicals being burned. We haven't seen any wildlife. I mean, we're up against the forest here. So as more snap, crackle pops happen right here, now the car almost fully engulfed in flames. So this is, again, what we're seeing here. And the smoke is just debilitating. And but the wind have died down just a little bit. And we did see some Riverside County firefighters, 2 engines, make their way through. But again, their priority is saving lives at this point.
And we just got another note, Michelle. Again, this is coming now from the city of Azusa to your east. Because of the Eden fire, the fire you're looking at right now, all City of Azusa non-essential facilities will be closed today. They'll continue to monitor conditions within their city, and they're warning their residents to be prepared to gear up for potential evacuations as that fire moves east. And you're seeing a big flare-up right there, Michelle.
Yeah, Jenny making her way out because, you know, this is where it can get dangerous, and this is why people, you know, the warnings to evacuate. That tree just all of a sudden went up in flames. And,
yeah, it's
you know,
just not safe.
We're seeing up to 150-foot flames sometimes. It's not safe. It's not safe. And, you know, it starts off as good intentions, but the efforts might be futile at times. And then you never know when something like this is just going to ignite and explode.
So her husband was on the roof.
But
where is he now,
a lot
Michelle?
of people are on their own. So they're right here. So they're out. They're out okay. And Mary, you okay?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, Mary's okay. Are you connecting with friends right now? Neighbors
I'm
giving
trying.
updates?
Yes. They're asking. They're seeing this on the news. So.
Can you ask her why she came out running? What did she see in the back?
Oh my goodness, that tree's huge.
So you came out running. What scared you? Was it that tree that fully engulfed?
The tree and all the smoke from the tree just engulfed the whole backyard. It's such a beautiful house.
You know, officials always tell us to evacuate. You evacuated, but you came back home. Mm-hmm. Now what's going through your mind? Do you want to leave again? Is it getting a little unsafe for you?
You know, I don't know. I can't even think straight, so.
Watching our neighbors' homes just go up in flames has got to just be the worst feeling, and trying to help out what she can. Thank you so much, Mary.
Thank you.
God bless you guys. So just lost for words here, guys. I mean, just utter devastation, and the smoke keeps billowing and getting stronger, and it's hard to breathe. But again, that cell signal is still working as we look at 2285 Sinaloa. This is the street that the tree behind this home is fully engulfed, and then the house next to it looks like it's flattened, it's leveled where Joel's walking to, just completely flattened here. Who do we have here? Hi, sir.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm about to find out. I live on this street just down the way.
You live on this street on Midwick?
Midwick, yeah.
We're live on NBC4.
Hi.
So did you evacuate last night?
Yeah, we left about 8 o'clock last night and took what little we could and just decided to leave and went up to Santa Clarita to my son's house.
I mean, you see the fires, or you've heard about it in the news right now overnight. What made you come back?
Well, I just wanted to see. I'm going to work, and I just wanted to see what, you know, where we were at with this, and, you know, obviously,
wow,
that's
the tree that's on fire, that's really engulfed. And
oh, wow.
When you hear that,
yeah,
I think it's worth coming back to the neighborhood to
Just to check. I'm not going into the house. I'm not going in. I literally just want to drive by. There's nothing I can do. I mean, I'm not equipped to do anything. I just want to see where we're at. And
so where's your home?
I'm about 10 houses down on the east side.
All right. So you haven't seen it yet?
No, I'm about to.
All right, well, drive on back and let us know.
Okay, I'll be able to do that.
Hopefully some good news that you can share with us, okay?
Well, yeah, we'll see.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Take care. What's your name?
I'm Fred Klopping.
Fred Klopping.
Yeah.
This is your neighborhood. How long have you lived in it?
We've lived here 10 years in Altadena, going on 25. I was on the east side. I don't know if you remember, about 15 years ago, there was the Baker Fire or something like that. We were a half mile from the fire line and a half block from mandatory evacuations on that side.
Nothing like this.
Oh no, this is surreal. This is, I don't think you can really imagine this until you see it. So.
Where do you work?
I work in Irvine. I work for a law firm in Irvine. So.
All right. Well, Fred's headed to work, guys. Even despite the fires.
Nothing else to do, So,
you're alive and well.
Got to be, yeah. You got to be thankful for that. Thanks again. Take care.
Thank you. God bless you, Fred.
Please.
Thank you. So yeah, you see people like Fred just coming in to check on the status of their homes really quick. We still have Mike fighting the fire from his house. Making phone calls, and again, that is the thing that is different here. There's a cell service, which is so important to communicate. So that is still, operable, while these homes just go down in flames.
And, we're hearing and seeing people's reactions, Michelle, people who live in this neighborhood, and you can just tell that generally they're in shock. They haven't been able to process the entire situation just yet. They don't know if their homes are standing. They're seeing their neighbors' homes burn, or their own homes burn to the ground. And, it's going to be a while before any of us can really try to process this and make sense of this, because we're still in the middle of it. And we're expecting things to remain bad in terms of the conditions through at least tonight in terms of the really powerful winds, but we're going to have the dangerous fire conditions through tomorrow night.
Right. Michelle, as we've been talking with you for the last several minutes.
Absolutely.
The winds there was a lull and then they picked up again. What are you seeing now? How are the winds at this point, and now that the sun is up?
So you never know if it's the fires that are producing their own weather, because we know that, right? Mm-hmm. So it's just the wind shift, and they're picking up right now. And Joel's, fighting what he can with a water hose right here. We came back to the backyard.
That's Joel with the fire hose and the camera?
That are hitting me. Yeah, that's Joel. So I'm moving out because there's flying embers toward me, so I don't want to be in that gnarly situation. But I'm coming back out to the street, but he's fighting that, or he's trying with the water hose, putting out that tree there. But, when you run into these people, it's just, you have compassion for them, because you put yourself in their situation. Many people evacuated, but some gave it a fighting chance. And I've seen 2 homeowners who it worked for them because they've kind of been on their own. And they're not getting in the way. Yes, it's dangerous. Yes, a lot of people wouldn't stick around. But you have some who came back just to see or to fight the fire, and because they're on their own.
And Michelle, you brought
up
you bring up being compassionate,
making the best decisions we can.
Yeah, you bring up compassion and empathy, and the reason, I think we always try to be compassionate and sensitive to these people who are losing everything. But in this particular case, this can be any of us, in the sense that we're seeing fires burn where they haven't burned in generations. You spoke with a woman who'd lived in Altadena since, I believe, the 1950s, and she's saying that it never burned in that neighborhood. There have never been fires there. So if it can happen there, it could happen anywhere, and it could be any of us in this situation right now.
Absolutely.
That's a great point. Hi, how's it going, sir?
Hi, I'm media.
Oh, you're with media. Okay. We got a lot of people coming through. I'm curious to hear about Fred, who he drove down to work. Wanted to see if his house was still standing before he went to work. But yeah, compassion is the key here. And hindsight's 20/20. And the scary thing is just not knowing where where the next hot spot is going to be. But this is the situation here, guys, from Midwick and Sinaloa. As we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 houses just from my viewpoint on fire. We'll be checking in throughout the morning.
All right,
Back
Michelle, thank you for your reporting. All right, just about 8 o'clock right now. You are watching Today in LA. I'm Adrian Arambulo.
And I'm Lynette Romero. We have been on air nonstop since 11 a.m. yesterday morning covering this wildfire emergency happening here in Southern California. Again, the first fire that started, the Palisades fire, is the largest at this point. It started about 10:30 yesterday morning. The most preliminary number is 2,900 acres. We are waiting a news conference happening right now in downtown Los Angeles. We're going to listen in.
Transition to a question and answer session that will be moderated for members of the press. Our first speaker is Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you. I'm going to make my comments short because I know you want to hear from our fire chief and the people that are really have the information in real time. But let me just say, this is a dynamic situation. We've got fires throughout the entire county, which are spreading our resources very short. One of the things that people ask me is, what do you want to convey to the public? And that is, heed the advice of first responders. When they ask you to evacuate, evacuate. This is not a drill. This is in real time. So I want to thank the city of Pasadena, who's opened up the Pasadena Convention Center for those impacted by the Eaton Canyon fire. I also want to acknowledge our faith-based partners. All Saints has opened up their church for those that are evacuating the Pasadena area. But again, it's important for us to recognize that while the firefighters are there to protect structures, life is first and foremost frontline. We need to make sure that people heed the advice of our first responders. With that, I'm going to introduce our LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, to give you an update on what is going on. But I just want to thank Chief Maroney as well as Chief Crowley for the work that they are doing to make sure that our first responders have all the resources necessary. Chief Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. My name is Anthony Maroney. I am the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator for Fire and Rescue Resources. I'm going to be giving an update on the Palisades fire in addition to the Eaton fire, although I am aware that we have 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified command with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department in addition to CAL FIRE. We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment. We have an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed, and also no reported fatalities, and a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who are on the fire line. We have over 1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. For the Eaton fire, it is located in both the Angeles National Forest, the Altadena area of LA County, and Pasadena. LA County is in unified command with both the Angeles National Forest and the Pasadena Fire Department. We have over 2,000 acres burning at this time, and the fire continues to grow with 0% containment. We have over 500 personnel assigned, and unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries. We have over 100 structures destroyed, and the cause of the fire is unknown and under investigation. I will ask that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley update you on the Hearst fire after I am finished with my remarks. The LA County Fire Department operational area consists of 29 separate fire departments in LA County, and all of those fire departments are at drawdown with no fire apparatus or additional personnel to spare. As the Region 1 Coordinator, I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. 50 engine strike teams is composed of 250 fire engines and over 1,000 personnel. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California. Thank you to the first responders from Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State that are already on the road coming to LA County to assist. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger. To all of our viewers, please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment, and we ask that you keep all of Los Angeles County in your thoughts and prayers. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley to give her briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'd like to start with just a moment, if we could, of gratitude. A moment of gratitude for our first responders, our boots on the ground that are battling this intense and multiple jurisdiction and number of fires. So gratitude to those who are doing the work since yesterday through the night. And like Chief Maroney said, we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that we save people, lives, and property. With that, I'll be touching on a couple major points. With the Pacific Palisades fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second major brush fire, now referred to as the Hearst Fire, has erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles. Now, together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is battling these two major fires while also maintaining, I want to focus on this as well, 911 services for the city's approximate 4 million residents. Now, despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property. Next, I want to focus on what we've done over the last 24 hours. And with that, even within the city of Los Angeles, with these two major brush fires, our department has responded to 3,624 911 calls for service. And to put that in perspective, our average is just under 1,500 calls in a 24-hour period. Over the last 24 hours, we've also responded to an additional 32 structure fires within the city. We've treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies, well extending our normal 650 transports to the local hospitals. When it comes to the Pacific Palisades fire, as Chief Maroney had said, this is over 3,000 acres at this point and continues to grow. We will confirm the exact acreage later, so we'll make sure that we also communicate that to the community and to the media. Last night, as of 1930 hours, all aircrafts were grounded due to the high winds. Aircraft are continued to be able to resume their water drops and acreage mapping today when the weather allows us to do so. A total of 3,398 civilians and 15,105 structures are in the evacuation zone. And again, the evacuation zones are the following: north of PCH, west of Kenter Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard, south of Mulholland Drive, and east of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There are multiple evacuation centers which are supported by the American Red Cross. Injuries. Of course, there's a lot of interest in injuries. We have several firefighters and civilian injuries that have been reported, and all patients have been treated and transported to the local hospitals. Damage assessments. Chief Maroney did speak about a specific number. We are still vetting that through on the city side, so more information to come, and we will message that as soon as we can validate that. Approximately 400 LAFD firefighters have been deployed to the Palisades fire. We have many hundreds of law enforcement officers, our partner agency responders, and public works members engaged in supporting our overall operations. We are going to be transitioning to CAL FIRE this morning to manage this incident at 0800 hours. Next, I'd like to talk briefly about our Hearst fire, which is located in Sylmar. Last night at approximately 10:10 p.m., the fire erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles, adjacent to the Los Angeles National Forest. The fire has rapidly expanded to over 500 acres, prompting the emergency evacuation of more than 3,000 residents. This fire is burning within the footprint of the historic Saddle Ridge fire. Now, despite the extreme winds and significant risks, and that's what we're going to be talking about from today and probably throughout the next few days, there's always that significant risk of life and property. We'll continue to focus on saving lives and protecting property. The exact anchorage at this point will be confirmed later, and we'll make sure that we communicate that to you as well. Lastly, we want to make sure that everybody understands we are absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I would tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property. The LAFD is extremely proud to stand with all of the entities behind me. Our top priority will continue to be life safety, ensuring that safe evacuation and the rescues of our residents that are in harm's way. It will continue to be our primary focus in this wind-driven fire event as it continues. Thank you for your cooperation, your support, and your vigilance. And today, we will continue to stand with our partners to protect everyone. Next up, I would like to introduce Sheriff Luna. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Next up. Oh, we moved it. Okay.
Yes, we're just moving around, having LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Barger, county and city leadership, in addition to the leadership of our first responders in our great community for the very, very important work you continue to do to protect our community, protect the assets, and first and foremost, the health and well-being and lives of members of our community. Los Angeles Unified is the second largest school district in the nation, representing the interests of 540,000 students and 75,000 committed employees. We make decisions regarding closure of schools in a very methodical and science-driven manner. So after a great deal of consultation overnight with experts looking at the data and considering the fact that air quality conditions deteriorated significantly overnight, we have made the decision to shut down a number of schools, particularly in the eastern part of our school system. I will define what those boundaries are. School communities, beginning with leadership, workforce, and families, have been informed about these areas. And as of now, those schools within the boundaries of the area that I will define are closed. This accounts for about 10% of our total schools in our district, about 100 schools out of 1,000 schools. The areas that I'm speaking about are schools located north of Manchester Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, east of 10th Avenue, west of I-710, and south of Highway 134. Any school within that area, and that accounts again for the eastern part of our district, where the air quality met or exceeded levels that are not appropriate for employees or students to be around, are effectively shut down. We will be making decisions about what will happen in those schools going into tomorrow by 4 p.m. today based on the evolution conditions. In fact, Since we made the decision to shut down those schools, air quality conditions have improved significantly, despite the fact that they worsened significantly overnight. I want to speak specifically about schools surrounding the Palisades area. As of last night, we had to shut down 5 schools as a result of mandatory evacuation conditions. Those were Kinter Canyon Elementary School, Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Revere Middle School, and Topanga Elementary School, in addition to Palisades High Charter High School. We have reports that Palisades High sustained significant damage as a result of the fire. We are working with state and federal entities to quickly access resources to address the issues facing this community. I want to very briefly address our workforce. We know today is not going to be a perfect day. A number of schools are shut down. However, localized conditions may make it difficult for our workforce or parents and students to access schools. Air quality conditions may vary and, in fact, may not necessarily be appropriate beyond the area where we close schools. Please use your discretion. We will utilize grace and be flexible regarding attendance and for students and employees alike. Specifically, students and employees who face chronic respiratory conditions or other health issues. We will be flexible regarding these individuals. We will provide additional updates later on today regarding conditions of schools going into tomorrow. For the schools that are open, recognizing the workforce needs of the parents of our children, beyond the bell activities, care for children in those schools will continue to be provided today. Today is not a typical day. We need flexibility, patience, and grace, and we shall extend that to our workforce and certainly our parents and students in our community. Once again, our hearts go out to those who have been impacted, and our eternal gratitude to the first responders of our community for the fantastic, difficult work they've done over the past 24 hours. Thank you very much.
Chair Flynn. Morning. A lot of information to pass on, but please know this. This is a very difficult and challenging situation, but we're surrounded here by people who really care, and we're going to get through this together. That means with all of you as partners in our community. Our top priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our impacted residents, first responders, and all of the individuals involved. But understand that this is a very fluid situation, specifically in the Altadena area, and a lot of our personnel, our deputy personnel, are involved in life-saving measures as we speak now. We are working very closely with local, state, and federal agencies to provide necessary resources and support. We have been in constant communication with both our fire and law enforcement partners across LA County and beyond to ensure that all available resources that are needed are being deployed strategically and effectively, but we are prioritizing life over everything else. There are over several hundred Sheriff Department personnel working around the clock to evacuate residents in danger, assist with road closures, and respond to multiple missions that are given to us, and they do change periodically depending on that life mission. To ensure that everyone is going to be safe or safe as possible, additional personnel will likely be assigned to this fire as this continues to go, and you heard from our fire partners that there is no containment yet. I do want to split it up into two. I want to start talking about the Eaton fire first. Currently, there are evacuation orders in Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 32,500 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 13,186 structures that we deem at risk, and that could grow. Evacuation warnings, approximately 38,600 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 14,342 structures are at risk. At 4 a.m. this morning, The evacuation orders did expand to parts of the city of Duarte, Monrovia, and La Cañada. And again, we continue to assess that. That's evolving. That's going to change. So I encourage you to consistently pay attention to all sources of information so you're ready to go when you are given that order, if that does come. As information's changing, even as I was driving up here, even as I'm walking up to this podium, I'm getting messages about several of our employees who have lost their homes in the last several hours. I don't know how many because we are still gathering that information, but like we all live here in Los Angeles County, so we are impacted. So we're going to make sure that within our department, we're wrapping our arms around our employees just like we do with community members. Again, as I was coming up here, I did find out that we did have 2 fatalities in this area. I don't have any specifics. There is a lot of damage out there. We're still in the process of doing these assessments, trying to still save lives. So this information is going to change. The Altadena Sheriff's Station itself was evacuated, and it was at least limited on fire. There was some fire at the Altadena station, but we did have to clear out all of our employees out of there. I'm hearing some miraculous stories, and they're just barely coming in, of our deputies who were trying to evacuate the Altadena station, and then residents were running up from different locations around there asking them for assistance in getting them out of their structures. And from what I understand, they were barely able to get people out before these structures started burning. There's just heroic stories of what our deputies are doing out there from last night and this morning. I want to make sure people know deputies are working to assist residents who are evacuating and continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated, and it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there. We are, at this point, unable to clearly determine the extent of damage at this point because the conditions are rapidly evolving and the destruction needs to be assessed as the daylight hours have come forward. I do know that I've lost at least 1 sheriff's black and white to a fire. Thank God that the deputy is okay. But deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure at Altadena Drive from Allen to New York Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center located at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena, and we're working with them in Unified Command and in partnership as well. For animals, there are established shelters at Large Animal Shelter Rose Bowl Stadium at 1001 Rose Bowl Drive in Pasadena, Small Animal Shelter Pasadena Humane Society at 361 South Raymond Avenue in Pasadena. I'm going to switch gears now to the Palisades fire that we've been heavily involved in with our partners, again, with LAPD and LA City Fire and everyone else that's up there working. As of this morning, the fire was still burning in that area. That's impacting our residents. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 37,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades fire. Evacuation warnings, approximately 20,000 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 6,500 structures are at risk. There have been minor injuries, and our partners at the fire department have talked about those, and several, unfortunately, structures that have been lost, and we're still assessing those. Bear with me, I'm almost there. There's a lot of information, very important information. There are several road closures which can change rapidly. The 10 freeway at Lincoln Boulevard, southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon, southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon, Coastline Drive at southbound PCH, westbound PCH to Entrada to eastbound close from PCH and Malibu Canyon. We have established shelters up for that fire in the following locations: Westwood Recreation Center, which is at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in Los Angeles, Pasadena Convention Center, which I already mentioned, we can go there, 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena, and El Camino Real Charter High School, 5440 Valley Circle Boulevard in Woodland Hills. Animal shelters, large animals, LA Equestrian Center at 480 West Riverside in Burbank, large animal shelter, Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, large animal shelter, Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena, small animal shelter, Agora Animal Center, and small animal shelter, Pasadena Humane Society as well. We've got to take care of our pets. As I wrap up, a reminder, and you've heard it from several of us, you need to be prepared. If you are in a warning area, make sure you have your essentials, your important paperwork, your medications, things that you can take, your phone charger to survive for at least a week. But if you are told to evacuate and given an order, there is nothing worth your life. Please listen to the police and fire officials that are out there and be prepared to evacuate. If you have more questions or there's about evacuations, evacuation centers, or road closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency or our Sheriff's Department social media. Now it's my honor to introduce my partner, of the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you very much. And as you look at the group assembled behind me this morning, each of those and everybody we represent who's out in the field all have families. Many are impacted directly by the fire, but they leave those families to come and try and be able to help everybody else who's out there. So I owe a debt of gratitude to everybody who is putting it all on the line for everyone else. This is a tragic time in our history here in Los Angeles, but a time where we're really tested and see who we really are. And it's critical that at these times we be patient, that we come together, that we focus on saving lives and to be able to do the very best job we can, so when we look back on this, we know that we did what we could for others. I look at the people who were out there on the line last night. The winds were like something that I have never seen before. Firefighters, police officers, deputies, they're out there sheltering in their vehicles, their trucks and their cars, so that they don't end up getting burned from the fire that was being driven by 75+ mile-an-hour winds. They were there until they could get out of the car and go back to doing their work. As you can imagine, a very difficult circumstance to deal with. These are, as I mentioned, unprecedented conditions, but also unpredictable. As the fire continues to spread and pop up in different locations, none of us know where the next one is going to be. So I would ask you to be vigilant, to look at your neighborhood, to talk to your neighbors, to have everybody on board, so that if they see something start up, that we get on it very quickly. We get fire resources out there as soon as we possibly can, because with these winds, once it starts small, it'll be very big very quickly. And so I would ask for everybody's help, cooperation, and vigilance in that role. As you've heard before about evacuation, that makes the difference between living and not. And so I would ask you to take these warnings, these orders to evacuate very seriously. As you've heard over and again, be ready to go, pack what you need up, but then please comply with these orders. We don't give them, put them out lightly. When we believe that you're in the path of the fire, we're going to order that evacuation, and we really, really need your compliance on that, because if we have to send people in to try and make rescues, those people are putting their lives on the line directly for something that could have been avoidable. Sheriff Luna mentioned looting. That's something that we also have to watch out for. That is incredible that we'd even have to talk about that during these tragic times. but we are going to take that also extremely seriously, and we will follow up with that in the strongest way possible. As far as traffic goes, that's something that we're used to dealing with here. This will be an extra test of gridlock in many places due to people not having access to their normal routes. I would say that if you have an ability to be able to stay out of the west side today, to commute or to work from home, as long as your employers are good with that, to take advantage of that. The air is very tough today for particularly those who are challenged medically. If you can stay home and work from there, I would recommend that. We will continue to support our partners and the fire service and our other law enforcement partners. But to all and the public who are watching this, sincere thank you to all of you for your cooperation and your patience as we all get through this together. Thank you.
Now we're going to introduce my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who represents the Palisades area. Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, we woke up to a dark cloud over all of Los Angeles, but it is darkest for those who are most intimately impacted by these fires. It has been an immensely painful 24 hours for communities I represent. The Palisades, the Hearst, and Woodley fires are all in the 3rd District. But our strength is in our togetherness, and that will determine how we make it through. We need your partnership in this time of crisis. It is difficult to process the immensity of the destruction and loss, and we extend our hearts and every resource we have to all of our impacted residents. We know when we talk about these structures, they aren't just structures. They aren't even just houses. They're homes. This is our home. These are places where we built community, where we raised families, where we made memories that we will never forget, even if we can't go back to these structures. These are our home. Losing home is simply devastating. And I know that we are all here to support you and stand with you in this time of need. Aggressive winds and fire know no jurisdictional boundaries, nor does coordination and action across our LA County agencies with President Biden and Governor Newsom as they unlock support through fire assistance management grants for Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires so far. The talent and tenacity of our first responders is nothing short of extraordinary. And I've said it before, these people on the front lines are doing this because this is their calling. This is not simply a job that they came to have an occupation. They are called to this work to keep us safe, to keep our community safe, and to do all they can in this time of crisis to protect our Los Angeles County. Overnight winds grounded our vehicles, and we have red flag conditions through the end of day tomorrow. But we know that because of these fearless warriors on the front lines, we are doing all that we can to contain this fire. Thank you for your work to keep Los Angeles County safe, including the 3rd District communities of Pacific Palisades, Topanga Canyon, Sunset Mesa, Malibu, Santa Monica, Sylmar, Granada Hills, Lake Balboa, and surrounding communities. Our #1 message to everyone in impacted areas is to follow all evacuation orders and warnings and to stay where you are safe as long as the evacuations remain in place. We continue to have shelter capacity for you, as you have heard, for you, for your pets, and we have animal sheltering sites as well. These orders are not just to keep you safe and to keep your community safe, they are also to keep those on the front lines of this devastating crisis safe. And the longer that you wait to evacuate, the more you are putting people in danger who are putting their lives on the line to protect your homes. Please don't do this. Please evacuate. There is also an evacuation order in Santa Monica, the northern border of the city to San Vicente. The warning is north of Montana to San Vicente as well. We have an evacuation order as well as a warning there. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall is in Sylmar, and that is under evacuation warning because of the Hearst fire. Our probation department has evacuation plans in place should that move to an evacuation order from a warning, and our priority is to keep our youth in our care safe. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District has closed its schools today, and as you heard from Superintendent Carvalho, LAUSD has a variety of updates. We have heard from our state insurance commissioner as well, and while this is still quite early in this emergency, we do have some initial guidance from his office for evacuated households on reimbursable insurance expenses, with information to be found at insurance.ca.gov. Obtain a complete copy of your insurance policy, take note of additional living expense limits, track additional expenses, document conversations with your insurer or adjuster, and don't rush any decisions. If you have any questions, call 800-927-4357. Please continue to check emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest information. And I know we will see brighter skies by working together. Los Angeles County will continue to be unrelenting in our response. And I know we have only the finest on the front lines fighting this fire. It's our duty to see them succeed. Thank you.
All right, now we are going to hear from LA City Council President and Mayor Pro Tem Marquise Harris Johnson.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I just want to begin by thanking and recognizing and acknowledging the great work of our first responders, especially the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department, who last night we all witnessed doing heroic work in the face of grave danger. Last night was one of the most devastating and terrifying nights that we've seen in any part of our city at any part of our history. Fire literally jumping roads, taking out structures, and our public safety professionals created an environment where injuries were kept to a minimum, fatalities were kept to a minimum, and we wake up this morning with a renewed spirit that we can defeat this fire and move on to a brighter day. I want to also acknowledge the two members of the council that are with us today that represent the areas of the fire. Councilwoman Tracy Park of the 11th District, who's I think probably has about 90 minutes sleep by my count, because every time I looked on the television, you were there knocking on doors in neighborhoods, in community centers, at the shelters, making sure the community was okay. And then an absolute professional, someone who, since I've been on the council with her, has had to fight a fire almost every year. And so is a pro from the San Fernando Valley, the council member from the 7th District, Monica Rodriguez. And again, all the men and women, the firefighters are in the front, but our DWP workers are out there making sure we don't have additional fires from power lines, and countless folks, DOT, making sure the flow of traffic stays so that folks who want to evacuate can do so, are out there as well. So there's literally thousands and thousands of people working together to make this work. I want to announce a few more closures to add to the school closures that we heard and the closures that the sheriff and the supervisor read to us. Griffith Park closed today, including Lake Hollywood. Runyon Canyon closed today. The Los Angeles Zoo closed today. The Hollywood Reservoir closed today. The Hollywood Sign closed today, as well as all the roads through the Sepulveda Basin in the San Fernando Valley. So nobody should be going those places today anyway. I will amend what Chief McDonald said. Not only if you're on the west side or in the valley, anywhere in this city, if you can stay off the roads, please do so. I live in South LA, a long way away from the fires. Visibility is less than 1 block. because of the smoke. So if there is not a good reason for you to be on the roads, we ask that you leave the roads open as possibly as you can to the public safety professionals that have to do their work and will lead us out of the crisis that we face here in the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles today. Also, lastly, just grateful for the work of the President of the United States, kicked in for us late last night, who happens to be in Southern California. The governor was with us in the Pacific Palisades last night and has helped out. And a range of municipalities around the county and outside the county have come in to help where they can. And we're extremely, extremely grateful for their help in this time of crisis for our city and our county. And with that, I will ask the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for Los Angeles County, Kevin McGowan, to come to the mic.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Kevin McGowan. I'm the Director with the LA County's Office of Emergency Management. As my partners up here have said before, we're facing a historic natural disaster, and I think that can't be stated strong enough. This is not a normal red flag. We've been in partnership with the National Weather Service for days prior to the arrival of this severe windstorm. There's been amazing communication by the National Weather Service, and they should be acknowledged for all of the communication that was put out days in advance. What's critical about that is it partnered all of our public safety and emergency organizations throughout the county to begin preparations for this. And a lot of the successes we saw over the last 18 to 20 hours is a direct result of painstaking preparations that had gone into place for the last 48 to 72 hours. We still have a long road ahead of us. Our county is known with wildland fires. We just finished working on the Franklin fire. We've had the Bridge fire, the Post fire. This has been a very destructive fire season. This is just going to add to it. Our eyes are on mitigating the impacts from this emergency, working with our community partners, and then charting a course for what will be a long recovery effort. With that, I would like to introduce our Department of Public Works for LA County Director, Mark Pistrella.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. My name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, the largest public works department in the United States. We're coordinating across the area with all our partner agencies, including, of course, primarily the City of Los Angeles, in addressing this event today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our focus in terms of infrastructure, and then I'll move on. Before I do that, though, I do want to acknowledge all of the residents that have either lost a home or who are being evacuated. I do personally understand what that is about and understand what kind of fear that can put into you. One thing I would recommend to you before you leave that home, if you want something to do, is to close that home up tight, close any openings, completely tight to the home, and make sure that access is open to the fire department in the event that they want to come on and do work on your property. That's one thing I've learned through the years is important. So right now, LA County Public Works is focused on water supply, the road safety and transportation system, and preparing our flood control system for the inevitable post-event, which may be flows of debris and mud. With respect to water resources, there's been quite a bit of talk in the media about the water system that we're using for suppression. So let me make the following statement. There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply and its impact on firefighting efforts. There is collaboration across this region. Over 200 water retailers serve the region. LA County serves the area that in the Eaton fire area. LA City serves the area of the Palisades area. We also serve the Palisades area in the north area of unincorporated area water supply through the hydrant system. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable. This is a known fact. That's why air support is so critical to the firefight. And unfortunately, wind and air visibility have prevented that support. County water reservoir, however, county and city water reservoirs, open reservoirs, are available and on standby once that support becomes available. We will be having fixed wing as well as helicopter draw of water from our system. We also need customers to understand that it is really quite futile to attempt to fight fire with your hose at your house. That's not something I would recommend you do, but in fact I would ask that you turn off your water and turn off your gas, both things, before you leave the residence, so that we can continue to have that water supply for the hydrant system. The transportation system is operating with many, many closures. Those closures are meant for evacuation as well as fire suppression efforts. So we're asking residents not to abandon vehicles in streets, to not park vehicles in streets, but to leave those vehicles on your property. And we ask that you drive very carefully, because we also have the other event of wind right now. And we have numerous signals out across the area. So we need people to drive very consciously in the street system. And then the third piece in the road system and in our homes is the wind is causing massive tree fall. We have numerous, over hundreds and hundreds of trees that have fallen in the area already, and we expect more of that to occur. This is a safety hazard for you and your children, so we're asking that you avoid walking outside, avoid being under trees, avoid parking cars under trees, all the things that you can imagine that a tree can do. A tree can be just as devastating to a home and to your personal self as a fire. So please be aware that the wind event is going to continue, and the infrastructure is in place to do with that. We are currently preparing to remove that. We are removing trees as they fall, where it's safe to do so. There will be a mass debris removal system put together that the county is coordinating, but we would be removing and working with the cities to remove the mass debris that's going to occur, not only from the structures that have been damaged, but all of these trees that are down. So please, one of the things is make way for our utility workers who are in support of the very brave firemen and sheriff and police force that are out doing their job. We are in full support of them. So lastly, on the flood control system, this is just a quick note that yes, in fact, we will have a lot of debris. The flood control system has been impacted, that covers the entire region, by the fire. In fact, many of our facilities have been burned. One in Eaton area, Eaton Yard, where there is a debris dam there, and its facilities are currently threatened. We are looking at that and going to raise up those systems. As we enter into post-fire, our department will be available to do a review of your individual properties to make sure that you're safe from debris flow as another event that may occur in LA County. With that, I'm going to happy to turn over the microphone to my partner from the Department of Water and Power, the General Manager, Janice Quinones.
Thank you, Mark. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer for LADWP. I want to start by thanking everybody on this response. I've been in emergency management my whole career, and the collaboration I've seen in this response has been incredible, especially our first responders, our crews. I want to thank our crews that have been working on high winds trying to restore power as fast as possible, and also county, city council, mayor's office. The mayor has been in contact with me all the time. And also other utilities in California have been proactively reaching out to us to help us with the restoration. So we're in the process of contacting them to ask for more support. I want to continue the thought process that Mark had about water supply in Palisades. We had a tremendous demand on our system in the Palisades. We pushed the system to the extreme. 4 times the normal demand was seen for 15 hours straight, which lowered our water pressure. We were pushing 75 CFS on our trunk line to try to keep water pressures in the system. If there's a message you take away from me today, is I need our customers to really conserve water, not just in the Palisade area, but the whole system, because the fire department needs the water to fight the fires, and we're fighting a wildfire with urban water systems, and that is really challenging. What happened in Palisades? We have 3 large water tanks, about 1 million gallons each. We ran out of water in the first tank at about 4:45 p.m. yesterday. We ran out of water on the second tank about 8:30 p.m. and the third tank about 3 a.m. this morning. Those tanks help with the pressure on the fire hydrants and the hills of Palisades. And because we were pushing so much water in our trunk line, and so much water was being used before it can get to the tanks, we were not able to fill the tanks fast enough. So the consumption of water was faster than we can provide water in our trunk line. So I want to make sure that you understand there's water on the trunk line. It just cannot get up the hill because we cannot fill the tanks fast enough. and we cannot lower the amount of water that we provide to the fire department in order to supply the tanks because we're balancing firefighting with water. So we have our operations people on the water side at the command post with the fire department, helping them with tactics to ensure that we can provide as much water as we can find to our first responders. What are we doing now? We're sending about 20 water tanks from our construction crews full of water to support the fire department. We identified other areas in our system where our tankers can refill. It takes about 30 minutes to refill about 4,000 gallons of water, and we're constantly moving that water to the fire department to get them as much water as we can. I would also ask for the people on zip code 90272, because we're pushing the water system so hard, our water quality is decreasing. So we're going to be issuing a boil water notice this morning, and that will extend for about 48 hours. The water quality is low. We have a lot of ash in the system. And so please, if you're going to be drinking water, you need to boil the water. Those boiled waters will continue to increase as the system starts restoring. We're also managing a power outage restoration. Our water emergency has been the #1 primary issue, but the power issues are continue to increase. The winds picked up at around 11 p.m. last night, and that's when we saw the majority of our outages coming in. As of 7 a.m. today, we have 135,000 customers out of power. We have restored about 78,000 customers since the start of the outage. 32 customers have been out of power for more than 10 hours and 7 for over 18 hours. If you are out of power, I urge you to call us, call 911, let us know so that we can get to you as fast as safely as possible. We are on a severe emergency activation at the EOC for both water and power. It's taking us 24 to 48 hours to get to all of the outage. That's why we're going to start increasing our mutual aid request to get more crews on here to reduce that restoration time, but we cannot do that until it's safe for our crews. And I'm happy to report we have had no safety incidents for either the water and the power crews, which we need all the crews safely operating in our system. 40% of our outages were due to us having to de-energize the circuits for public safety. And we cannot energize them until it's safe to do so, and we have put eyes on our system. 20% is because of wire downs, and 6.5% is because our system has protected itself from further outages, and so we have to patrol every line before we come back online. With that, I just want to thank everybody, and Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. We want to transition. We're 5 minutes over. We do want to give a little bit of time for question and answer with the press. I'm going to call on you. Please identify yourself, your name, and which media outlet you're with. I see a hand up here. We'll go with you first.
Chair Barber, I wanted to ask because this press conference called One Voice is bringing together some of our city leaders, our county leaders here together for this incredible tragedy, this crisis that we're experiencing right now. And a lot of our viewers are asking, how can other Angelenos help? Because people want to volunteer, people want to help. What's the best way that other folks out there that want to help, what can they do?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question, because I think this does speak volumes to the fact that it's not just at the local level, it's at the state and the federal level as well, and it is one voice. We're seeing these fires taking place countywide, which is stretching our resources. But to the public, I mentioned All Saints in Pasadena that's opened up its church to people that are evacuating, people that are not only part of their parish, but also people that are seeking refuge. I would encourage, and we will work with our Office of Emergency Management, to put together a list of what you can do to help. I know at Pasadena Convention Center, they're looking for resources, food, and blankets. Red Cross is putting that together, but we can always use more. So this is a time for us all to come together. I mean, we're trying to wrap our heads around just getting this fire under control. But make no mistake, we will put something together so that people can offer their support. You are seeing the goodness, and I know Supervisor Horvath mentioned it. With all these horrific stories you hear, you also hear stories of people that are doing amazing things to help their neighbors and their community.
Thank you for that. I'll go ahead in the green shirt.
Yeah, the DWP was talking about the problems with the water supply, and I was wondering if either the DWP or the fire department has any kind of numbers to talk about, like what is the number of hydrants that could not get water because of these pressure issues, what percentage of the system in Pacific Palisades wasn't getting serviced at that point, and given the type of things you're describing this morning, do you think there needs to be an overhaul of the system, given these increasing number of urban fires? And also, when does the mayor return?
And name and media outlet, please.
David Zahniser with the Los Angeles Times.
Thank you.
So, Chief, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we were trying to keep water at all altitudes on the Palisades, and I think about 3 in the morning, that's when the hydrants went dry above the Brentwood area. We are able to push water on that trunk line on the east side of that. And we have some water on the higher elevations, 16 to 18,000, but at 3,000, at 3 a.m., all of the fire hydrants went dry in the Palisades. To your question of climate resiliency and how do we need to update the system, I would say that that is true. We were talking with the county supervisor and Mark on how are we going to change the way we operate our water systems for events like this. This is an unprecedented event. I think the 2011 winds was significant from a power outage perspective, but the fires have really increased the response complexity of this. We had crews trying to mitigate this, and we had to evacuate. We worked with fire department to try to get back in and try to fill the tanks again. It was unsafe to do so. So you're managing the fires, you're managing the power outage, and you're managing the water needs because it was an urban wildfire firefighting. So yes, we have to look at our system from a climate resiliency as a region. And it's going to be more than just DWP. It's all the water agencies here, including the county.
Thank you. Over here in the burgundy with a mask. Name and media outlet, please.
Real quick, I can speak on the operational side of the hydrants. We don't have a specific number to the hydrants. We do know that it came in phases. Now, our firefighters always have a primary plan, a backup plan, contingency, and emergency plan. So oftentimes, just so that the public is aware, in large brush fires, water supplies are normally limited. So with that, our apparatus do have the ability to draft water if we need to out of pools, ponds, any type of water resource. We also utilize the water tenders, in which we spoke about a little bit earlier. So with that, I just wanted to clarify that. In regard to when the mayor is returning, I spoke to her this morning at 4 o'clock. She's on her way for the last leg of her journey back home from Dallas, so her ETA is right around noon.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Buenos días, everybody. Ali Santana with Telemundo 52. For Chief Crowley, Chief Maroney, where can people go to donate food, water, supplies? And for Superintendente Carvalho, Sheriff Luna, and CEO Quiñones, just something in Espanol for our people.
We will do something in Spanish right after we conclude over here with a couple of Spanish speakers. Regarding the volunteer information.
Sure. So thank you for the question about the donations, and I know we spoke about that earlier. Just a touch point for the community. We are so grateful for the community's efforts in regard to donations. Now, what I do want to be mindful about to make sure that we share is please listen to the direction of where those donations, either through money and or food, any type of donation, it can become problematic if the public starts to just drop things off. So we are putting together a strong plan from our Emergency Operations Center. We're at the highest level at this point. We're coordinating with the county as well. So stand by for more information. We want to be very purposeful and strategic in how we're going to collect those donations, and they are welcomed.
Right over here with the glasses and the gray, right behind you. Over here with the hand up.
Thank you, sir. Scott Snowden, Santa Monica Daily Press. Question for Ms. Horvath. Are there any forecasts or predictions at this point for the economic impact of this?
There are no early numbers of the economic impact, but we are already exploring how we can do, for example, a business interruption fund, as we have done in other states of emergency. We know that there are many businesses that have also been impacted in addition to the people who are experiencing difficulty in their homes. So we are looking at what resources the county has available to support on all fronts. But thank you for the question.
Lastly, do you think this will affect insurance companies in their approach to house owners going forward?
I believe it already has, and the conversation is ongoing. As I shared earlier from the insurance commissioner, I know this is an ongoing conversation in his office, and he has provided that information and welcoming phone calls from folks who do have questions about insurance impacts as a result of these fires. I do know that yesterday, through the help of our chair, the county declared a state of emergency, as did the governor, and I know that there are other states of emergency that will be declared in order to make sure that all residents are able to readily access everything that they need to in response to these claims.
Thank you. We need to move on. Right here in the front, young woman with the hand up.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping one of the fire chiefs could talk a little bit about long-range spotting and how far we actually saw embers jumping from one fire to other spot fires. And then additionally, we heard repeatedly fire crews requesting help, backup, and not having enough crews. Were you guys prepared enough for this? Did we have enough resources to fight these fires? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I'll start at the end and work back. No, LA County and all 29 fire departments in our county are not prepared for this type of widespread disaster. There are not enough firefighters in LA County to address 4 separate fires of this magnitude. We were prepared. We did get state pre-position resources that came from Northern California that were up in the Santa Clarita Valley. We did hire additional firefighters from the LA County Fire Department and pre-position them in the Santa Monica Mountains. The LA County Fire Department was prepared for 1 or 2 major brush fires, but not 4, especially given these sustained winds and low humidities. Like our Director of Emergency Management said, this is not a normal red flag alert. People were calling for help. We tried to get them the help that they needed. LA County right now, like the LA City Fire Department, is prioritizing life safety, but we're also engaging in structure defense, perimeter control, and aerial operations. Remember that the LA County Fire Department has 13 aerial assets available to it. In addition to our agency-owned helicopters, we have our 2 CL-415 Super Scoopers and our CH-47, which is part of the 3-county QRF. So we're prepared to keep fighting the fight. Like I said earlier, I've requested additional resources, not only from Northern California, but from out of state. We did that last night, yesterday. So we're doing the very best we can. But no, we don't have enough fire personnel in LA County between all of the departments to handle this. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a couple of just quick questions.
I just want to also acknowledge that that came down from Sacramento State Senator Ben Allen and Sasha Perez, as well as our Santa Monica Mayor Negrete, who's also present here. And I know that Congressman George Whiteside is flying in from Washington, D.C. He represents the Sylmar Santa Clarita area. And so we appreciate you all being here.
Thank you,
and
Chair
I think
Barker.
someone from the mayor's office would like to go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Celine Cordero, Deputy Chief of Staff to Mayor Bass. I just wanted to step forward and address the question about the mayor. The mayor will be on the ground shortly, very shortly this morning, and engaged. But I want to assure the community and the city, our mayor has been actively engaged 100% of the time, the entire last 24 hours. Throughout this unfortunate event and crisis. The mayor has been in constant communication with our chief of police, our fire chief, our council president, our law enforcement partners, our Supervisor Barger, thank you, and our county partners. So I just want to stress she has had 100% access the entire time that she's been traveling and been actively involved in the decision making. So thank you very much to all up here, and the mayor looks forward to meeting you very shortly this morning.
Thank you for that. Over here in the green shirt.
Good morning. Stephen Coleman, KNBC.
You mentioned 4 fires. I'm aware of 3. Could you describe and characterize the 4th fire? County fire?
Yes, I can speak briefly on that 4th fire. Was a Woodley fire, which is approximately, it was a smaller fire. We threw a lot of resources at it. It is under control at this point. We'll push that information out to the media so you have the very specifics, but we're calling it the Woodley fire.
Can you tell us where it was located?
Yeah, it was in the Sepulveda Basin. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Last question, then we'll have one-on-ones. Hi, Samantha Norris, San Fernando Valley Sun. I know the Hearst fire is one of the smaller fires here, but can somebody speak more to what resources are being deployed to that fire? And for people in the Sylmar area, what are the evacuation zone areas, any closures, and where those people can go in the area? Sure, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez from the 7th District. Last night we evacuated 71 horses from the Stetson Ranch area. The fire came up quickly, and so thankfully they were safely evacuated to the Hanson Dam Equestrian Center. As we indicated, this is a very dynamic situation, and the lack of aerial support is making it that much more challenging for firefighters to be able to fight these fires, whether it's in the Palisades or any other part of the county. And so it's critically important that people heed the evacuation orders. In the Sylmar community, Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima is available for the evacuations. Currently, there is 80% vacancies, so there's still capacity for people to evacuate there. Going beyond that, we will continue to open up additional facilities as it's needed. I want to ensure the public that the things that you can do, and I know the question was asked earlier, if you're not in the immediate fire area, there are things that you can do to be of assistance, and it goes to looking at hardening your home from any potential threat of embers. These embers fly. They can go for a couple miles. So we want to ensure that they do everything to create the defensible space in their homes if they're in the adjacent areas. Again, staying off the roads to the greatest degree possible. More importantly, reducing your water usage at this time. Because there is no aerial support, all of our water is being heavily demanded upon for these firefights in all parts of the county. So these are the proactive measures that people can be taking to be of assistance immediately given the needs of our first responders. If you have downed power lines, report those to 911. We can also report all outages to 1-800-DIAL-DWP. And most importantly, for trees that are down, because we know we have a lot of road blockages, our Bureau of Street Services, for the City of Los Angeles, all of our street services crew and public works crews are out there doing that work as well, and they are part of our first responders. Want to make sure that everyone's reporting those to 311 so that we can keep the roads cleared for everyone to have the greatest amount of access for our fire personnel. But most importantly, for the adjacent equine areas, because I know in the Hearst fire, we're concerned about the spread right now. There's a lull in the wind, but we're concerned about the potential spread to other equine areas. We want to make sure that we launched our early evacuation for horse keeping areas in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, and I want to continue to urge the public in these adjacent areas to please be prepared with your bags, with your important documents, to be ready to be prepared to potentially heed the call for evacuation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're over time. We're going to...
Just one clarity
sorry.
as well, so you have some of the statistics. It started at 1010 last night. The latest acreage we have is 500 acres. We're working closely with our partners, which are the Los Angeles National Forest. We have a rep over here behind us, so we can do some one-on-ones if you want more specific, but we are unified with them. Also, the good news is, through the heroic efforts of our crews working through the night last night, our overall objective was to keep that fire so it did not overpass the 5, did not cross the 5 at this point. We were able to hold it to that point, but again, the winds are back up. We're working really, really hard there to make sure we maintain that, and we're continue to work really, really hard with our partners.
Thanks, Chief.
I don't have too much more to add, but I will share that the Los Angeles City Fire and the Angeles National Forest went into unified command immediately when that fire started. And that fire started in an area we're well exercised, known as the mutual threat zone. So that's a part of our pre-planned unified command area, and that includes ground resources and aircraft. And of course, as mentioned, aircraft has been having a hard time finding good air, and actually with the wind speeds. We're assessing aircraft availability every minute, continuously watching for a window to get aircraft up from multiple parks and multiple agencies. The Angeles National Forest aircraft and the air tanker base that services the Southern California areas in Lancaster under the U.S. Forest Service, and they're watching for opportunities to launch aircraft. But last night, the winds out in the Antelope Valley were just as bad as they were here in what we call the Front Range. So we're still struggling to get aircraft in the air. Yes, sir. Robert Garcia, Fire Chief for the Angeles National Forest.
Thank you. We are wrapping up our press conference. We will have one-on-ones and a short for Spanish media if you gather right over here.
You have been listening to city officials update us on the very dangerous situation, the wildfire emergency in Southern California. So we did get some new numbers, and we do want to go over them with you. The Palisades fire, which is the fire that started first yesterday morning at 10:30, has burned 5,000 acres. So it has grown substantially overnight. 1,000 structures have been destroyed, and they tell us that there have been a high number of significant injuries, but they could not get us a more detailed number on that, just a high number of significant injuries. So certainly that is where a lot of the resources are being focused on in the Palisades.
And we've learned that these fires have turned deadly, specifically regarding the Eaton fire. We've learned that 2 people have died as a result of that fire. Again, as you had mentioned with the Palisades fire, high number of injuries, don't know exactly how many at this point, but in this particular case, we know that at least 100 homes and other structures and businesses have been destroyed, and more than 1,000 when it comes to the Palisades fire. The causes of both these fires still unknown, still under investigation.
Right, and more than 2,000 acres have burned in the Eaton fire. The Hearst fire, which is the fire that started about 10:10 last night, they're still saying about 500 acres or more than 500 acres have been burned, and 3,000 residents have been evacuated. But it is important to note that emergency services have been stretched during this. They are under unified command, so they are bringing in resources from other states, from Northern California, wherever they can bring resources in. They are doing that to make sure that we have enough people on the front lines to fight these fires. We do want to let you know, President Biden is in Southern California. He's in Los Angeles right now, and that was an already scheduled visit, but we've been told from the White House that he has been briefed on the latest developments of the Palisades wildfire. He was briefed overnight. Soon the president will receive a briefing from CAL FIRE officials on the Palisades wildfire at a Santa Monica fire station. That's where he is headed. And then the president and the first lady will depart Los Angeles and return to the White House. So this is a national story. This is being followed all over the country because people are very well aware of the severity of what's happening here.
Something to really keep in mind, we are definitely not in the clear yet. We still have more red flag conditions today and through tomorrow. So you heard from the firefighters and law enforcement there, we are not in the clear. Essentially, everyone in LA County, they said, they're in danger right now, and they will be for the rest of the day. In terms of protection of homes, they say they cannot get to every home right now. Their resources are stretched just too thin, because you're talking about, even when you have more than 1,000 firefighters, you're talking about millions of homes in LA County, and they just don't have enough resources for 4 major brush fires burning on top of the ones that you see there on your screen. Again, to mention it right there, you do see it on your screen, is also the Woodley fire. Again, that's in the Sepulveda Basin near the 405 and 101 interchange. And again, that's 75 acres in size. So,
and that started this morning, but in a very, very populated area.
Right. And the issues with the wind is they just cannot get the aircraft up, and that would be a vital, vital resource that would help in these efforts right now. But until those winds die down and subside, we're in for a long, long day and a really tough firefight.
And we have had wall-to-wall coverage. We will continue to stay on top of the story. We are not going off the air. We are here with you. It is 9:12 right now. We're going to send it over to Belen de Leon. Belen, you have been monitoring these winds, and you've been telling us we're in the middle of it. It's not over, and that's the case right now. We have an entire day to deal with these winds.
We need airdrops, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to happen until the afternoon because the winds aren't expected to improve until we get into later today. We've got these peak wind gusts. They started last night and they have not backed off all morning long. I want to take you to the Eaton fire zone because we've been taking a look at the observation stations around here. Humidity continues to be low. That's one of the ingredients that's leading to this high fire danger. And also those winds have not stopped. Right now, gusts in the Altadena area, 20 miles per hour, not far from there over in La Cañada, Flint Ridge, also seeing similar gusts. So that just continues to fan the flames, and unfortunately, seeing that fire grow, and we could see more of that as we go throughout the day. I'll take you over to the Palisades fire, also an area where unfortunately 5,000 acres have burned. You heard that from the latest news conference. These winds haven't backed off. Gusts upwards of 30 miles per hour. Humidity in that area in the single digits and teens. Look at the Santa Monica Mountains. Gusts here close to 70 miles per hour with sustained winds out of the north around 50 miles per hour. So those strong winds continue not only to cause high fire danger, but also cause wind damage, down trees, power outages, debris on the road, crosswinds for anybody that's getting behind the wheel. And the current winds, you can see those typical Santa Ana wind-prone spots that are just all lit up because of those very strong winds. Sustained winds over in San Bernardino, almost at 30 miles per hour. Those winds blowing out of the northeast straight over into the coastline in Orange County, and then the other area of concern through the I-5 corridor over the LA Ventura County mountains, blowing out towards Oxnard. Oxnard, sustained winds at 43 miles per hour. It is howling out there. Now take a look at the gusts, because these are the occasional stronger bursts that blow through the area. Very, very gusty through the I-5 corridor, through the Inland Empire, and over into Orange County. Now look at the humidity. Humidity right now is in the teens, but the humidity is expected to drop even more today. So yesterday we had critical to elevated fire conditions. The outlook today across California, got to be honest, it looks worse because we have the combination now of the strong winds and even lower humidity than yesterday. So we have extreme fire danger over the San Fernando Valley, the LA, Ventura County mountains. We're already starting to see how that combination of dry vegetation, low humidity, and very strong winds can quickly spread fires, and they are very hard to contain. So we are going to see those winds back off, diminish somewhat through the afternoon and evening, but they're not completely going away. And with that low humidity staying in place, red flag warnings will continue in place all the way until tomorrow afternoon. So you've been hearing all of our officials and of course our anchors on the desk say we're nowhere near the end of this wind event, and we have to continue to take precautions, not use anything that has an ignition source, and please be very safe because this red flag warning covers most of Southern California. We're in that set phase. Make sure you have your ready, set, go plan in action and that you're ready to evacuate if the officials warrant and they tell you to do so. Guys, back to you.
All right, Belen, thank you very much for bringing in Jonathan Gonzalez right now. And one thing that I wanted to point out from that news conference, again, LAUSD is shutting down roughly 100 schools, 10% of the school district because of the fires, because of the air quality. And there are a number of entire school districts right now from Santa Monica and Malibu all the way out east, Pasadena, Altadena, that are shut down right now. So we have a full list of the school closures on our website, nbcla.com.
A lot of people are also going to just essential employees here at NBC Universal. Essential employees. Universal Hollywood, they are closed. The park is closed. Universal City Walk is closed. So this is impacting people, even if you're not directly, in the threat of the flames. This is impacting a very wide portion of Southern California. So please make sure that if you are out and about, if you're going on with your day, make sure that this is not impacting you. It's impacting the planes, flights,
everything.
Burbank Airport, LAX. So it is impacting everything. All you have to do is look outside and you can see it.
Even driving in, it was so staggering because I'm driving in from the West Valley, right, from West Hills, and you see this wall of smoke, and I couldn't see the top of that smoke cloud. That's how giant, it almost felt like it was in the valley, but what I was looking at was the Eaton fire smoke cloud, that plume, and it's just as high as can be, and then when you continue to scan it, it's just smoke until you see the Palisades fire smoke. So it's just a horizon of dark clouds, and it's just one of the most frightening scenes I've ever experienced. I'm born and raised here in Southern California. Never seen anything like this.
And I think that's why we heard from the city officials, if you don't have to go to work, if you don't have to drive today, period, if you can stay home, just work from home, stay home.
I mean, the truth is you don't want, anything can happen. There can be a minor traffic accident. Everybody is stretched to the limit. So the last thing you want is to have to call 911 for whatever reason. You just want to stay safe wherever you possibly can. So we're going to bring Jonathan in. Before we do that, we're going to go to NBC4's Lauren Coronado. You are monitoring the Palisades fire there, Lauren. Tell us what you're seeing in that area.
Lynette, right now we're on Hartzell Street and Sunset Boulevard. This is considered the Alphabet Streets neighborhood of Pacific Palisades. And we've been here the last several hours. You could see here perhaps how strong the gusts of wind still are right now. And the devastation, the destruction is just so bad. We've driven through multiple streets in the Alphabet Streets neighborhood of Pacific Palisades. And it's hard to explain just how bad it is out here. We're talking block after block, destroyed, flattened. We actually had some viewers who were watching us while we were on one of the streets down the way, and they asked us, hey, can you check on our home? And we did. We had some downtime. We were able to check on at least 2 of our viewers' homes, and unfortunately we had to deliver the news to them that their homes did not make it. I was on the phone with a family, and they said, we were just waiting anxiously. Thank you for calling us and for letting us know, even though it was bad news that they received. We also spoke with another family whose home was actually spared. Really incredible. This was on Isla Street, and it's just incredible to see one home among dozens that still made it. So unfortunately, there are fewer homes that are still standing here in the Alphabet Streets neighborhood than there are homes that just didn't make it. We're talking block after block where these homes are gone. The neighborhood is gone. And there are a few people who we saw walking around. Very, very few people. They said they came by to check on their neighbors' homes. One man I spoke with said that he had been trying to get back into the neighborhood to see if his father's home made it. Unfortunately, his father's home did not. What you're looking at right now, the aftermath of this fire that is still burning out of control. The Palisades fire still burning just out of control. I talked with firefighters when we first got here closer to 3 o'clock this morning, and they told me the winds are just terrible. They said that there was no predicting where the winds were going to push the fire. And of course, there were those embers, those really intense embers. This is an image right here. If we look at this driveway, these burned out cars, look at the melted metal. It's terrible to see all of this. And we talked with firefighters, and they said containment is tough to even think about right now because you're still seeing so much intense fire activity right now. As we drive through this neighborhood, some homes are still up in flames too, and resources are just spread thin right now. You'll see some fire engines, and then we could go blocks without seeing any fire personnel. We know all hands are on deck. We know that the governor sent down resources from NorCal yesterday when this first sparked, and now we know more resources are pouring in, but it's really a devastating situation out here in the Alphabet Streets neighborhood. Lynette, Adrian?
I feel like I just heard either a helicopter or a plane. Are you hearing any? Because there doesn't seem to be as much wind when we spoke to you before. It looks like things are relatively calm right this moment. Did you just hear that plane?
And it looks like I actually lost you guys. If you guys are asking me a question, maybe my photographer, Renee Luna, can step in here.
Yeah,
Do they still have our shot, Renee?
Yeah, we still see you, Renee. Did you hear a plane?
Let me know if they're asking any questions here.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a good sign because we haven't heard or seen any planes in the area. So I don't know if you heard that, Lauren. You were talking at the same time, but that would be amazing if there's a chance to have an area assault on this fire.
All right, it looks like Lauren's having some trouble hearing us right now. Like you said, Lynette, officials talking about they can't get aircraft
You guys
up.
are asking about aircraft. Certainly didn't see aircraft overnight. I'm trying to get back on the call with you guys or back on into the show with you guys so I can hear, but Renee Luna just being so helpful in relaying the information that you're asking about aircraft. Renee Luna says he did hear aircraft overhead. I have not heard it just yet. Obviously, they are in desperate need of the aerial attack. We know how helpful that is and what a huge resource that is, what a huge strategy that is in stopping these intense fires. You know, we talked about how few fire engines we see. Here's one actually on Sunset Boulevard down that way. 2 fire engines down the way, but gosh, there is just so much work ahead of them. It's got to be overwhelming. Lynette, Adrian?
The resources just stretched thin. Lauren, thank you for that update. What's so devastating about Lauren's location here is typically in these fires we see one house will burn, the next one may be saved. One house will burn, the next one saved. In this case, in this particular neighborhood, it looks completely flattened.
Yeah, completely. It's just absolutely devastating. We will check back with Lauren coming up. But right now we're going to go to NBC4's Michelle Valles. Michelle, you're in Altadena. And I hear the wind, so the wind isn't letting down from where you're at, and I see flames. Tell us what you're seeing.
We're at Midwick and Sinaloa, seeing one heck of a firefight. These people just arrived. This is the home that we entered the backyard to show this fire that was in the backyard here, and what you're witnessing is neighbors coming together to really just keep this home from burning in flames. 2285 Sinaloa here. This home next to it was on fire, and they were making gains here. They were making gains, and then all of a sudden the winds picked up, and you can just see how it's fueling the fire next door as these neighbors desperately try to keep their home from catching fire. They have 2 water hoses as they just try to water down the roof and the hedges of the home and the soffits and the rafters. But it's very scary here, but we've seen people staying behind here to just save their homes. There's no services here. It's every man for themselves. And we did have a lull just minutes ago. This is just how scary and unpredictable the situation is that 1 minute it looks like you have a fighting chance, and then the next the winds whip up and fuel the flames here. But this is across the street from Mike and Jenny Rogers. Remember, we met them about an hour ago. They were evacuated yesterday, and the home they went to was then evacuated as well. So they came back home early this morning. There they are right here trying to help out their neighbors. They've been trying to douse this home with water. They started early on because their house is okay. So I believe the father and son are on the roof. We have not met them yet because they've been fighting this fire here, but this is the home next door that is up in flames. And there's really a lot of homes on Sinaloa that just been destroyed, and it's just like I said, they're giving it one heck of a fighting chance. It's dangerous, we know, but this is what they're choosing to do because they're just desperate here. And they had a shot earlier, and now it's just, again, the winds have picked up, just desperate for any water drops in this neighborhood, because we have seen dozens of homes flattened and destroyed, and people are now starting to come into the neighborhood to see if their house made it. We've already run into people who are very emotional, who have come home to nothing, that have had these homes for decades. And so you're just helpless as you watch these people doing probably, you put yourself in their situation, and it's really dark, and it's really fiery here. There's a lot of explosions, and there's just no help in sight, and you're just wondering when this is all going to end.
Michelle, I know it's so scary for you as you've been out here.
On the 360 here, you got trees down.
Yeah, as you've been out there all night with us, all morning long, I know how scary it is. I do want to ask you, I see that there's a lot of wind in your area, but we've heard from investigative reporter that the air attack is back on. There is an airborne commander and a survey plane in the water. 3 water-dropping helicopters have launched. We understand per a fire contact for Eric Leonard.
Here we have a fire truck showing up. Maybe they're going to, maybe they're going to come and help. All right.
And this is incredible, given, Michelle, you said you hadn't seen resources
We have a
all
water
morning.
tender here that just arrived. They just drove away.
We know how frustrating that is for everybody who is there. But again, Michelle, we do know that the air attack is launching, and that is a good sign now that the sun is up, and hopefully the winds have died down just enough to get them back in the air. It's just heartbreaking to see these people still on their rooftops.
Yeah, we know that
house
lives
is still
are a priority
standing.
right now. Maybe they're whipping around. Maybe they're whipping around. So there's again some hope here that maybe they'll make a stop here to put this fire out. Again, now there's another fighting chance. So this home is still comes on. Here they come. Here we got it. Here we got it. Joel, they're turning around. Riverside County, please stop. Yeah. All right.
We're gonna help you.
We're with you, Michelle. We're not going anywhere. So
we
we're
had
gonna
another
continue to
neighbor
watch.
just wave him down. Okay, guys, stay with us because, oh my goodness.
Well, it may be tough to see these images and see
You
those
gotta
fire
give it to
engines
these
and
folks,
fire
you know?
apparatus driving by. There is a strategy to what they do. They may have looked at this home and thought that's a total loss, but what obviously isn't is the
Absolutely.
house next door where these people are standing on top of trying to save their own home. Well, the home next door is burning. This is the biggest
Here we
threat to
got
their
him.
home right now. Michelle, go ahead.
Joel, we got the fire coming through. Watch out. We got Riverside County Cal Fire. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Praise the Lord. I mean, they're going to really douse this fire here.
This is all you could hope for.
Neighbors
and pray
coming
for.
together to help out with what they could.
Come get down, they'll save your house. Come on, Eric, be careful. Come down, let it come down. You bet, buddy.
Absolute chaos.
But in the
Thank
best
God
way,
for
Michelle,
Cal Fire
because they're there,
that just
right?
came through and absolutely, we got water going everywhere, and you know, God, it's never felt so good to be doused with water right now. God
We're
bless
going to
these
stay
guys.
with you, Michelle. We
You
just want
guys
to
saw
remind
how
our
close-
viewers. We just want to remind our viewers that there's some technical issues. This is breaking news, so you will see the picture maybe freeze here and there. We can hear you, Michelle, but we're going to stand by. We're going to stick with you.
Thank you.
All right, Joel, come back to the front, Joel, if you can. Come on back. Come up to the front, Joel. I don't know what visuals. We have the homeowner right here. Sir, what's your name?
Eric Fiedler.
Eric, we were just watching. Is that your son, sir?
Yeah, that's my son, Chris.
Oh my goodness, what time did you guys make it back to your house?
We just got here about 30 minutes ago, and I thought everything would be fine, but the house to the left and everything to the north of us is just toast, and our neighbors were on our roof helping.
I know, the Rogers, we were here from the
Isn't that
early morning.
great?
They were the first one to
Oh,
come
my
in.
God.
Joel even got a water hose too. And
Yeah, I saw him. Thank you. You were awesome. He was on the roof.
He had one hand with the water hose and one hand with the camera.
Thank
and then we saw them pass by. We thought they were going to keep going, but they whipped around because some of the neighbors were pleading, stop,
Yeah.
stop. And oh my goodness, we were
It's
just
it's a
watching this
tragedy.
firefight.
I've never seen it come down this low before. I mean, we've had fires year after year up here.
Bring your son in.
Chris,
come here. Chris, I saw you dousing yourself with water too. Were you getting burned by the embers that were coming?
Oh, it was all the radiant heat coming off of there. It felt like I was catching on fire a little bit. So I had to keep myself cool. I was freaking out. I didn't want to panic.
You know, I've seen a couple of homeowners give it a fighting chance to save their home here. And it looks like that's what we're seeing. It came so close to being engulfed in flames. Wow, what made you guys come back? Where were you about an hour ago?
We were staying in Laverne with my mom's parents. I woke up about 6:45 this morning. I checked the news and found out it had come down to Brayburn. So my dad and I just jumped in the truck and came right home.
It's just unbelievable what
Yeah.
you just went through.
Yeah.
I saw you guys going up the ladder. I saw your dad, shakily going up the ladder, and I was afraid that, the winds would blow him off. And, I thought, well, let's see what happens here. And here we see Riverside County coming through. They gave it a quick spray here. They're putting up the hose. We're not far. It's not over yet. It's not over. But how are you feeling right now?
Just grateful that the good Lord's keeping me safe, protecting my family, protecting all of our friends. You know, like Glenn said, some of this is just stuff. It's replaceable. Thankfully, we have fire insurance. Yeah.
All right. I'm so happy you and your dad are safe. Okay.
All right. Thank
God
you so
bless
much.
guys.
God bless.
So yeah, this is their house right now that's been spared. And over here is Mary and her husband, the Rogers. So okay, so they put the hose up, but now we got this other engine that's spraying the house down. So yeah, we got a double dose from Riverside County. And the scary thing is now, you know, people are trying to get through. This is where it gets gnarly, and this is where you don't want to get in the way of what they're trying to do here. This is just incredible work that LA County Fire. This is LA County Fire, so the other truck was Riverside County. This guy's getting it good, just dousing this home, protecting the home next door of that father and son that we just spoke to.
Well, Michelle, that was an amazing thing to watch in real time after seeing you and Joel do whatever you could. You know, Joel grabbing the fire hose with one hand, as you said, and the camera with the other, watching you throughout the night. We've lost your signal a little bit. Excuse me, but to watch that happen in real time, amazing.
That was absolutely stunning. It was scary at first when we first got to that scene. We have Camilla Rambaldi joining us here now. She'll be joining me on the desk shortly. But yeah, I mean, you had two people on the roof just trying to save their neighbor's house and really trying to protect their own home. And then to watch those fire trucks come up, then leave and come right back down the hill. Just an incredible sight there, but just frightening. That's the real situation. The live shot alone is the real situation of what's going on out there. Everything's very dynamic, moving very quickly, and we are going to stay on the air as long as it takes to get you through this. The good news is we did learn within the last 10 minutes or so from our investigative reporter Eric Leonard that there are now firefighting planes back in the air, something that has been a devastating problem with the high winds throughout the last 24 hours. Really, we've almost been on the air 24 hours, and thankfully this morning we're now starting to see some of those water dropping helicopters, some lead planes get up there in the Palisades fire, and hopefully we can start seeing the same thing over the Eaton fire soon.
Absolutely. 24 hours. We've been here. We're not going anywhere. I'm going somewhere. You're going to come in, and then we will be back with you overnight as well to keep you posted on what's happening, because we are still in the middle of all of this.
Still far from over as we continue to monitor these conditions.
We know that we're battling 3 major wildfires right now, technically 4, the Woodley fire, but the ones we're keeping a focus on right now, the Palisades fire burning at 5,000 plus acres. More than 1,000 structures have burned, are destroyed in that fire. We anticipate that number to go up as soon as, there are specialized aircraft that can go up and measure all the acreage, and then the firefighters, as boots on the ground, once they're stopped fighting these fires, whenever that happens, they can start getting a better idea of how many structures have truly been lost. We're also monitoring the Eaton fire, broke out yesterday in the Altadena area, also affecting La Cañada, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, as well as parts of the Angeles National Forest. And that is where we saw Michelle Valles just now, where we've seen at least 2,200 acres burned there. At least 100 buildings there have burned. And again, we're also anticipating that number to rise as well in both the Palisades and Eaton fires, the 2 biggest that we've been following over the last nearly 24 hours. Both fires are still under investigation, the causes of which still under investigation. We do not know. But again, the good news, within the last 10 to 15 minutes, our investigative reporter Eric Leonard reporting aircraft are finally back in the air, the biggest and best resource that firefighters have to fight these major devastating wildfires. They are now able to slowly launch those planes now that the winds are calming down just a bit. We will reiterate, they are not calm by any stretch, but certainly not what we saw overnight, not what we saw yesterday, but we are not out of the woods just yet. Right now, we want to go to our photojournalist, Alex Vasquez. I'm not sure of his location right now. Alex, are you with us right now? I believe he's in Altadena. Alex?
I am, Jonathan.
John, I got you here. I'm on La Paz Road on the opposite side of the neighborhood where Michelle Valles is, and pretty much the same story out here. Neighbors helping neighbors. I've seen some homes get saved. Sure, I want to talk to you real quick. I saw you were trying to save this home all morning. What happened here?
I've been on this fire for about 2 hours trying to use the hose. As soon as I went over here, started helping out, the attic went up in flames. Firefighters come. There's not much you can do, man. You know, where's the resources? You know.
But you live out here, and I saw you actually save some homes with some of the other neighbors.
I live in Gardena. I live 45 minutes away.
And you came out here to try to help?
Yeah.
I've seen you pulling hose out here, helping the fire department.
Just trying to do the best I can, you know. I'm just a simple man.
All right, thank you, sir. Jonathan, we're seeing a lot of that. We're seeing a lot of civilians get involved here. You can look at these two guys there. They do live in the neighborhood. They've been pulling fire hose. The fire department isn't advising that they do that. However, they are taking the help. As you can see, this home here is going to be a total loss because the flames are already in the attic. They're trying to do the best they can to try to keep the flames away from the adjacent homes, try to keep it cool. And I've been with the LA County Fire engine number 8 all morning long. I got here about 1 o'clock in the morning. Since I got here, I've seen about 9 homes go up. And these guys, though, have been able to save about 7. And so it's one of those things where, depending on how the wind shifts and how the embers are flying, is determining whether or not they can at least get ahead of it. But right now they can't, because what they're doing is, here's this one on fire now. That one across the street burned, and then the one next to that one actually was saved. Now this homeowner here has a classic car, and he found it a priority to make sure that he got this out. Sir, that's your car, right? Yeah, but you were helping. I saw you pulling some fire hose. It seems like a lot of neighbors are helping each other out now.
That's right.
Tell me about that. What's compelling you guys to all kind of come together out here? Instead of evacuating, you guys are staying and helping.
No, we came back. So we came back in the morning, so just to help, because we heard the kind of like in our group message that there's like we have fire. So we just came back. We started from that area. There was a house there burned out, so now it's this one. So we're just helping.
I saw some neighbors using buckets. So you guys are using whatever you can. I saw another neighbor with a fire extinguisher.
Hose from anyone, and then just like use water and whatever we can.
At what point, though, sir, the fire is pretty much surrounding you here. At what point do you say, hey, it's too close, I got to go?
I don't know. That's kind of like, whatever we feel. We try to stay as long as we can, and if it's not possible, we just leave.
But your home is still standing there across the street?
Yes, on the other street.
How many years have you lived here?
We just moved here like 3 months ago.
Wow. And you never thought something like this was ever going to happen?
Never.
Were you prepared to evacuate if you have to?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. Got you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time. So as you can see, guys, there's a lot of people trying to help each other. Let me change this filter real quick here. There's a lot of neighbors helping each other out. Fire department wants people to evacuate, but these neighbors feel compelled to stay here and help fight the flames. Like I said, I saw a couple homes that were actually saved by the neighbors themselves because the fire departments are spread so thin out here, the resources. So once again, this one here on La Paz is going to be a total loss only because the fire's already in the attic. But the mentality is keep water on it, keep it cool to try to save the one next to it right there. So let me pan one more time before I let you guys go here. Let me walk across the street here. And I saw, damn, you live there, right?
I live on the street I live on the street down there.
How is your home right now?
It's safe, fortunately, but so many, neighborhood houses are burning. It's so upsetting. It's so heartbreaking.
I saw you out here helping as well.
Yes, I just came to do whatever I can. I mean, I don't know what I can do if there's hoses or anything, but we are just trying to do the best we can.
But you are ready to leave if you have to?
Definitely, yes. We have evacuated. We just came to see how the street is. We are at our friend's house in southern Pasadena. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Jonathan, as you can see, a lot of neighbors are still sticking around here trying to help each other out. This home here was actually saved by a couple neighbors with garden hoses. So, but once again, the fire department doesn't advise you do that, but these homeowners, these residents, these neighbors are refusing to leave. And as you can see, they're watching each other's rooftop. This gentleman doesn't even live here, but he's been going back and forth just making sure that the neighbor's house that actually did burn down, that the embers aren't landing on the rooftop of this one. And as you can see, the fire hoses are the garden hoses are out in every single house, and as embers or little spot fires start, they get on it right away. So that's kind of the latest here on this side of La Paz Road here in Altadena. I'll send it back to you guys.
And Alex, we want to remind our viewers, we can't condone people staying in their neighborhoods, but inevitably in these situations, those who don't heed the warnings, they often, yes, they stay back to try to fight these fires for their neighbors, communities, like you said, Alex, coming together. Before we let you go, Alex, and as we see these devastating images of those firefighters trying to put out the flames of this home to hopefully save the ones next to it, talk about the winds, because we have seen the brunt of it now behind us, but those winds are still whipping where you are, it seems.
Jonathan, they are. I cover the Inland Empire on a daily basis, and I can tell you that I've never seen winds like this in LA County. They've been sustained. I've been out here since a little after midnight, and they have not stopped. You'll have little short times, like the little bursts where maybe they'll let up a little bit, but not for very long. I'm used to covering fires, and at night the fire will lay down, and that's when the firefighters can actually get an advantage. Being here overnight was when they peaked, and these firefighters were on the defense, and watching how they were operating, they had to get water on some houses that were starting to burn and then quickly try to get in front of where the embers were landing. And I actually saw several embers flying about 2-3 blocks away, because you can see them up in the air, and they're carrying a long distance. So these winds are definitely playing a major role, and this is a wind-driven fire, and it's going to be a while until these guys can get the upper hand on any of these homes here in the neighborhood.
I think the one consistent thing, Alex, is so many of us, including my colleague Camila Rambaldi in here, we all grew up here in Southern California, and I keep hearing the same thing. This is the worst that we have ever seen in our lives. Alex Vasquez on the ground there, by himself, mind you, manning the camera, interviewing people. Alex, continue to be safe while you're out there covering the Eaton fire that continues to burn in this Altadena neighborhood, also affecting parts of Pasadena and Sierra Madre as well.
Yeah, and Jonathan, something else to add here, just how quickly things can change. I was out there yesterday in Pacific Palisades, and firefighters just can't catch a break. No. They're trying to, control flames in one home, and then they're moving on to another structure. So Alex just gave us a great example of how quickly things can change, with those intense winds just engulfing those homes, and homeowners around just doing everything they can to protect their property.
And I haven't been out on this particular fire, but I have experienced this in other fires, and you were out there. So tell me, the winds are shifting one direction, a minute later they're going the other way. There's no way for firefighters to really get a true sense of where the fires are going to spread to.
Exactly. And yesterday, another example, we were speaking to a homeowner that just arrived to check her home, and the flames on the neighboring house, they were so close to her home. So she ran out there with the hose, but unfortunately, those flames were just so intense. She had to just pack up and leave, because it was obviously putting her life in danger. But now we want to get to NBC4's Brittany Hope over in Palisades. There, Brittany, where are you exactly?
So right now we're standing right on Coastline Drive. It's the first block up from PCH as you're turning toward the Getty Villa. I just have to tell you, it's such a privilege for us to be able to get close to these homes. And I am so sorry if you're learning about your home being destroyed here on this broadcast. Sorry, I'm holding on to Enrique here. The winds are so powerful. But this is what we're seeing right now on Coastline Drive. These fire crews, this water tender here right now, although this home already burned, because the winds are so powerful, the flames re-kicked up. Now they're trying to protect the home that's here on the corner. So we have CAL FIRE, we have another fire tender here, really focusing a lot on this home. But I can tell you, home after home on Coastline, on the block above us, which is Wake Crest, on the block above that, this neighborhood west of the Getty Villa, I would say it's about 50-50. About half of the homes are completely destroyed. About half of the homes are still standing. And it's one of those things, you never know why something stands and something doesn't, but we've been watching since this morning all of these embers that have been jumping. Oh, you know what I just found here? You never wanted to make sure it's not hot. Looks like some sort of tea kettle. I'm so heartbroken, and I'm so sorry to all those who are watching and are learning of this live on our broadcast. But here on this on this stretch of coastline. It's just home after home, and a lot of vehicles as well that have burned. Again, the block above us, Wake Crest, we're seeing about the same. There's a line of maybe 3-4 homes that are completely destroyed, and then a line of 3 or 4 more homes that aren't. Oh, wow, we just got, you know, here I was listening to our broadcast. I'm so glad that there's aircraft over where Lauren is, because I can tell you here west of the Getty Villa, it is so windy. We've almost gotten knocked down multiple times. I don't know if there would be any way for them to do that safely here. Another home. So what is this home? 1, 2, 3. This is the 3rd home in a row. This is 18321. That's the address here with that car in the driveway. And this garbage can, I mean, you never know what's going to survive. I still see wine bottles and cans. But up and down Coastline Drive, whew, there's a lot of fire engines, a lot of fire trucks, and plenty of water tenders as well. So it seems that at least on this block, they have a decent amount of resources. Now, during that press conference earlier, you were looking at live photos of a massive home that was burning. That was on Wake Crest above us here. Okay, now we're at 18325. And you can see in this driveway, it looks like the washer and dryer still standing. I believe that's the front door here behind this. And then the home next to it as well, with 2 more cars in that driveway. All of these homes here have burned, and I have to tell you personally, I spent a lot of time in this neighborhood. One of my best friends lives here, and I had to make the call that they lost their home. I'm so devastated for everyone who is going through this. This is just the unimaginable, whether you've lost cars, homes, valuables, whatever it may be. This is a nightmare. I've never seen anything like this. Growing up in Los Angeles, the winds that we're feeling are so powerful. Okay, it looks like we have another engine coming toward us right now, but I just want to say the gratitude I feel for all of the viewers who have reached out and who have felt comfortable asking us to check their homes for them. What we do is truly a public service. And at the best of times, this is when we're here to help give you information, especially if you're just going off your social media feed and things can be so confusing. So I hope that for folks in this neighborhood west of the Getty Villa, we're able to give you a better idea. I can tell you, if you look up that ridge, there's a few blocks that go up. A lot of homes up there have burned as well. So that's what we're seeing at this point. This neighborhood, we've been talking about power lines a lot. Earlier this morning, we tried to get to Palisades High from PCH going up to Mescal. And the power lines were really drooped all down PCH. There were a lot of power lines that had collapsed, which you never want to get close to. You never want to drive over. In this neighborhood, though, it seems like a lot of those power lines have been undergrounded. At least from what we can see, all we see here are street lights, but having those lines undergrounded can be critical when you're trying to battle a fire, and that may be the reason why some homes are still standing, is because we didn't have power lines collapse here. But it's just, I'm just so sorry for folks. There's also another small block down below us. There, it's kind of an inlet off coastline, and down there as well, it's every other home is standing is burned, is standing is burned. So it seems that fire crews have a lot of focus on this block right now. We're going to see, we're attached to our AirPods, and I want to make sure, Camilla, Jonathan, do you guys still have us?
We do, we do. Go ahead.
I can still hear you.
Okay, you still have us. I just want to make sure, because we have our earpieces in, but it's so windy, and I want to make sure we're still connected. What we're seeing right now is a really, really strong gust of wind, and you can see that this is why we say it's not over, because this home, the worst has already happened, but these winds are kicking up, and there's all of these hot spots underneath all of that rubble kicking up those small flames. And with that, we've seen embers travel up to a few miles with this fire. So nothing is safe. And I just hope that as the afternoon goes on, as the morning goes on, that we're able to get some some water drops in this neighborhood west of the Getty Villa, because it sure needs it, up the blocks as well. Oh, Enrique, can you see that up on that hill? That's a new fire. That's something new up there. I hope you're able to see it. 2 minutes ago, that wasn't on fire. That's right above the Getty Villa, for your perspective.
Clearly, this firefight continues, Brittany. Yes. Well, Brittany, quickly, I just want to reiterate some information from our Eric Leonard, our investigative reporter, that per his fire contact, there are limited helicopter water drops that are now being made in the Mandeville Canyon area. They're focused on trying to prevent fire there from spreading eastwards towards the canyon. It's unclear how far that is from your location right now, whether these helicopters will be effective, but this is a big turn in this firefight because of the winds. They haven't been able to fly. That's something that's been extraordinarily frustrating for fire officials and law enforcement, that they haven't been able to get up in the air. But again, the good news is a little bit there in the Palisades fire. They are starting to do water drops in specific areas. 2 more air tankers are inbound to the area now, as well as we continue to see this truly cataclysmic sight from Brittany's vantage point. This neighborhood just truly flattened. Brittany, you know, typically you've covered fires for years now. We have a thing on our screen that says 1,000 buildings, but when we say that, we mean mostly homes. These are people's homes. This is where people live. You said that your own friend lost their own home in this fire and that you had to break the news to them.
I did, and they're up a block from here. And it's certainly the call you don't want to make. It's so personal, and I've covered so many of these. And when people who lose their homes are willing to talk to someone on the news about what's going through their head and what they're feeling and what they've lost, I just give them the utmost respect, because it's unimaginable. And here in the Palisades, we've seen entire neighborhoods flattened. And I have multiple friends who are evacuated in the Palisades and in the Santa Monica and Brentwood area. One friend confirmed with a home lost. Another friend believes their father-in-law's home up on Sunset may have been lost as well, but I wasn't able to access that again because power lines and service. It's just been a real challenge. But all fires are personal. This is more than 1,000 families who have to figure out what to do next, and where to go, and who to stay with. And it's going to be a long journey. You know, I had a friend text me, is there any way I can go home over the next few days? And I said, I really don't think so. These winds just aren't stopping. And because there's so many homes that have, oh, Enrique, watch out. There's a police coming. Because so many homes are flattened, there's feet of rubble, and underneath that is still those hot spots, and that's what we're seeing. So it's going to be a long time. You know, this sign, though, I can tell you from spending time in this neighborhood, children and pets at play. And this neighborhood is a ton of families, a lot of young families, and a lot of elderly people as well. Neighbors always out chatting with each other. It's a really beautiful place. You know, up here, Enrique, as well, I want to make sure that you're safe as you step up onto this curb. But this it breaks my heart on this home, and I'm not sure where this debris came from. But down here you see a little child's drawing of someone with blonde hair and a pink dress. Enrique, can you see that? Right there. And then over here, I don't want to touch anyone's property. This is so sensitive, but I see something that says what I like. It's a child's book where they drew out what I like. Over there is a wrapper for a Barbie toothpaste, a Barbie toothbrush. It must have been so scary last night. You know, luckily my friend who was here, she evacuated early. They and their extended family and everyone who is here is safe. But there's been so much that has been lost, not just in this fire, but in Altadena as well. And it's going to be a really long few days. Early this morning, if you were with us on Today in LA, we are on Sunset and PCH, and that's where we watched the Waldorf School, part of that caught on fire. Oh, wow. Look at that. The wind just picked up that trash can and just blew it all the way across the street. So the winds, at least here, are quite powerful. But, you know, the firefighters, we saw them at one point. They're so exhausted. They were just sitting on their hose together because there was so much pressure. They couldn't even stand. They were so exhausted. We're going to cross the street here so we can show you some of the homes down below. It looks like we're safe to cross. So again, we're right above PCH. The ocean is just a few hundred feet from us. So we'll show you up here. Yeah, this is the case, right? All of these trash cans. But look at this home. The number on this one is 18268. And then I can't tell if 18310 is another home or if that's the home that's still standing. A lot of the signs have been warped. But this is a perfect example. And if Enrique, if you turn the camera to the left, all of those homes are still standing. This is what happens when you have winds like this, and it takes an ember and it just goes to different homes and you never know what's going to catch. So again, if you're just joining us live, this is the neighborhood west of the Getty Villa. We're standing right now on Coastline Drive. Above us is Wakecrest Drive. A large amount of homes in this neighborhood are completely burned.
It's absolutely heartbreaking, Brittany, to see the images and hearing about your friends as well having to evacuate, and we're just so glad they are okay. Again, just that unimaginable, you know, the unknown of not knowing what's going to happen, having to make those split-second decisions.
And those scenes yesterday, Brittany, so frightening to see all those cars stuck trying to head down the hill just to get to safety. So many people stuck there. It's just some of the most horrific scenes we've ever seen here in Southern California. And what's those winds? Relentless, continuing still at this hour, even though, you know, we were told overnight that would be the worst of it. You can see where Brittany is, at least. They are still whipping as fast as they can be. It's incredible.
And those embers just flying everywhere, being out there yesterday, you can just, it's nonstop. So.
Well, it is just about 10 o'clock right now. We have been on the air for 23 hours now, nonstop, getting you through this fire, tracking this wildfire emergency happening in Southern California. We're tracking 4 fires right now. We want to thank you for being with us here at 10 o'clock. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez.
And I'm Camilla Rambaldi. There was 1 fire burning then, and now there are 4. Let's give you a rundown of what we know so far. The Sunset Fire in Pacific Palisades. This is the largest one that started yesterday morning at about 10 o'clock, and more than 5,000 acres have burned there. More than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate in Pacific Palisades and Santa Monica. There's also the Eaton Fire, which is burning in Altadena. That started at 6 o'clock last night. Tragically, 2 people have been killed there. More than 2,200 acres have been destroyed.
We are also following a fire still burning in Sylmar. This is the one being called the Hearst Fire. This started about 10:30 last night. More than 500 acres there have burned. And then that last fire, this is the Woodley Fire. That one started just after 6 o'clock or so this morning. That one burned 75 acres in the Sepulveda Basin, but it sounds like fire crews were able to get a quick handle on that one. Now, throughout the morning, just moments ago, even on our air, we've been watching as homeowners in these neighborhoods have been working to save their neighbors' homes or their own, using their own fire hoses, using buckets of water, really doing anything until firefighters arrive to help.
That's been a nonstop firefight. We now want to head over to Stephanie with more of a breakdown of these winds and what that timeline looks like, Stephanie, for the rest of the day here.
Yeah, absolutely, Jonathan, Camilla. I mean, we've been on it. I was here at 11 a.m. when I was here getting ready for my weatherhead, and that's when we started with 2 acres at the Pacific Palisades. So it's just very sad and just heartbreaking to see what has happened in 23 hours. I want to go over and check out. This is the live satellite of view from space. This is what we call the fire temperature. You see the bright colors. You see where we have the Pacific Palisades fire burning. It is still very bright. It's still very intense at this time. And also the Eaton fire that is burning there in Altadena that has expanded in the past several hours because of those strong winds. I want to go over and just dissect certain areas where we have these fires burning. And we first start things up over in the Palisades fire around this general area and checking out a couple of observation sites nearby. We have Topanga Beach. You see gusts around 40 miles an hour there. There in the Santa Monica Mountains, it was earlier today. We were experiencing gusts over 80 miles an hour, still gusting pretty good at 60 miles an hour out your way. So the winds have not let up maybe a little bit in some spots, but we're still in the thick of it. We're still in the brunt of it all. And eventually, as we head into later on this afternoon, we start to get the winds start to slightly wind down a little bit, but still gusting pretty good around the areas here. As we go over where the Eaton Fire is burning, I'm talking about gusts around 20 miles an hour in Altadena. Nearby, we're seeing gusts close to 40 miles an hour. So it's still gusting around 30 to 40 miles an hour in this general area where the Hearst Fire is burning in Sylmar. We do have gusts right around the area of Granada Hills, right around 14 miles an hour, 43 mile per hour gusts nearby where we have that fire burning at the Ridgetop site. And lastly, the Woodley fire that's burning here in the Van Nuys area. We do have gusts in Van Nuys close to 30 miles an hour. So this is what we have going on. And as we zoom out, and you see typically the wind-prone areas here, Santa Clarita down to Van Nuys and LAX, we're looking at gusts anywhere between 25 to 30 miles an hour out this way, and also gusts around 30 to 40, even over 40 miles an hour, continuing in spots like San Bernardino, Riverside, and look down into Santa Ana. Gusts right around 60 miles an hour. So again, we're still dealing with the strongest winds as we continue this morning. And the humidity, that's been very low. It remains pretty low across the area, down into the teens in Ontario. 23% there in West Covina, down into the teens in downtown LA. So this is the issue. It will continue to get drier as we continue throughout the day, as we have the offshore flow continuing to dry things out across the area. And because of the winds, as we continue today, we do have the red flag warning that remains in effect across much of the area here. So the fire threat is still very much ongoing as we continue from Ventura County all the way down into the Inland Empire. Of course, if you live around some of these areas where we have the fires burning, I want to bring in meteorologist Shauna Mendiola because, you know, I live in the Glendale area. You have the Eaton fire, and the air quality is just horrible.
Everywhere, right?
Everywhere. Yeah. And then it's not just the smoke. You know, you have some of the chemicals. You don't know what's in these homes, right? You have the chemicals burning. So the air quality is just really bad.
We started off the morning and we had a lot of those live shots and it looked like fog out there. But no, that is all wildfire smoke along with that chemical or whatever was burning up in there. Bad for our lungs, especially for those inland near those fiery spots. I want to show you what the air quality is. This morning we had 2 spots with hazardous air quality. Check out the scale here. Good is in green. You go down to the worst of it all, and that is hazardous. And we have 2 locations today that are indicating that we have hazardous air. That is for downtown LA into the foothills of LA County. So near the Eaton fire, that's where the smoke is the worst. And we are seeing those winds blow towards the southeast. So that's kind of why the smoke is drifting in that direction. If you live in the Inland Empire, you're also seeing very unhealthy air at this time. So today recommended that you wear a P95 mask or N100 mask if you have to head out. We have got really bad air basically everywhere. Although the current readings are at a moderate near the beaches, that smoke is going to drift in your direction. So keep those windows and doors closed today. We are going to be looking at a wildfire smoke advisory till 5 o'clock this afternoon. Would not be surprised if this continues to be expanded into maybe Orange County as that smoke drifts. And we also see this expanded possibly as we head to tomorrow. Now, more importantly, when do these winds start to die down? We have had very gusty conditions overnight. You could even call them scary winds. I have not experienced winds like this in the 10 years that I've been here in Los Angeles. I have not seen conditions like this, and I have never been so nervous. And to see it affect so many people has just been devastating. We've seen wind again here all morning long, the worst of it, and we're still kind of in the thick of those winds, and we're still waiting for them to die down. And it's not going to be till 3 o'clock where we start to see a little bit of improvement. So a very gradual decline in winds until we get to about 6 o'clock. So we are still about 8 hours away before we see any improvement where we could get some help from these winds to die down. Before that, with the firefighters having really a lot of issues in terms of fire fighting these fires because of those winds. If you look at the winds here tonight, they start to die down, but I do want to point out that we will have another round of wind possible, Santa Ana winds, as we head to Thursday into Friday. So there's going to be an additional round of really gusty wind coming in here as we head to the end of the week. So we're not done yet, although we will see it kind of take a pause here tonight. They could possibly get a grasp and get some help from Mother Nature, but then we get to Thursday night and into Friday and those winds return. We really need that humidity, right? It has been dry, but you can see that we haven't had much of any help from those winds. We're not going to see that till Friday afternoon when we get an onshore direction. So notice how those winds will start to come in from the west and inland. That'll help with the humidity. That'll help firefighters get a little bit more of that ocean air to help bring that humidity up, because right now the air is dry. There's a lot of dry ground fuels already, and with the wind kind of fanning those flames, it is spreading and it is sending embers miles away to some spots where we've seen in neighborhoods where one house will be on fire and then the next one will be saved, and it's all because the wind kind of navigates these embers, and wherever they fall, that's where those fires spread. So we're going to be monitoring the winds for you. Again, still looking at very gusty conditions right now. A slow decline through the afternoon until we get to about 3 o'clock, and I think by 6, we're really going to notice a change in those winds. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Shauna, I think that's been the thing here is we usually hear about embers flying maybe a mile and a half, and this particular fire 3 to 5 miles.
Wow.
Without any direction, about where these winds are going to go at any given minute. The wind's changing minute to minute. It's just frightening. Shauna, thank you for that update.
Yeah, just constantly changing.
Yeah. And right now we want to get to our Lolita Lopez. She's live in Pasadena at an evacuation center for the Eaton fire. Lolita, hi. What can you tell us?
Hey, Jonathan and Camilla, we are inside the Pasadena Convention Center, and as you can see behind me, it is packed with folks who have either had to evacuate or they were given a warning to evacuate. All of these folks came from their homes in and around the Eaton Canyon area. In fact, I was actually affected by the Eaton Canyon fire myself. I just came here after evacuating my daughter and my dog to a safe location at a friend's home, and then joined photographer Christopher Lee here in this center to just show you the impact of what's been happening. It's wide and grand. I'm in the Eagle Rock Highland Park area, so from that Altadena area to there, it's about a 10-minute drive on the 210. It just kind of shows you sort of the distance of where the evacuations are happening at this hour. Let me take you and show you back here. What you can see here are folks coming in. What we've learned from the Office of Emergency Management of LA County is these folks are evacuated from a senior center here locally nearby. They've been here. You can see folks that are on stretchers, they're in wheelchairs. There are folks that need some special attention and some medical attention. So at this point, they are getting folks from the Department of Mental Health, from Public Health, to come here and assist folks, give assessments on the spot and see, okay, do we need to take any one of these people to another location? We do know the Red Cross is here. People have been getting water and other assistance and kind of just waiting it out. And I want to talk to a friend of mine here that I just met. Do you mind if I sit with you real quick? You guys are from the Pasadena area, right?
Yeah.
What's your name, sweetheart?
My name is Jasmine.
Jasmine, so you're here with your family. Tell me a little bit about like when you got here and why you got here.
Yeah, so I woke up around 4 in the morning, and it was just text on my phone, everyone checking in if I was okay, friends and family, and I Googled and I saw what was happening, and I ran to the closet and I jumped out of bed. So my husband here, as soon as I jumped out of bed, he was asking me like, what are you doing? And I told him, well, I'm going to start packing in case we have to evacuate. And just from there, as soon as we were done with that, we drove a couple blocks over and visited my mom and my sister.
So you guys live nearby in the Pasadena area. What could you see at that time when you were driving? Was it smoky? Was there fire nearby?
Yeah, so the wind was blowing really hard at that point, and there was just smoke everywhere. And yeah, I think when we were at their house, that was when I could like see into the night sky, and there was just red in the background, like I could see it. So yeah, that was pretty scary. And that was when I told them we should go to the Civic Center.
Yeah, and then be here safe. What have they given you and how have they treated you since you've arrived here?
There was a guy passing around Gatorades, water bottles. I think they have trucks out there for food. I haven't gotten any food yet just because I don't think I'm really that hungry.
You're just still nervous and shocked?
Just very tense, I think, and I'm just waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, your house is okay that you know of?
Yeah, we don't live too far from the Civic Center. We live a couple blocks north of the freeway. So as far as I know, that area is still okay.
Yeah, all right. Jasmine and your family, thank you so much for talking to us. And the doggy here, too, he seems pretty calm compared to some of the other ones that are around. But yeah, animals are actually allowed here, too. We've seen several dogs and some folks with their animals. That's one of the hardest parts, right, is people needing to evacuate, but having to do it with animals in tow and that kind of thing. I'm going to turn you over to this location here. Christopher, just follow me as we just kind of show people where we're going here as we're coming through. You can see folks here with some, you can just settle here. We'll just show kind of the look of what it is. You can see that there's a sign there that says folks with families can leave and go to a different location. Thanks everyone for bearing with us. We're just trying to show you things as it actively are happening. So you have folks sort of waiting around. Again, we've learned that a lot of people here might need some extra medical attention, so that is why you're seeing some, there's doctors, there's volunteers, there's folks that are going to be coming in to really help and see if any of one of these folks need attention that needs to take them to another location that's not just here. But it's quiet, it's patient, as you can tell from Jasmine and others that we've just talked to since we arrived here about 5 minutes ago. It's still a really tense situation. Everyone's very nervous, not just about what was happening, but about that moment when they had to leave their homes and seeing, the night sky light up in bright red and knowing that they wouldn't know what to expect when they got back home. Jonathan, Camilla?
And Lolita, you just talked about some of those no's and the challenges that people face, but what was it like for you getting to that evacuation shelter? Can you talk to us more about what you saw and just the scene, what that was like?
Yeah, it's nothing like for those who have lost their homes, and I will say that right away. The fire wasn't impending on ours. I live near the foothills, so topography-wise, I'm at the foot of foothills and quite in the area of where the fire could have come. Nerve-wracking is one of it. I mean, there wasn't much sleep throughout the night. I knew that I had to rest up to come into work, and that's a priority, but obviously family is a priority, and NBC and Telemundo totally understands that. So getting my family to where they needed to go was very, very important. And so I had everything already packed. I had done some stories, if you guys remember, I like my little show and tell stories, and I had done some stories about packing a go bag and remembering to do that. So it actually was quite easy for me because that go bag was ready. I had a list taped up to the closet where the go bag was, and so I just added a couple of new things, some extra dog food, that kind of thing, and got myself ready to go and by the door. And once we got that buzz and the evacuation order, then we were ready to do so. The other thing, too, is linking up with neighbors. One of the things that I learned yesterday as we were preparing for this, and I was in the area of the 2011 windstorm. I don't know if you guys remember it, but that was a destructive and almost apocalyptic, some say, windstorm that caused a lot of damage way back 13 years ago. And those folks and I, we were talking about being in community and helping each other. So my neighbor group all were talking to each other and giving each other helpful hints and where to go and who needed what. So that was also very comforting in terms of doing that. So now that I have my daughter and my dog in a good and safe location, I feel very much at ease to sort of see what we can do here. But that's how it's been. I often say this. We go out to report in our communities, and a lot of this is something that we take, personally, because it does affect us as when we are out here talking to folks. So it really is close to the heart in this one and close to the vest. I actually know two people who lost their homes that I personally know, that I coach with in the Altadena area, and so it is very devastating to have that kind of closeness to it, but it's where we live. These are our neighborhoods, and so we're happy to bring you the information as we see it to make sure that we are all as well informed as we can be, including ourselves.
Absolutely, Lolita, and I'm sorry that your friends lost their homes. I'm staggered by how many people are behind you actually utilizing this evacuation center. You talked about 2011, you talked about that windstorm. We're having same levels of wind, and we're having fires on top of that. Lolita, just briefly, this just feels different, just feels like something we haven't seen before, and that's kind of been the consistent theme among people I've spoken with over the last 24 hours.
Absolutely, Jonathan. And that's one of the things that we have seen and heard consistently from people that have lived in that neighborhood that I talked about yesterday for 40 years. Us, you and I here for, 12 or 13 years. As you can see, members of the Red Cross, they are going in and out, making sure that they get people that are coming in. We now have some folks that are coming in on stretchers. If we can get that as we walk in. It just feels different because those fires just happened so rapidly. And there was no, there's nothing that we can pinpoint, right, or kind of track in terms of things. I've been in hurricanes before. We can track those early and kind of move. But this fire just felt different in the sense of how quickly it moved and how quickly everyone had to adjust. You know, I've been friends with folks who said you just have to, like, I think the learning lesson was as soon as an evacuation warning came out, a lot of folks immediately moved, right? You just heard from Jasmine, there was no real danger to her home at that moment, but they already got ready and sort of that learning lesson of doing it and just watching it go. I'll tell you, I woke up to a red sky. You could not see the sunlight. Now we're seeing a little bit of sky, and it is, you know, still nerve-wracking to see it. The smoke is really heavy in the air. Being outside, windows open you can't even do that. So this is one of the safest places to be. This is one of the folks. I'm just letting somebody in here. You're welcome. I'm letting somebody in through this door right here as we get more people coming in. Again, we have folks coming in from facilities that were either too close to the Altadena area that there was some damage, or any, you know, they're in a situation where they could be in peril if they stayed any longer. So this is what's happening right now as people are coming in, getting assessed here, and then seeing where they go next. But it really is just a case-by-case basis, and we're trying to make sure that, you know, we find out how these people are. And of course, a lot of them need to get back to their homes, but some of them, as you see with this, have a little bit more of a difficult plan. Yeah. So they need some attention that is extra. And so that's the kind of thing that they're getting here. Give me a second, Jonathan. Let me let these people in. I got you. Here you go. Yeah. So, you know, this is a fluid moment. I think things are happening with the city of Pasadena as well as the county is here. And so the more we get with folks, we'll let you know. And but this is here on Green Street. It is a safe place for folks to come if they feel the need or if they cannot be safe where they're at.
Absolutely. And we're so thankful. That's such a huge resource and help right now. Lolita, thank you. Stand by. We'll come back to you shortly. We do want to bring some updates before we go to our next live shot. The Eaton Fire acreage, now an update up to 10,600 acres. That's being reported by the Angeles National Forest on their X Twitter page. Again, the Eaton Fire now up to 10,600 acres. The last update we had received was 2,000. So a much more accurate, huge development there. And as we do want to update a couple things here as well. The Getty Villa is intact per a statement that they released today. They did say there was some vegetation and some trees on their property there in Malibu that did burn, but that the main structures there, the buildings at the historic Getty Villa, are unaffected right now, though the place obviously will remain closed for the foreseeable future. Right now, we want to get to our Alex Vasquez. He's been live at the Eaton Fire in Altadena. You know, Alex, we were just talking to Lolita. We see all these people who heeded the warnings. They evacuated. They did what officials want them to do. But inevitably, some people, they stay, you know, at their homes. They stay in those neighborhoods, and then they help their neighbors. And that's what you've been seeing today.
I have, Jonathan, and this is a group of people who actually now are helping the neighbor by the name of Carmen, and she's a little older. She can't man the hose, so they took her garden hose and they're wetting down a home here that already burned to the ground, but the smoldering embers are carrying under her rooftop, and just moments ago her roof started to slowly start to burn on one of the corners, but they were able to extinguish it. Now I'm going to take you back around over here and show you something. The streets here are starting to get a little bit more crowded, and that is concerning to law enforcement. A lot of people are starting to return back home, even though they're not supposed to be. I've seen a lot of homeowners come home, they went around the barricades, they're driving up here, and law enforcement is pushing them out. So once again, if you are thinking about coming up here, do not come up here. It's just congesting the roads, making it very difficult for firefighters to get around. Now let me go around this way here and see if I can talk to the homeowner here whose home was saved. Carmen, ma'am, this is your home, right?
Yes.
But your home was saved by those two gentlemen, right?
Yes.
But what is it you guys are doing now?
We're just trying to water the roof.
Yeah.
And we're watering the back because there's a fire in the back as well.
I noticed that. So the flames are actually coming out up from the backyard, but you guys were able to I guess, flag down some firefighters?
Yes, that's correct. We directed them to the cul-de-sac where the house is on fire next to, right across from us.
I saw you when you came home. I take it you went around some barricades or something to rush home, or how'd you get up here?
There was no barricades. I just came up. I was really surprised that there was no traffic to come up here. Yeah, I just came up.
But you're ready to leave here if this fire starts to rage again?
Yes, but I'm also determined to save my home.
you.
And how thankful are you for your neighbors? Your neighbors seem to be the ones that really have helped you out tremendously.
Absolutely, yes, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful that they took the time to do this to our home, to save our home. Yes, because I've seen it on TV that our neighbor's house was on fire, so we drove over here. And just thankful, very grateful.
Thank you so much, Carmen. I'll let you get back to it. As you can see, Jonathan, this is what they're doing. They're putting water on this smoldering home next door. The flames, when they do flare up here because of the wind, they've actually gone all the way up to the roof. As you can see, once the fire gets into these eaves, that's when the fire department gets very concerned because it gets into there. So that's where the problem is. Let me get out of this way here and kind of walk down the street here and see if I can find Jimmy. So people are actually bringing tools. Neighbors are going into their garages, getting chainsaws, getting shovels, getting whatever they can. As you can tell, homeowners here are just scrambling to try to get whatever they can to put the flames out. I saw several residents here with buckets going into pools, wetting down rooftops. A lot of the water pressure has seemed to gone down in the area, so they're doing whatever they can just to keep things wet. But right now, the winds are still pretty steady. I'm not sure the exact on gusts, but the gusts do pick up from time to time, and then you'll see the flames just flare right up.
And Alex, I know you've been talking to a number of homeowners there. It's been incredible to see, their efforts in protecting homes. How many have you been seeing out there that stayed behind to help with this firefight?
I've seen probably about 30 residents did not go, or some actually left and came back, and they are refusing to leave now, and they're determined to save the neighborhood as much as they can. But that's Jimmy there. He's the one, well, you can't probably make him out with the smoke here, but he's the one responsible for saving at least two homes that I saw with him and his friend. Hey, let me see if I can get him real quick. Hey, Jimmy? Can I get you real quick here? You're live on NBC. Sir, you took it upon yourself to just take a stand here with your friends and really make a stand and stop these homes from burning. Tell me about it.
Just trying to do what I can. I'm exhausted.
Jimmy, your home right now has flames just feet from it, but yet you're over here at your neighbor's house helping them.
My dad's back there. Trying to do whatever we can. That's all we can do.
And you've got chainsaws now, you're cutting line. I mean, you're doing whatever it takes to try to stop this.
Yeah, whatever we can do.
That's it. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate it. And that's kind of the mentality out here, guys, is that they're not going to go down without a fight. No. And again, fire department advises against this. This isn't something they want homeowners doing. But at this point, these residents are determined to stay here and keep their homes standing as if they can help the cause.
All right, Alex Vasquez there covering the Eaton fire for us, showing us again. And as you mentioned, Alex, we can't condone people going to help their neighbors in the way that they are. But inevitably, there will always be people who stay behind to help people like Carmen, that homeowner there, and save homes like theirs. In many cases, this is all that people have. They've lived in these communities, many of them for decades. And what you're seeing here is truly a community coming together at a time where we're seeing firefighter shortages, equipment shortages, really shortages of everything right now during this intense firefight. Alex, thank you. We're going to stick with your images. Right now, we want to bring in Dr. Salima Tabani. She's an allergist with Kaiser Permanente. Doctor, are you with us right now?
Yes, I am. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us here on the NBC4 News. It is almost 10:30. We've been on the air for nearly 24 hours covering these fires. And for those who aren't impacted by the fires, maybe directly, many of them still have to go to work today. We've seen plenty of people go to school despite many of the school district closures that we've seen. Talk about ways to prepare to go outside on a day where really anywhere you turn, seemingly there's smoke in the air.
Oh, absolutely. This morning, my kids, their school was actually opened, and I actually had some leftover KN95 masks, and I, gave it to them. They looked at me like, "Mom, what are you talking about?" And I said, "Go outside, and you can smell the smoke." And so, ideally, number one, if you can stay indoors, stay indoors, keep windows and doors closed. If you have air purifiers, keep them on. If you have to go outside, you do want to be wearing an N95 mask, which can filter out the fine smoke particles. Monitor the air quality, right? Check the AQI. Levels from this morning were in the 250s. They're now over 400s, which means it is hazardous for all of us, not just people with respiratory health issues. And then, if you have underlying health issues, respiratory issues, make sure you have your inhalers and your medications on standby.
And as you just mentioned, for those with potentially respiratory concerns in the middle of having to evacuate and be outdoors. What additional steps should they be taking, especially in these moments notice to have to evacuate and be outside for a long period of time?
Yeah, and so, like I said, making sure you pack your medications. You know, folks that have asthma or COPD typically will have inhalers that they use when the air quality gets like this. So take them with you. If you are going to be outside, wear a mask. And unfortunately, a cloth mask or a surgical mask will not filter out the smoke and the PM particles that are, 2.5 microns or smaller. So trying to have a N95 or a KN95 would be probably the most helpful. And then trying to get indoors as soon as you can.
I know, absolutely. And, we're looking at some really devastating images here. When we talk about wildfires, these are not just brush fires, right? We're talking about thousands of buildings that have burned. And Doctor, can you talk about, we're not just dealing with like dust from the hillside. We're talking about chemicals in these homes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This isn't just vegetation that's burning. These are homes that are burning that have plastics, that have metals, cars that are burning. So now we're mixing, this particulate matter with volatile organic compounds, which can go deep into the airways. And they're so small that you cannot see them with the naked eye, but it is penetrating your nasal passages, your throat, and all the way into the airways. And these, again, is like the emphasis on it's not just people with respiratory issues. It's all of us are at risk right now with the way the air quality is.
And Doctor, you talked about some of those chemicals, those metals, and just being outside for that extended period of time and breathing this air in. What are some of those long-term impacts that someone can, experience when you're thinking about children as well? Yeah,
so both short-term and long-term, you're talking about symptoms like wheezing, coughing, shortness of breath, nasal congestion, sneezing. People can also get fatigue and headaches because we're dealing with not just like irritants like dust. We're dealing with chemicals that can have sort of a longer-term impact. Other vulnerable populations that we have to be thinking about are the elderly and pregnant patients as well, who, have fetuses that are growing. And so, long-term exposure to wildfire and smoke can increase the risk of developing chronic respiratory issues. And so be safe out there.
Absolutely.
And stay indoors if you can.
And Doctor, lastly, before we let you go, how long after these fires are over, and keep in mind that's a timeline we do not have right now. How long after the fires is the air quality still a concern?
Oh, it's going to be a concern for a while. The problem is these fires, there's no overnight, right? There's nothing these are going to be burning for a while. And so my biggest recommendation is following the AQI, the air quality index. I love, we all have on the weather app right now. If you put it on, you will see air quality and they'll give you a number. I'm looking at it right now. It was 450 earlier. It's now 382. So we're, that's the biggest sort of recommendation is follow the AQI every day.
All right, Dr. Tabani with Kaiser Permanente, thank you so much for that very valuable information. Of course, our meteorologists will continue to keep us all updated on the air quality here, not only today, but in the days to come following these fires. Right, just about 10:30 right now. We have been nonstop here on the air for nearly 24 hours since the Palisades fire broke out yesterday at 11. We've been tracking this wildfire emergency across Southern California. 4 wildfires burning right now. We want to thank you for being with us. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez.
And I'm Camilla Rambaldi. It's been a nonstop fight for these firefighters trying to control these intense flames. And the fire in Pacific Palisades, the largest one that we've been tracking, started yesterday morning. More than 5,000 acres have burned there, and more than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate in Pacific Palisades and Santa Monica. We're also tracking the Eaton fire burning near Altadena. That started at 6 o'clock last night. 2 people have been killed there, and we now know that acreage, more than 2,200.
Actually, 10,000 acres. Yeah, 10,600 according to the last numbers from the Angeles National Forest.
That's right. Yeah, over 10,000 acres have burned there, and we continue to wait on those updates from CAL FIRE as, again, those winds just continue to be the big concern, Jonathan.
And you got to keep in mind, as fire crews are just trying to put out flames and make sure people are safe, these numbers are going to shift. That is just a natural part of the process. As soon as we get some confirmation on acreage, we will bring it along to you. But to me right now, acreage is less important than the number of structures. And when we say structures and buildings, we mean mostly homes. These are people's homes, people who had to get out at a moment's notice as we continue to follow these fires. The biggest here, Palisades and Eden, as well as Hearst Fire burning in Sylmar. That stands at about 500 acres right now. And a Woodley fire that burned in the Sepulveda Basin, we believe that was knocked down. That one was just about 75 acres. Now, we want to bring in our investigative reporter, Eric Leonard, because, Eric, you know, we've been talking about and hearing from officials who were not able to launch the aircraft necessary to truly fight these fires. These are incredible tools that were grounded for hours on end as these fires continued to grow. These winds continued to get worse. But now it sounds like they're finally able to get some aircraft in the air and hopefully start with that firefight here, Eric.
Yeah, hi, Jonathan and Camila. You're right. The loss of the ability to use all of those fixed-wing air tankers that drop mostly fire retardant to slow the progress of a fire, and all the water-dropping helicopters that are sort of the acute tool to try to stop particular areas of flame that are advancing is it really amplified the magnitude of the disaster that firefighters were faced with over the last 24 hours or so, because they're so dependent on them, especially in the first minutes of one of these large fires that begins to spread quickly. They did have them at the beginning, but then losing them, it just complicated everything. And we heard a number of stunning revelations from officials today about all of the things that have complicated their efforts to try to slow both of the two biggest fires and also tackle the two smaller fires. Among them, that they're running out of water in certain places. There were rumors of this last night. Residents had overheard firefighters out in the Palisades area mentioning that they were out of water. Some officials pushed back when we were trying to check this out last night, but today we heard definitive information about what exactly happened, and sure enough, they say, yes, they ran out of pressurized water. It's important to make the distinction there. They said in the Palisades fire, there were 3 large water reservoir tanks that provide both the water and the water pressure. The pressure is much more important to all of the water system out in the Palisades, and one by one, as the firefight was going on and firefighters were using, by some estimates, 4 times the amount of water that the system is designed to produce, each of those tanks were drained, the last of them at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, it doesn't mean they're out of water, because the water supply is still there, but the ability to use that water effectively depends on those tanks being filled and constantly refilled in order to maintain the pressure on the system. So the DWP confirming today that they lost pressure in that system, the last of those tanks at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Also, hearing from the LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, that they're simply running out of firefighters, that there were plans in place among all of the agencies in Los Angeles County to be prepared to tackle 2 large wildfires simultaneously. And yet yesterday, when we saw 1 and then 2 and then 3 and to a lesser degree this 4th smallest fire, it pushed them beyond what any kind of disaster planning had prepared them for. That's why we were hearing those calls both from the city and the county fire department to all of their off-duty firefighters to call in and try to report in, because they could use every single person they could get. Chief Maroney talked today about reaching out through the mutual aid system to fire departments up and down the state of California to get firefighters from even out of state, I should say, rolling towards Southern California, not just to add to the existing firefight, but to give relief to the LA local firefighters. Some of those folks have been on the lines now for nearly 24 hours nonstop, and they have to be able to rest in order to be effective. Like we mentioned, some of those air tankers and water-dropping helicopters are getting back on the scene, and so hopefully we'll see them being able to make better progress today than we have for many hours.
Our investigative reporter, Eric Leonard, thank you so much for that very valuable information. Keep in mind, too, that fire crews also have to keep a certain staff ready for any kind of emergencies we've seen in the city itself, not dealing with these fires, trees down, any kind of dangerous situations like that.
Yeah, so many factors that go into that, and then the lack of resources here. We now want to get to NBC4's Brittany Hope, who continues to follow the latest for us in Palisades. Brittany, where are you now? Earlier we saw you were walking through a number of burned homes and just showing us some of those devastating images on the ground there. Brittany, what are you seeing?
Well, Camilla, they just continue to be devastating. So we're right off Wakecrest Drive right now. This is still the neighborhood that's just west of the Getty Villa. Well, just behind me, 3917 Spray Lane. That is the address there. We just saw the garage door completely collapse. It doesn't seem like there's any vehicles. Oh, wow, we can see something. We can hear something certainly catching. It doesn't seem like there's any vehicles inside of that garage, but we are keeping a very safe distance because we did hear some pops. Oftentimes garages, right, are where you keep things that would be more flammable, chemicals, tools, things like that. So we're keeping our distance at this point. But we've seen this home, the roof of it has been burning for a few hours. It's just been in the past 10, 15 minutes where the inside of this home, the front entrance, what seems to be the living room, and now the garage. We have a really powerful gust right now that's not helping here. But now this is totally engulfed. So this is a cul-de-sac just right off Wakecrest Drive. And inside the garage, that's where you can see stacks of what look to be maybe toolboxes, file cabinets. We can hear glass shattering around us. There is a CAL FIRE engine that is here right now, and we saw them for a long time spraying that roof with fire. But at this point, it seems that they're trying to look at the integrity of these two homes just across, because of how wild these winds are, just blowing up all of this ash. So it seems that now, I mean, this home is going to be a total loss. At least from this side, we don't see any more structure protection happening because the home is fully engulfed. But this is just one of many in this neighborhood, again, that we're showing you. And I want to let you know I just lost IFB, so I'm going to try to call again on my other cell phone as we show you this live picture of what we're able to see at this point.
Thank you.
But this is
so
just horrible.
much
We're going to
for that
wrap
update.
around this way and show you just behind me. Oh, I might be getting IFB back. I just want to make sure that if you have any questions.
Yeah, it's
perfect.
Just
I think we may have you.
Home
All right, so as
after
we walk
home.
this way, we're going to bring you toward Wakecrest Drive. This is where Wakecrest turns into Surfwood. So Spray Lane, this is where that home is burning. The winds are really kicking up here. Wakecrest Drive on the left. Right now, you're looking at Surf Road. And multiple homes here on Surf Road have burned. These homes have been burned since about 8, 9 o'clock this morning. The winds are really powerful. Although they are burned, there's multiple hot spots that are still smoldering on the inside, which is why fire crews are still here. In fact, look at that. Look at that little flame in that hole over there. This is the exact concern. Now, I want to draw your attention. There's a big, tall brick chimney just behind us. You'll see it sticking up there between that tree and that street light. That was at least a 2-story home that we saw this morning that firefighters were trying to protect, and it's completely collapsed now. So that's what we're seeing here on the Surfwood side. But we'll bring you back, and again, I'm sorry, neither of us, Enrique, do you have IFB? No, we've both lost it at this point. Oh, you know what, let's actually go back to the home. It looks like the foundation of the home now officially is catching. That front entranceway, totally engulfed. At this point, though, what's interesting is that its neighbor to the left is still standing. And I'm so sorry to folks who are tuning in and watching this. Again, the home that you're looking at is 3917 Spray Lane. This is just off Surfwood Road and Wakecrest Road to the west of the Getty Villa. We're going to try to call into our IFB again one more time. I just want to make sure we have connection and that you're able to connect with us as well.
All right, our
But
Brittany Hope there
I
reporting from Palisades, showing us the very latest there in the destruction, home after home, as you're watching here live. This home burning down in Pacific Palisades, just absolutely devastating, Jonathan, to continue to see these images of just the dozens of homes that have been destroyed in this fire.
And how the winds just stay relentless. They have not stopped, and they're still gusting as strong as we've seen them overnight. Still at this hour. Right now, we want to go to our meteorologist, Stephanie Omo, tracking more on these fire conditions. Stephanie, it's just devastating to see how hard it is and how difficult it is for those firefighters, and it just continues. There doesn't seem to be an end in sight.
Right. This was a concern as we were leading to this day. Even yesterday, we were talking about it here the past several days, and unfortunately, look what we're seeing happening right now. The winds are still continuing. As you mentioned, Jonathan, relentless as we continue at this hour. Right now, I want to go over the fire weather outlook, and you see that it is extreme across portions of Ventura County, Santa Clarita, around the San Fernando Valley. Again, we have some of the fires burning out where we have the extreme section. Because of the strong gusty winds, we know how dry the conditions have been. Any spark could cause a big fire. We are seeing that. We're seeing long range spotting. So you have the embers flying. They are igniting one house. They're going to the next one. And it's just becoming a big mess. It looks like a war zone, unfortunately, as we check out some of the scenes. As you see the scene right to the side of me there, it looks like, honestly, like a movie scene. As we go over here, the current weather conditions in some of these areas here where we have the fires burning, we first start things up where we have the Palisades fire burning, and the current observation site nearby, Santa Monica Mountains, we're looking at gusts around 60 miles an hour out your way. A few hours ago, we're reporting gusts over 80 miles an hour. So the gusts have come down a little bit, but it's still very, very strong. Gusts over 60 miles an hour, still strong enough to still uproot trees and things like that. So it's still damaging as we continue. Topanga Beach, for example, we're looking at gusts around 40 miles an hour. So checking out some other observation sites. And this is for the Eaton fire that has exploded here in the past several hours. Altadena, gusts close to 20 miles an hour. Also in La Cañada, Flint Ridge, we're looking at gusts right around 20 miles an hour. So we have seen stronger gusts here earlier today, but we're seeing the gusts vary a bit. So coming down a little bit and then they increase again. So that will be the situation as we continue throughout the rest of this morning and even as we head into the afternoon. However, heading into the afternoon, and I'm going to show you this in just a little bit, the winds start to come down a little bit, but still going to be very gusty across the area. All right, we head over to the Hearst fire in Sylmar, where we do have gusts around 50 miles an hour nearby as we check out a couple of op sites nearby there. Ridgetop site reporting gusts right around 48 miles an hour out your way. And further down, just to the south of that, we do have gusts around 15 miles an hour. And lastly, around the Whitley fire, we do have gusts around 25, 26 miles an hour there being reported in the op site there in Van Nuys. As we go over the wind gusts currently in some other spots, so just generally looking at portions of Ventura and LA County. So we're looking at gusts around 25 to even close to 40 miles an hour in some spots. You look at the scale off to the side, you see some of the magentas there. So we're reporting gusts around 40 to 50 miles an hour in some other areas nearby where we have Santa Clarita and also right around the Inland Empire down into Orange County. Look at Orange County and Santa Ana. We're getting gusts right around 60 miles an hour in areas nearby a lot higher than that. Let's go over the futurecast and what's in store as we continue throughout the rest of this morning and into the afternoon hour. So we hone in this particular area. This is Ventura County, a portion of LA County around Porter Ranch, Woodland Hills, for example. We head into the next few hours and we're still reporting gusts in the 40s in some spots. Coming down a little bit just around 1 p.m., but still gusting pretty strong here. Porter Ranch coming down to the 30s, 37 there in Thousand Oaks, for example. Really, as we head into the late afternoon hours, it starts to come down even more with gusts right around 20 miles an hour in some areas like Porter Ranch and Woodland Hills. So we just have to wait again as we head into the late afternoon hours. But it doesn't mean we're in the clear because we're still reporting some gusts in the area. They won't be as strong as what we're looking at right now, but it is very dry. We have a lot of fires that are burning again. And we have the issue with long-range spotting as we continue here. So even a little bit of gusts later on today, there's still that concern across the area here. And as we head into later on tonight, again, the gusts down into the 20s, and hopefully this continues to pan out. However, we head into Thursday. It starts to pick up a little bit, not expected to be as strong as what we experienced here earlier this morning across the area. Another area that I want to hone in on is actually the San Gabriel Valley, for example, back into the Pasadena area, where as we continue into the late morning hours, we're looking at gusts in 20s and 30s. As we head into the afternoon around 2-3 o'clock, it starts to come down a little bit in some areas. But also when we have fires like we are experiencing right now, sometimes it creates wind systems, and it sort of deters the winds one way to another. So that's something, of course, that we have to watch out for as we continue into this afternoon, because some of the firestorms kind of create its own weather systems. As we continue into the next day, into Thursday, again, the winds will continue to wind down, but also we have a smoke advisory that remains in place around the basin. Again, we have the fires burning, the big ones, the Palisades fire, and also the one in Altadena, the Eaton fire. So smoke still a big issue. It's creating very poor air quality, the smoke, the ash, but not only that, some of the chemicals from the home. So it is very important to stay inside. If you live nearby, if you are told to evacuate, you want to make sure to do so. Guys?
Thank you, Stephanie. We want to let our viewers know we are on standby right now for a news conference featuring President Biden, who had a scheduled visit to California for the birth of his great-granddaughter. He will be joined by Governor Newsom as well as Senator Padilla, who's no stranger to this area. He's born and raised in the Pacoima area, not far from where the Hearst fire burned overnight.
Yeah, so we will have much more on that coming up. But right now we want to get to Conan Nolan joining us live in Altadena right now on El Molino and Sacramento. Conan, there's more flames burning behind you. Where are you exactly?
That intersection in Altadena, we are west of Eaton Canyon. This is a section of this neighborhood that in the lottery of natural disasters, they lost. There's some homes still without fire and are past, are upwind from this fire. This house is unfortunately, obviously embers got into it, as well as a few. This is, we see, this is the first sheriff's response we've seen. There are other fire units and structure protection in the neighborhood. But as soon as this passes, we'll give you a sense as to how bad it is, not just with this house behind me, but with several others that have also caught on fire. Clearly, this is one of those cases where the embers have made their way as a result of propulsion from this fire. This, another house behind me, as you can see, one of the, apparently a homeowner there. I talked with one of them, desperate to try to get whatever water he could out of the hose. It's a very small stream. Of course, there's the argument that they shouldn't try that because it reduces the amount of water pressure for the fire hydrants in the area where they are. Fire crews are with Glendale, Pasadena, and Mutual Aid are desperate to get as much water as they possibly can on some of these homes. This is another house, again, and just as I was saying, they were trying to use a hose to try to do whatever they can. Enrique? Yeah, so let me ask you real quick. This is the homeowner here. I'm seeing it. Is it in your attic?
No, it's on my neighbor's house.
This is your neighbor's house?
It's in the attic right now. Looks like it's progressing from the living room area towards the back rooms. We're trying to maintain it in that living room area so it doesn't jump.
Your house is up there?
That's their house.
Yeah, but where's your house?
A couple blocks down.
Okay. So as you can see, as difficult as it is to fight any kind of fire once it's made its way into the eaves and into the attic, this is probably a loss. The next question is whether or not they can keep it from making its way, advancing it to the neighbor's house. And that is, that's what we've been seeing all morning here in this neighborhood of Altadena. As you can see, one, if you can pan to the right, this house caught fire obviously as a result of the incineration of that neighbor's house. That's just how it progresses. And as we come back here to the rest of Amelino Street, 1, 2, 3 homes. Of course, you've been seeing this all day over the past 24 hours in the Pacific Palisades, now here in Altadena and near Eaton Canyon. The city of Glendale has its own problems, and an evacuation has been ordered for much of that area, particularly the Chevy Chase area. Went through there a tremendous amount of smoke as the fire is advancing towards the hills and the canyons of Glendale and some of the areas below the Brand Wilderness. That has been an evacuation order has been given for them as well. Obviously, it's the propulsion of the wind. Once the wind velocity drops, firefighting will have a much better chance at the structure protection that is so needed in so many of these neighborhoods. But without that, there's just really no way to keep these embers from making their way a half mile, even a mile downrange, as David Bigger pointed out in his demonstration just the other day. It doesn't take much. Interestingly enough, again, these homes pretty much are a loss as the firefighters are doing everything they can. Oh, here we go over here. They're still trying to put this, address this fire. I just don't see how they're going to be able to do it once again. So again, residents doing what they can with the tools they have. Is it recommended? No, but again, it's their property. They're doing everything they can to keep the fire from completely engulfing this house. Even some neighbors coming to help because they know if they're somehow able to extinguish the blaze here, that could save their homes right next door.
Our Conan Nolan there in Altadena on the ground. Conan, you've covered...
Where do you live? Are you nearby?
No, I'm not. I'm a friend over here just trying to help him out.
And...
No, listen, it's like a war zone out here. Seems to be everywhere you look, there's additional fire that's set ablaze. There's blasts that are taking place from what it sounds like, right. Maybe some canisters or gas or right. Propane.
So the engine companies are stretched thin. They're all over the place. You don't see any here.
No, I've seen them pass through. I've seen battalion chiefs pass through. There's a lot of trucks and things, but for the most part, it seems like they're trying to gather down below and come up with a plan to be able to come up here, but it's so sporadic. I don't even know how you would fight something like this outside of, just individuals like this trying to fight the fires.
Are you doing okay?
Yeah, doing as best we can.
So do you think you can save most of this fire? I mean, you don't have much water pressure and there's, it looks like a loss.
It is. We're trying to save our houses. We're doing what we can to minimize the damage over here so it doesn't jump to our house.
Right. That's the nature of this because this house caught fire as a result of what happened over there.
Yeah. All the embers are coming down. We've been out here since 5 o'clock, and all you see is just raining hellfire.
When did you get the notification for an evacuation?
We never did. Over here, never got the evacuation notice. Even when we got here, it was not there.
And have you seen any fire crews here? I see an engine company down there.
Yeah, we see them going up and down the street, but not helping us.
Right. Well, there simply aren't enough around. Listen, your name is?
James.
Last name is?
Day.
D-A-Y?
D-A-Y.
Good luck to you, James.
Thank you.
So there you have it. I mean, this is hand-to-hand combat, quite frankly. This isn't to put any kind of blame anywhere because there are so many fires and intersections like this. There's another explosion. Goodness knows what that was. That there are just not enough engine companies, even with the mutual aid. We saw one pass through. That was from El Dorado County, which is east of Sacramento. So they have asked for and received help from all over the state, and that represents its own kind of challenge, just because you have so many fire companies responding who don't know the area. They're from out of state. They have to go to a central location and be dispatched by the incident commander, and there are so many of those, not just here, but of course, as I mentioned, now in La Cañada and Glendale. If you don't smell smoke, that's a good thing. It's a good thing for you, a bad thing for somebody else. It means you are upwind from the fire, and the fire is, of course, the propulsion of it. That is the problem. That is the fear. If you do see smoke and it's not going up, that means the wind is blowing it. If you smell smoke, that means you're in the path of that fire, and you need to get out of the way as soon as possible. These folks, once again, this is not going to work. This house is going to be a total loss. But they're doing what they can to keep this from making its way to the rest of the homes in this neighborhood. Back to you.
All right, Conan, thank you. Right now, we want to go to our Lolita Lopez. She's live in Pasadena at the evacuation center for the Eaton fire where Conan is. Lolita, where you understand you're with someone who says they lost their home.
Yes, we are here. We're with Susanna Oscar. Thank you so much for being with us. Just take me through last night and coming here and the loss of your home.
So it was 2 o'clock. We lost power. So we were waiting it out and waiting it out. Then the evacuation started. So we were grabbing. This is literally what I ran out of my house with. My husband stayed. He was hosing down the house, the roof, the sides, as much as he could. I grabbed as much as I could, just some memories, things that can't be replaced. He stayed vigilant at the house until 4:30 in the morning. And at that time, the embers were coming. He was putting them out with his feet. It got to a point where he couldn't see anymore. So he got in the car and he left. And an hour later, received a phone call from my lieutenant telling me that the adjacent street was on fire. It was an inferno and we needed to be out. And I said, we're already gone.
And Lieutenant, because you also work, she's a utility player here for the City of Pasadena's Police Department. You've been here for a long time. When you were leaving, did you think, I'm coming back? Like, what were your thoughts?
I did. I thought it was just precautionary because, you know, it was so far up. The winds started to shift. Everything was going towards Sierra Madre and Monrovia. So I was hopeful, and I just thought we'd be back. It was just for precautionary to be out of the way for the trucks and everyone to get the help they needed, and turns out it didn't pan out that way.
I know you took some things with you, but what's in your heart right now in terms of the things that aren't with you?
The things that aren't with me? The memories. I actually had a party at my house on Saturday where it was Dia de los Reyes. So I had about 50 people in my house, and we all just had the best time. It was one of the best parties, and I was sharing the memories of why I do it and the decorations that were over 70 years old from my mom, and those are gone, perished. But at least I have the memory from Saturday night. So that's what I'm going to take with me, is all the good times. Lots of families have stayed in my house when they met bad times, rough times on the floor. I had a revolving door at my house. It was always open. So that's the one thing I'm going to miss. But I'm getting a lot of phone calls, so I guess it's being paid forward and back to me right now.
You gave home, they give home back. In terms of resources, is that why you're here? And
I am. Thankfully, we already, I'm learning a lot. You know, I've never been in this situation. We already canceled our utilities, so gas is off, electricity is off, and we made a phone call to the insurance, so it's already rolling. And they were really kind and very gracious, so just kind of taking a break. I'm not working today, but I'm here helping out as much as I can.
Have you thought about going back once it's safe to do so, and
just to see? Yeah, I do want to go back because I'm hopeful that I will find something in the rubble.
What are you looking for?
Anything. A little kiss from heaven from my mom, from my parents. So what that will be, I don't know, but that's what I'm hoping to find.
Because you were saying that her wedding dress was there, your wedding dress.
Yes, and pictures.
But you're safe, and you're here, and your husband's safe?
Yes, my husband's safe. My daughter is safe back in New York. She was able to she was in Malibu filming, and she was able to get out as the fire was happening. So she's just landed in New York, and my younger daughter is safe, and our 2 dogs. So I'm blessed.
Yeah, this has been circulating around you all day, so these fires really affecting you. Susanna, thank you so much for talking to us and for sharing your story. I know that it hasn't been easy, and I really appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
That you have support. Okay. This is just one of the stories that we're hearing out here from folks that aren't just evacuating because of, you know, they're needing to maybe be in the path of some danger or just in case. These are folks that literally have had their whole lives and homes taken away from them. And you know, they are coming together in community. Susanna's, you know, walking around already getting support. We're seeing much more of that coming up. We just talked to a lieutenant, and we'll bring that to you afterwards about the resources that they're getting. We'll bring you much more on that when we see you again from the convention center.
Absolutely, Lolita. Thank you for bringing us that story, and it really just shows you again. And I'll sound like a broken record when we talk about, you know, thousands of buildings that have now burned. We're really talking about mostly homes, people's homes. In many cases, this is all they have, and so
personal belongings, everything.
Those are the personal stories that Lolita just brought us. Those are the ones we're going to continue to focus on as we join you here live at 11 o'clock. We've been on air nonstop for 24 hours now.